Chapter 1, Prologue. In the year 2025, a cataclysm known as World Break struck planet Earth, changing everything. The world was plunged into chaos as humans were forced into the deadly challenge of the Grand Abyss Labyrinth. This marked the dawn of a new era, the Age of Adventurers. 25 years later, Earth was no longer a home but a battlefield. Monsters spilled into the world, unleashed by catastrophic dungeon breaks. Humanity had advanced with magic tech, supernatural powers, and newfound resources from the labyrinthine dungeons that made them formidable, but it wasn't enough. Thousands of dungeon breaks ravaged the land due to failure to clear the labyrinth's 30th floor in time, where even the mightiest adventurers had fallen. Selfishness and cowardice overtook the remaining powerful few, who fled in Magitech spaceships as millions escaped while leaving billions to die on the planet they once called home. Among those left behind was Almond Crocheted. As the world crumbled, he stood alone, deep in the heart of the labyrinth, facing the impossible, the 30th floor boss. In a frozen, desolate world of blue frost, he squared off against a towering beast of godly might, Algerin, the Black Frost Terror. A colossal being of over 100 meters, with shimmering blue crystal fangs, spiraling horns, and black fur lined with frost. It had crushed every challenger before. And now, it mocked Almond. "Human, your tenacity is impressive, and your persistence is something I haven't seen. Despite losing so many times, you escape and still challenge me, kaka. It's fun." Algerin's voice boomed with cruel laughter. "Unfortunately, you lack the power to defeat me, and this shall be your last attempt." Almond, battered and bloodied, stood unconscious, but his body moved as it obeyed his undaunted will. Pitiful kid. If only you were a bit lucky and born early, you might have been able to change this fate, Algerin thought, but suddenly, its pupil shrank upon seeing dreamy golden particles oozing out from Almond. Almond's grip tightened around his legendary grade black sword. He could barely form a thought, yet he had not surrendered. The will to fight, his tenacity, drove him as he stabbed the sword forward, and slashed it dialogical. Without warning, golden particles began to swirl around him, like sparks of some strange power. The beast's mocking expression faltered as its icy gaze locked onto the mysterious glow. Almond's voice echoed, his eyes whitened, without focus. "Scatter, away." What? How can he wield this power when he is just a mere dash? A torrent of golden red energy erupted, far beyond anything a mere adventurer should have wielded. The power Almond unleashed from his stab and swing motion drowned the dreadful floor boss that nobody could defeat. The mythical rank level 300 floor boss just got shredded till it turned into mist and scattered as a rain of blood formed, painting the landscape red. Almond fell, exhausted and unconscious. Shortly, a blurred figure appeared, a silhouette barely discernible, but with the elegance of a woman, long hair cascading in a haze of mystery. My, this is a surprise," she whispered, her tone curious, almost amused. You are an interesting one." The woman gazed upon Almond, who had collapsed in exhaustion. His consciousness had already faded as he was in slumber. Her eyes narrowed, scanning him closely as something unseen caught her attention. "Trait discovered, tenacity, X. An X-rank trait?" The figure's voice cracked in shock. Her eyes showed excitement and amusement as she muttered, "Nothing fancy-sounding one, but an X-rank trait signifies limitless potential, so it was this thing that allowed him to break the limits and wield that transcendental power. This is too precious and fun of a toy to let it rot here." The woman's eyes glinted, her finger caressing her lips as she looked at Almond with cheeks red, and the grin wide. "Let's see, there's one more planet on which Grimworld's tutorial will descend." "Yes, there. You will go there, on a planet Earth just like this one." As the last vestiges of energy drained from Almond's body, he fell into a deep unconsciousness. He had won, yet all he felt was an all-consuming frustration. As darkness enveloped him, he screamed a raw, primal cry of rage that echoed through this abyss of darkness around him. "It's over." Almond thought he died, but then, in the silence that followed, a mechanical and cold voice echoed in his mind. "Transfer to another world commencing. Your memories will be sealed, and you will reincarnate in another world where Grimworld's tutorial awaits. Each floor cleared will unlock your past memories until the 10th floor. Transfer. Reincarnate? And what does it mean by Grimworld's tutorial? And I have to clear the floors in another world to unlock memories. Does this mean I'm not dead yet? Good luck." Chapter 2, The Death. In the Grand Abyss Labyrinth's first floor, at one of the 8 starting areas. This can't be happening. We are all classmates, and this is our important day, my important day to change my life, so why? A black-haired young man with a thin figure was in a dark hall made of stones and illuminated with flame torches on the stone pillars every 10 meters apart. Almond Crochet turned 18 9 days ago in his second life, which wasn't aware of yet, and was dealt with a bad hand in this new life. Hey, Almond. You're lucky, eh? Come on, give that thing you got from the treasure chest. I can't believe you found a treasure chest in the starting area. A young man with dark red hair and 2 other boys of the same age surrounded Almond, his back against a pillar as he looked at the trio with a mixture of fear and hate. The dark red-haired young man grabbed Almond's black hair and forced him to look at him, a hint of jealousy in his eyes. I hate your eyes, bastard. They always glow in golden almond color in light, like your fucking name. Hurry up and take out the thing you got. Asterisk 2e asterisk. Almond clenched his teeth, feeling anger but also helplessness as he wiped away the spit from his face. I can't overpower him even if I use the physical enchantment I've learned. Damn my body. Why is it so weak? If only I had some time to level up. Fuck. Lamp Benam. Adventurer rank, Bronze. Level, 1. Class, D rank Flame Sorcerer. Stats. Physical. Magic. Almond couldn't see their class or stats usually, but since he had learned about Lamp's class from his own mouth, it appeared in the interface. As long as the information he heard was true, it would appear in the interface. He looked at his classmates with a mixture of hate and fear. As his luck would have it, after entering the labyrinth that was mandatory by the system for everyone who turned 18 and awakened their class, he encountered these bastards. There were 8 beginning areas on the labyrinth's first floor, 8 different corners. After entering any of the thousands of gates, one would arrive at one of the 8 areas in this Grand Abyss Labyrinth, but he just had to encounter these bastards from his class, thanks to his misfortune. PFF, he selected the support role and got a D-rank clergyman class, haha. I know you have some defect making you physically weak and all, but seriously, did you think you could do anything with this class on your own? Asterisk smack asterisk. A punch struck Almond's face, making his nose bleed. If you don't want to die, hand over the thing you got. The blue-haired young man put the dagger at Almond's throat, his eyes menacing as he grinned sadistically. Seong Kim. Adventurer rank, Bronze. Level, 1. Class, C-rank Dagger Killer. Stats. Physical. Magic. Hurry up, Almond. Nobody is waiting outside to cry for you, and nobody gives a damn. Stop wasting our time, said the third boy with an annoyed expression. He had brown hair and looked at Almond as if he were looking at a dead man, his eyes cold as he felt no empathy. Jacob Roshir. Adventurer rank, Bronze. Level, 1. Class, A-rank Sentinel Swordsman. Stats. Physical. Magic. Seriously. Just disappear and rest in peace, would ya? Weaklings are supposed to die here in the first place, Jacob said with a deadpan expression. Why can't you leave me alone? Almond's eyes were bloodshot as fear of death enveloped him. He really felt they were going to kill him, especially Jacob. This was my chance to turn my life around, but these pieces of trash. I have to survive for now. Almond tremblingly took out the reward from the treasure chest he got. He had no other choice. It was a rare grade item called Pearl of Light Flower, able to cure all types of harmful effects and give a protection barrier for 10 seconds after activating it with a cooldown of 1 day. He was super lucky to find a treasure chest right after entering Labyrinth's first floor in this area, and even more lucky to find a rare grade item inside the bronze treasure chest. But now, he had to give it away. Damn, this bastard got a rare grade accessory item? That's pretty lucky, eh? It's super lucky to get this here, lol. But I guess we are the lucky ones, boss, Seung grinned. Thanks, Almond. Seung Kin looked at Almond with squinted eyes and a nasty smile, his dagger still on Almond's throat. You said you would let me go. Almond's eyes were filled with more and more fear of death as he saw Seung's eyes. Will he kill me? No way, right? He is 18 years old, first time entering the labyrinth like me. Will he kill his classmate for nothing? Are we really gonna kill him? Lamp asked while looking at Almond, looking slightly nervous. Tisk, Jacob picked his right ear boringly and turned around. Finish him off, Seung. Today is your debut killing. My father told me that if I make a conflict, I have to make sure there are no loose ends. Jacob glanced at Lamp to his side. If we don't want complications Almond can bring, we have to finish him off. Do it, Seung. Yes, boss. No, Almond's pupils shrank. He tried to get up using all of his strength, but it was lower than Jacob, who suddenly pressed his foot on my shoulder. Sit down, Jacob snorted. Seung grinned, ready to slash his dagger. Don't. I only have 2 skills, Healing Wisp and Court of Peace. I have to. ****. Your health is dropping rapidly. You have been poisoned. Use them. Let's go. And Lamp, Jacob turned to Lamp. Get used to killing if you want to join my father's guild. Sure. I killed somebody, but it doesn't feel much. Hey, Jacob, I want to kill one more. Seung displayed a nasty grin. Meanwhile, Lamp was pretty nervous and even felt like throwing up seeing Almond twitching, but he held it in and turned around. Let's see, Jacob looked at the map he brought. We are in this area of the first floor. We should start with the goblin settlement in the west. It's not far and a perfect starting area to hunt. They are easier to kill with our team, and once we level up, we'll target the goblin colony. Jacob put away the map and said, let's go. We might also meet some people on the way, he added with a grin. Hopefully we meet more of our classmates, hee hee. We can form a team with our lead in that case. Almond looked at them with blurry vision as they walked away. He heard their words for several seconds before everything started going blank. You have used Healing Wisp, D. Healing Wisp, create a wisp that can enter into a wound, purify it from harmful effects, and heal the wound. You have used the Whisper of Peace, D. Whisper of Peace, alleviate the pain and calm the mind. Your health is at a critical juncture. Your mana is drained. Poison can't be removed completely. Your health is at a critical juncture. I am not dead yet. Almond regained his consciousness, but the system notification told him that his survival chances were 0. I can't do anything? Why did I have to get the treasure chest right off the bat? Would they have left me alone if I didn't find the treasure chest? Your death is imminent. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Almond looked at the system panel. Is there no way? Anyone out there? Help! Your life force connection is ending. I don't want to die, I just turned 18, and this was my chance to turn my life around. I don't want to die. You are dead. Condition fulfilled. Chapter 3, The Resurrection. 10 years ago, a calamity known as world break occurred in this world known as Earthart. ##### commencing. As this unrecognizable notification arrived before everyone's eyes, a strange calamity descended. Geography changed due to seawater being reduced by 20% and new lands formed. Despite earthquakes and tsunamis occurring over the globe resulting in large-scale destruction, no human or animal was hurt because a mysterious protective golden film enveloped everyone when the first notification arrived. It was all magical as the calamity remained for 24 hours, and after that, everything was fixed. It was as if someone was treating this planet as clay to play with and mold it as they like. The geography changed, and something else also appeared. Thousands of labyrinth gates. They appeared in different parts of the globe, with all those gates leading into a single large labyrinth. The Grand Abyss Labyrinth. At the same time, all humans at 18 years old and above received a notification in their minds. It told them to select an option. Everyone had 5 options. Warrior, Mage, Thief, Tank, Support. Select within 1 hour. Failure to select before the countdown will result in instant death. If you have selected, you will enter the Grand Abyss Labyrinth after the countdown. Since you are the first ones on Earthart to enter, you shall be given a newbie pack containing a common grade weapon suitable to whatever class you awaken. Good luck! That was how humanity on Earthart was ushered into the new age. Age of Adventurers. The general currency became gold coins that one could acquire after killing monsters in the labyrinth. After the initial forced entry, everyone was required to enter the labyrinth within 1 month of turning 18 years old. The newbie pack was removed after the first wave of humans entered, but it was nothing important since people could easily get a common-grade weapon inside the labyrinth. The system also asked for monthly tax in gold coins after one turned 18 and entered labyrinth, with the tax increasing according to their level. But with power, riches, and fortunes as rewards to obtain, many adventurers braved the labyrinth. And many died trying. 10 years later, humanity was fairly established in the New Age. Aside from labyrinth gates at different places on Earth art that remained permanent, dungeon doors would appear randomly as well, granting rich rewards with great difficulty. Unless a dungeon was cleared, it would gradually fill up, and a dungeon break would occur, pouring monsters onto Earth art, so adventurers also had to clear dungeons. Guilds consisting of powerful adventurers were established, and the Global Adventurers Association was formed to maintain the world of adventurers. The concept of countries was replaced with a single governor body, Earth Art Union, due to geographical changes and looming danger from the mysterious system that brought dungeons and labyrinth that nobody could figure out. The labyrinth was permanent but had schedules. The labyrinth's gates through the globe would only remain open for 15 days a month. During the first half of the month, they remained closed. Once it opened for people to enter, the exit portal would appear every 3 days for 5 hours, for a total of 5 times during the 15 days the labyrinth remained active. And every 3 days, the defeated monsters and bosses would respawn, or new ones would arrive with stronger power, granting new rewards and riches. The newbie awakeners, those turning 18, must enter a labyrinth within 1 month or accept death. Almond turned 18 9 days ago, and he was waiting for the day to enter the labyrinth once it opened. With his frail body that couldn't physically train due to a gene defect, he was weak. But he had absorbed all helpful knowledge about the labyrinth and the type of powers recorded so far in the library and daily news because he wanted to turn around his life after entering the labyrinth. He thought he could fix his condition by selecting a support class at first and then creating a powerful build after reaching level 10, where everyone is given a specialized second class. He also trained in the use of mana, learning physical enchantment by doing a hellish training, but due to his strength already being low, it wasn't useful yet. However, it would become useful after adding stat points to his low strength after leveling up. There was also a rare power called Soul Core that some elite and boss monsters would drop. Adventurers could equip a soul core in their body to gain a new set of skills. There were plenty of opportunities for one to get strong and turn around their situation after becoming an adventurer if one was brave and hardworking enough. Or so Amon thought until the last moments of his life. Unique conditions fulfilled. You have triggered a special event. By staying between the realm of living and dead with your stubborn soul and a flicker of luck keeping your body alive thanks to your class, you are granted a special class courtesy to #######. Am I making up things due to my broken hope even after death? There's still darkness around Dash. Suddenly, Amon's eyes shot open as he found himself floating mid-air with a powerful aura gushing out of him and enveloping him. Congratulations! You have awakened in SS rank class, Spirit Dealer. Almond slowly descended on the ground, his injuries healed, and feeling healthy like never before. I am alive? Almond's eyes trembled as he looked at his hands and body, feeling everything as real as reality. I am alive. Chapter 4, Heir of Oblivion. Almond reined himself as he wiped the tears that appeared due to intense relief and exhilaration from his resurrection. But he knew that he had to make things right if he wanted to live. Jacob won't let me live if I come out of the labyrinth alive. But... His fist clenched tightly as he muttered, since I am alive. I am not letting you 3 pieces of trash live, no matter what. Almond's whole vibe changed as fear escaped from him, and his eyes oozed out ferociousness and bloodthirst. He then took a deep breath and looked at the new class he got. Spirit Dealer. Class rank, SS. Class perk. Mana capacity, SS. Class skills. Spirit Pocket. You can harvest a spirit containing memories of a target that has recently died. 0/20. Spirit Devour. Devour the spirits to acquire permanent stats. There's a limit to gaining stats from the spirits of the same species. So I can harvest spirits and use these spirits for other skills. This looks powerful. Almond felt his class's power within, boosting his mood and confidence. Looking at the path ahead into the forest, he started walking. According to the first floor's map, I am at the southwest starting point of the labyrinth. I remember those three talking about going to the goblin settlement in this area. Almond's eyes glinted sharply. Very good. That's a perfect place to test my skills and kill those three pieces of trash. Almond. Adventurer rank, Bronze. Level 1, 0%. Class, Spirit Dealer, SS. Dash, Vitality, 100%. Dash at Mana, 250/250. Stats. Physical. Mental. My stats changed. My health was 3, strength was 2, and stamina was also 3. My mana was 10, but it increased to 25 thanks to my class perk. Focus and perception are same as before. I already had above average perception and focus, so I was hopeful after entering here, but those three pieces of trash got me. Almond clenched his fist. But I may be even a bit thankful to them now. Almond grinned. Not that I would spare them, though. Alright, I am here. Almond arrived in Murky Woods, a small woodland area occupied by dire wolves between levels 1 to 3. He saw clear signs of those three entering this forest. The goblin settlement was at the end of this forest, at a river bank running from Fairy Mountain, which was one of the higher level areas on the first floor. As Almond walked into the forest, he finally encountered the dire wolves. But dead ones. What's that? Almond saw a blue wisp hovering above the furthest wolf. Dire wolf spirit, 0:1. Dire wolf spirit, 0:0. It vanished. So it was a countdown. Almond understood what it was and made haste into the forest. If I can get some spirits for free, I can start getting stronger. Due to getting the clergyman class, the academy gave me a holy staff, but Almond glanced at his staff while running. Holy staff. Grade, Common. Effect, S. Mana capacity. Skill, S. Blast, shoot a holy orb that blasts in a 1 meter radius and deals pure magic damage of light attribute. Cost, 10 mana. Still, this is the lowest level of staff even in common grade with that shitty effect. I can also use Spirit Explosion as an offensive means, so I am not out of options for an attack skill. Almond saw more wolf spirits and quickly acted, using his Spirit Pocket skill. Spirit Pocket. Rank, S. Effect, pull spirits within your vision and store them in the Spirit Pocket. Cost. Current number of spirits, 3/20. Almond resumed running. Is this an effect of my class? My physical body is performing like this for the first time. Fatigue isn't catching up like I thought. I can speed up. Almond soon arrived at another pack of dead wolves, and all of them had their spirits still hovering. Spirit Pocket. Current number of spirits, August 20th. Just running like this feels good. Almond grinned as he ran at his full speed ahead. He could feel his body in its entirety without feeling weakness like before. There's some kind of power that's preventing fatigue from building up. I can feel it. This is awesome. You have discovered your awakened innate talent. You have been unknown. Should you have died, there would be no record of you or memories of you in anyone. Therefore, you were to be devoured by oblivion, the maw of forgotten. You witnessed its presence. Yet, you managed to escape. Thus, you have awakened an innate talent, Heir of Oblivion. Heir of Oblivion. Description, for you, who has witnessed the presence of oblivion yet managed to escape. Rank, Mythic. Effect, S. Consumption and stamina consumption are halved. Impression on others is easily forgotten. This, Almond was dumbfounded, amazed, overjoyed. No wonder I am not tired at all by running. Simply running won't consume my stamina due to this fast recovery. With such a passive trait, I should also try to learn close combat style skills. I don't want to leave an obvious weakness when I can fill it up and make it my strong suit. He encountered another pack of 4 dead wolves and absorbed the spirits. Almond was getting excited by his future prospects, but his daydreaming was over as he smelled smoke and heard chaotic sounds nearby. They started attacking the settlement already? But they should be tired after fighting in the forest. Almond arrived at the periphery and could easily see the fight occurring in the center of the settlement. This place feels familiar, must be because I've read about the first floor many times. Almond wryly smiled and focused on the settlement. They killed 3 goblins out of 10. Current number of spirits, 18/20. Got them. All 3 goblin archers are burned to death, so goblins lost their long-range attackers already. Almond suddenly saw one of them chugging a potion and understood why they weren't tired. Jacob, that bastard. He must have brought a bunch of potions from outside. His father is guild leader of an A-rank guild, so he must be loaded. That pouch I saw hanging at his waist must be a storage pouch. Almond's eyes were coldly fixed on the trio. I have to kill them before they grow. Those potions give them a way higher edge, especially if he also has special effect potions. I have to eliminate Jacob before anyone else. He had seen the latest developed potions. It was a new way of making potions. Instead of just creating buff, debuff, and recovery potions, this method was offensive. Throw a potion and freeze an area. Throw a potion and burn a field. Throw a potion and release toxic gas. Potions became disposable special weapons. Jacob, please don't use too many potions until I am done. They'll be very helpful to me, Almond grinned. Spirit Factory has finished the production. Perfect. Chapter 5, Spirit Factory. Using this skill for 4 spirits drained half of my mana pool, but it's already recovering fast. He quickly checked out the result, as the Spirit Factory was actually a mystical room he could access with just a thought. He saw 4 items on a table and checked them out. Claw Gauntlet X1. Of Crimson Howl X2. Wolf Claw Gauntlets. Grade, Common. Durability, 100/100. Duration, 1 day. Attack, 12. Effect, S. Chance to cause bleeding. Spirit effects. It into a pair of spectral wolves inheriting your stats for 30 seconds. Cost, 10% of your mana. It requires 5% of your mana every 30 seconds to maintain the spectral wolves. A spirit to this item also extends its duration of existence. Almond's eyes popped out of his sockets. Am I a blacksmith or what? Such a crazy weapon with a transforming effect by simply using mana and a dead monster's spirit? But I also need to feed such weapons spirits to keep it. Otherwise, it will disappear. Still, this is awesome. Almond equipped the gauntlets in his hand with the design of sharp wolf claws of dire wolves. Great, this is better than Holy Staff, although I have to get into close range. Afterward, Almond adorned the wolf fur coat behind him. This coat should cover even if I get a couple of hits. And this looks awesome. Wish I had a mirror. Wolf fur's coat. Grade, Common. Durability, 100/100. Duration, 1 day. Defense, 10. Effect, S. Getting injured, you gain a 5% damage reduction for 10 seconds, and your natural healing is increased by 5% for 30 seconds. 1 minute cooldown. Not bad. Good for a common grade, but I have no intention of getting attacked in this battle. Almond saw that only 4 goblins remained now since those 3 had good synergy and skills and could spam skills due to recovery potions. Lamp spammed his fireball and firewall from the back. Siang used his speed to go in and out to stab or slash goblins with his poison dagger that made the goblins wobbly. Jacob seemed to have received combat training and could fare well against the goblins, using his sword to release a sword/projectile to attack while also deflecting attacks in close range using some kind of parry skill. He acted as the vanguard for the other 2. Jacob has to go first, Almond thought and looked back at the last item to check it. Ring of Crimson Howl. Seeing its effect, his eyes sharply glinted. This is it. Ring of Crimson Howl. Grade, Common. Type, one-time use. Effect, unleashes an intimidating howl that briefly stuns or distracts everyone within 10 meters of it. Use, after infusing 5 mana in the ring, the howl will unleash after 5 seconds from it. It's like a flashbang. Almond narrowed his eyes as he moved his gaze to the battle in the settlement. The only goblin remaining is Goblin Captain now. It's time. Jacob's at level 3, that bastard. I need to kill him before he kills Goblin Captain. Jacob was injured twice due to Goblin Captain, but he healed himself, and now that other goblins were dead, those trio would finish off Goblin Captain easily. But I won't let you do that. Without further ado, Almond threw a ring after activating it, right between the Goblin Captain and Jacob. Upon countdown, the ring released a howl with a red aura in a 10-meter radius. Almond couldn't hear anything, but seeing that Jacob and others, including the Goblin Captain, covered their ears as if hearing an unbearable sound, he knew it worked. Almond had already dashed 1 second before the ring activated. When he was within 10 meters of Jacob, he immediately used 2 spirit explosions. I don't want to take any risks. 2 should be better than 1. Ha! Jacob opened his eyes as the howl vanished but saw a bluish-green ghostly wisp right in front of him. And one wisp was behind him. Asterisk boom, asterisk boom. Jacob! What the fuck just happened? Asterisk patch, asterisk. In front of Seung, Jacob's half-burned head landed, and half a second later, both he and Lamp screamed in horror and shock. What the fuck? Seung was scared out of his wits. Jacob was his backer and anchor. He was basically Jacob's servant, as he knew he would have good future prospects if he stuck with Jacob. But, he just died. Arg! Seung turned around upon hearing Lamp scream and saw a wolf's claw-like weapon piercing his chest from behind. Hi, Seung. Why you? Seung tremblingly took a step back as he saw Almond walking out from behind Lamp like a demon. The setting sun's faint glow highlighted Almond's eyes and gave it a faint red hue, scaring the shit out of Seung. Surprised? Almond smiled and pulled up his claw as blood sprayed out. Lamp grabbed his neck as he struggled to stop the bleeding, but the notification told him he was going to die soon. Help! Seung was filled with fear and didn't act, only looking at Almond as he pointed his dagger at Almond, his hands trembling. I killed you with poison coat skill on my dagger, how can you live after that? Dark rule number 1, if you want to kill someone in labyrinth or dungeon, you have to confirm their death, Almond smiled. After all, the system won't notify an adventurer's death like monsters, nor will it give you any EXP for level up. Seung felt a chill crawling back upon hearing his words. Why you don't need to kill me. SC, your hand is trembling, Seung quickly said while forcing out a smile. Lamp was a good guy, he didn't want to kill you. Almond looked at his hand, and it, indeed, was slightly trembling. Maybe I am scared? But I am conscious of another feeling at the moment, Almond said, his lips parting into a grin. It's excitement and thirst to thrive because I am alive, and I want to fucking continue living. Seung felt chills as he looked at Almond's grin and eyes. We can make a deal, brother Almond. Deal? Almond sneered. Do you think Jacob's father won't investigate anything and let you go without doing anything if you live? I don't want to die, Almond's eyes turned frigid cold. And for that, you will not live. Suddenly, Seung felt intense pain and saw a spear driving through his stomach from behind. You have been attacked by Goblin Captain. Your vitality is dangerously low. Peepotion, Seung spoke while blood oozed out of his mouth, looking at the mess of blood and gore that was Jacob as he tried to find the storage pouch. Goblin Captain didn't give him that chance and finished him off. You are dead. Come to me, Almond also took Seung's spirit. This is good. I have my personal death inspection way. If someone's dead, I can know by seeing the spirit wisp. His gaze focused on the Goblin Captain. It's your turn. Gore, Goblin Captain warily looked at Almond while pointing his spear at them, injured but slowly healing with some kind of healing skill. Goblin Captain. Rank, Bronze. Level, 5. Stats. Physical. Mental. Never mind, that dialogue felt cringe, Almond wryly smiled, seeing Goblin Captain flinching after hearing him. That monster is wary of me, and I have a combo for this situation. Good, stay like that. Asterisk boom, asterisk. He used a spirit explosion behind it, causing it to lurch forward while Almond readied his wolf claw gauntlet, his eyes focused as he drove both hands wolf claws forward, one into Goblin Captain's forehead and the other into his neck. You have killed a level 5 Goblin Captain. Due to you killing a monster 5 levels above you, you have gained 50% more EXP. You have reached level 2. You have gained 3 stat points you can distribute. You have triggered the level up boon. Please select your boon. Finally, Almond grinned. Looking at the progress bar and percentage, he was already 94% deep into level 2, so just one monster, and he would level up again. He also got 13 gold coins for killing the goblin captain. This strangely feels like this isn't my first time fighting goblins. Is it because I've always imagined fighting them after reading and watching the videos? Whatever. Time to pick up a boon. Select your level up boon. 1. Skill random. 2. Weapon random. 3. Accessory random. 4. Magic item random. 5. Random. Adventurer's rule number 1, if there's a skill option in the level up boon, always choose it. Almond selected the first option. These level up boons would be different each time, and they only appear once every 5 levels. The skill option wouldn't always appear, but it was considered the most important priority once it appeared because it could either give one a new skill or upgrade an existing skill. Random could give stat points, but it could also give anything or nothing, so it wasn't something most adventurers would select unless other options were not desirable for them. Your skill, S, Spirit Pocket, is upgraded to SS rank. A new effect? Almond's eyes glimmered golden. Spirit Pocket. Rank, SS. Effect, S. Chapter 6, Skill Upgrade, Spirit Devour. Spirit Pocket. Rank, SS. Effect, S. Spirits within your vision and store them. Spirit Kotaku add spirits to this special pocket where they would devour each other until the last one surviving has devoured others and evolved into a spirit wraith that you can use as your summon, 0 out of 20. Cost, none. Current number of spirits, 21 out of 100. This is interesting. A new effect in my pocket also got bigger. Spirit Wraith. I want to see what it is, but I have to gather more spirits. I don't want to use 20 of my 21 spirits in this Spirit Wraith. I use 3 on Spirit Explosions and 4 to create items. The ring is powerful for now, but judging by how Jacob recovered, the ring's effect won't be useful on higher level monsters in Fairy Mountain. Still, I have 1 left, and it can be my emergency bomb. Even if it was a higher level monster, it could give a window of a second or less for him to act. As long as the ring proves to be a surprise element for the enemy, it was useful. Almond looked at the mountain from afar, which was spreading out glow as the evening descended. Let's wrap up the preparation before entering that area. The goblin colony is on the way, so I'll clear it and level up, but before that. He picked up Jacob's storage pouch and put it in his backpack. He also put spirits of Jacob, Lamp, and Seong into Spirit Kotaku. Afterward, Almond used his class skill, Spirit Devour, S. Let's see how this skill rolls. You have devoured a level 2 dire wolf spirit. You have gained +1 strength. You have devoured a level 3 goblin warrior spirit. You have gained +1 health and +1 stamina. You have devoured a level 2 dire wolf spirit. You have gained nothing. Wait, what? No more points after just devouring one? Let me try with a higher level 1. You have devoured a level 3 dire wolf spirit. You have gained +1 mana. Before using one more level 3 wolf, I should check the goblin one. You have devoured a level 4 goblin archer spirit. You have gained +1 focus and +1 perception. Interesting. Level 3 goblin warrior gave me 2 stat boosts, and level 4 goblin archer also did the same. Is it because they are different monsters? Almond grinned and looked at his clenched fist filled with newfound power. Let's continue. It feels awesome to actively feel myself getting powerful. You have devoured a level 3 dire wolf spirit. You have gained 0.5 strength. Well, better than nothing. I have 4 wolf spirits left, so I'll use them for spirit wraith ingredients. Next. You have devoured a level 5 goblin captain spirit. You have gained +2 mana and +2 strength. Awesome. Almond could feel strength surging from within, both physical and magical. You have devoured a level 4 goblin archer spirit. You have gained +1 perception. I have 1 more goblin archer, but I might get nothing or 0.5 if I devour it. Nah. I better use it as an ingredient since I'll have more spirits to devour later anyway. Almond put the goblin archer spirit in the spirit Kataku pocket along with the 4 dire wolf spirits. You have devoured a level 5 goblin warrior spirit. You have gained +2 stamina and +1 focus. Nice, Almond grinned from ear to ear, feeling his stats increasing. Others need to level up to increase stats or eat rare and precious potions that are always in demand but not always in stock. Not to mention, whenever such items are found in the labyrinth, or even raw resources that can be processed to make a potion that increases stats, the big shot guilds and those with the money grab them first. Many also end up in auctions. My stats are already way higher than what people of my level should have, Almond's eyes glinted. You have devoured a level 4 goblin guardian spirit. You have gained +1 focus and +1 health. Alright, this is it. The remaining spirits were of 2 level 4 goblin warriors and 1 level 3 goblin guardian. I already devoured a level 5 and a level 3 goblin warrior spirits. I might get nothing, but I'm not sure since I could also get 0.5 stat points. Almond thought for a moment and decided to experiment since he felt it would be better to find the limits and effects of the skill properly. You have devoured a level 4 goblin warrior spirit. You have gained +1 health. Alright, so it's related to my level to a certain extent since I devoured a level 5 goblin warrior before this, and this level 4 goblin warrior still gave me a full point. Almond put the remaining level 4 goblin warrior and level 3 goblin guardian within Spirit Kataku's pocket, along with 4 wolves and 1 goblin archer. I need 11 spirits more to create a spirit wraith. Alright, let's do this. Spirit Kataki, 9/20. Spirit Pocket, 0 out of 100. Almond started walking towards the fairy mountain, but his next goal was the goblin colony, which was somewhere at the base of the fairy mountain in the west. The rough and slightly green open ground continued for 500 meters before more trees appeared. There's fire atop a wooden tower and Almond squinted his eyes and focused, which caused his eyesight to get better, and he gained a slightly zoomed-in view. That's a goblin, which means that's the place I am looking for. But he was still around 100 meters away from the goblin colony. Asterisk rustles, asterisk. Almond paused as he heard a rustling sound. My senses are sharper. There. Almond infused mana in his wolf-claw gauntlets, causing both gauntlets to turn into a beam of dreamy light before they transformed into 2 spectral direwolves. Go! Almond commanded the wolves to get into the bushes. Wait. Please, stop. Almond hurriedly commanded the wolves to stop upon hearing the words before an orange-haired girl with a short ponytail emerged from the bushes, a wand in her hand. She was surprised upon seeing a familiar face. This guy is the one who sleeps in the corner mostly and gets bullied sometimes, I think. You, Almond, right? She asked with a bit of doubt. Natalia. Adventurer rank, bronze. Level, 4. Class? Chapter 7, Doubts, Suspicion, Uncertainty. Almond's brows creased upon seeing the girl. Natalia. She was his classmate. Oh, so you're him. Natalia heaved a sigh of relief before she approached him. Have you seen Jacob and others? He told me we would meet up near the goblin colony when we met earlier. I think only Jacob's group, you, me, and Lily spawned in this area. The other classmates must have spawned at other starting areas. Almond's hand holding his staff clenched, but his expression remained slightly frowning as he shook his head. I haven't seen them. He glanced around Natalia and asked, Are you alone? Hell no. I'm with Lily. She got a powerful phantom thief class, so she has concealed herself near the goblin colony to be on the lookout and scout it. Anyway, you seem pretty good. What's with the wolves? Natalia looked at 2 ghostly wolves with a metallic sheen in front of Almond in surprise. She is with Lily? That's bad. It's my skill, Almond flatly replied before saying, Anyway, I'm going to find some dire wolves to kill and level up. Bye. I guess Goblin Colony is cancelled since Lily is there. But Natalia won't be suspicious, right? Almond thought as he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. She saw me, and if she thinks a bit more, I came from the same direction where Jacob and others were, according to her. Normally speaking, there's a high chance for us to meet given that the starting area is not big and it's not as thick with trees, Almond thought while walking past Natalia. Good thing she is stupid, I hope. But should I really just walk away from her? What if? Wait, Almond. You came from the goblin settlement, right? Jacob and others were also there, though. Natalia rubbed her chin with a confused expression. Where the hell did they go? Did you see any signs of them going anywhere? Almond cursed internally as he turned around and shook his head at her. No, but I can't be sure since I didn't pay attention to that kind of stuff. I skipped the goblin settlement area and directly walked here. As you can see, I am just level 2. Fine. It's over an hour, and we haven't even done much. Natalia wryly smiled before she asked, but since you are here and I am tired of waiting, how about we 3 work together to clear the goblin colony? But I don't want to show you my skills. Almond annoyingly thought. Fuck it. I'll have to wing it by using the 2 wolf spirits and my holy staff. Goblin colony is a good place to earn EXP. I shouldn't revert wolves back to the weapon form. I have to keep this a secret until I decide what to show for my class to others. Almond didn't want to create a hassle, so he agreed, and the duo silently walked toward the spot where Lily was hiding. That furry coat looks pretty good, Lily said as she emerged from conceal. So he is Almond? His eyes are indeed as beautiful as rumored. She was covered in a sleek black ninja-like robe, and only her beautiful dark blue eyes were visible to others. I didn't sense her until she spoke, Almond thought as he looked at the black-haired beauty with a slender figure and ample bosom, looking sexy yet deadly in that outfit. She is prepared. That outfit is definitely a magic item. Lily Darkwood. Adventurer rank, Bronze. Level, 5. Class, Phantom Thief? Did she kill some level 6 wandering trolls around here? They are the only ones around here that can make you reach level 5 aside from goblins in the colony. Her class is of S rank, from what I've heard. Her stats should be high since she is level 5. That's 15 stat points from level up, not to mention her combat ability that's best in the academy. Almond glanced at Lily and Natalia as the trio walked towards the goblin colony with him in the middle. What should I do? Lily is not as stupid as Natalia. Natalia was chubby in the right areas and a beauty of the class. However, Lily was considered the top beauty of the Frostar City Academy and also the most powerful student in it. She was already scouted by one of the globally renowned guilds, League of Firefly, one of the top 10 most powerful guilds in the world. On top of that, her background was also powerful. Her father and mother were in the GAA branch in Frostar City. They were not just normal staff members but the Frostar City's Global Adventurers Association branch president and branch commander. Both were strong adventurers, but her father was the branch commander, meaning that he was one of the strongest adventurers in Frostar City like Jacob's father, who was a guild leader of the strongest guild in the city. With Lily entering the League of Firefly, her parents' influence and power were bound to grow further in the Frostar City. Jacob's father can easily talk with Lily's parents and launch an investigation unless he has a bad relationship with GAA's top brass. But even so, he can still use his influence and money to get help. If Lily or Natalia mention me, I will come into his radar. No. In fact, he'll be suspicious of me because there's no other suspicious element aside from me. We just entered the labyrinth, and their first meeting was with me. Nobody would see them afterward because they are dead. Their bodies are in Goblin Settlement, though they will be eaten after 3 days once new goblins spawn, but still. With his people, he can easily find out that I was getting bullied by them sometimes, which also gives me a good reason to kill them after gaining power. A result of power trip. Almond's eyes glinted, but they killed me, so I simply paid back. And I won't let myself get caught, no matter what. Almond, there's a pack of wolves over there. Since you're just level 2, why don't you kill them and gain a level or 2? Lily said as she pointed her dagger at a cave to the east of Goblin Colony. The cave was small, and there was rough grassless ground outside, perfect for wolves to rest with stones and boulders around it. The river stream was also not far, as one could hear the sound of it flowing down from the mountain. Alright, I'll be back. No, we are coming. We'll watch from behind and be on the lookout, Lily said, her sapphire blue eyes looking at him. Fine, Almond flatly replied before he walked towards them. Almond, are you always this boring? Even the way you speak is boring, Natalia chuckled. No wonder you get BU dash. Lily glanced at her, but Natalia also realized she was about to say something bad, so she stopped. Almond didn't bother replying and continued walking silently before stopping behind a tree. The cave was 20 meters away on open ground near the mountain's base area, and this was the last tree to hide. Wait a second. I want to assign my stat points. Alright, Lily nodded. Chapter 8, Physical Enchantment. Almond. Adventurer rank, Bronze. Level, 2, 94%. Class, Spirit Dealer, SS. Dash, Vitality, 100%. Dash of Mana, 256/325, plus 10. Stats, 3 unassigned points. Physical. Mental. Focus can improve my overall magic control and efficiency, while perception will allow me to get insight to improve my skills and enhance my senses. Both need to be improved to get better and learn new skills. But I have a flexible way to get stat points, so... Almond added 2 points in strength and 1 in health. Alright, I am going, Almond said as he started walking towards the open ground from the woods. But one of the wolves had woken up and was walking around, so the moment it saw him, the wolf howled, and the other 4 wolves woke up. A pack of 5 dire wolves? Almond's eyes glinted. All of them are at level 4. Guess I'll reach level 4 if I kill them all alone. Suddenly, Almond heard a voice as if someone whispered in his ear. Do you need help? It's Lily's voice. For her to learn Magic Whisper, both her focus and perception must be over 15. Magic Whisper was a simple application of mana, using it to carry one's voice directly toward a target's ear, but the range depended on one's control. Almond simply raised his hand and shook it left and right to answer her. I had 9 days to learn some tricks myself. Lily must have taken a potion to boost her stats before entering the labyrinth and learning some skills thanks to her background, but I also learned Physical Enchantment. Physical Enchantment would show its power now that he had higher stats in strength. Almond was confident. He had given his all for this day and his future. There was a hiccup, but everything was going well aside from the 2 new surprising elements, Natalia and Lily, that he had to ensure wouldn't trouble him in the future before leaving the labyrinth after 3 days. The 2 girls stayed behind in the woods while watching him. He is level 2 and alone, Natalia rubbed her chin. Do you think he can kill those 5 wolves? I don't know, Lily replied. I don't remember him doing anything in the academy. But Rosa mentioned him to me a few times since she often sees him in the academy's library. Well, that's the only thing he can do since he is physically frail, Natalia said before she chuckled as she remembered something. I remember swooning over him on the first day of the academy because he looked handsome and his eyes were mesmerizingly attractive, but he looked very pathetic. Afterward, he would get tired after running a bit and always stumbling in physical classes, not to mention getting bullied. Natalia wryly smiled. Is that so? Lily looked at Almond's back as the fight had already begun. He doesn't look bad or unfit right now. Almond sent both of his spectral dire wolves into the fray of 5 wolves while he cast Holy Blast to attack the strongest wolf of the pack. Fortunately, his aim wasn't bad, and the orb from his staff struck the wolf, causing the Holy Blast. Interesting. I can use mana to heal my spirit wolves? Almond's eyes glowed. His spectral dire wolves were stronger. Even if their limbs would tear away, he could use mana to regenerate them, and he had no lack of mana. Asterisk growl, asterisk. The alpha that survived the first Holy Blast dashed toward him with bloodshot eyes, wanting to tear him to pieces. I can see its movement clearly and react. Almond's eyes glinted as he dodged and ducked while clenching his fist tightly and punching with all of his strength after infusing 10 mana points in his fist. Physical Enchantment. Asterisk Cree, asterisk. His fist penetrated the dire wolf's head from below as Almond simply uppercut the beast. Blood splattered, painting his face red. This was easy, Almond grinned. You have killed a level 4 dire wolf. You have reached level 3. You have gained 3 unassigned stat points. Instantly after that, he released Holy Blast on the wolf that his 2 spectral dire wolves had attacked and finished it off. After using 20 mana to heal both of his spectral dire wolves, they began fighting against the remaining 3 wolves while Almond also joined the fray. His physical enchantment is perfect, Lily's eyes glinted, showing a hint of shock. It's even better than mine. He is able to infuse the mana evenly and accurately in all chakra points. How? It requires 50 perceptions to even detect the chakra points. I had my father's help, and I still couldn't accurately do it like him. How did he do that? Is this even possible? Or does he have some kind of skill, or he awakened a talent to help him with that? Whoa, he really killed the wolves just like that. Natalia's mouth was wide open in surprise. Those two wolf spirits look just like dire wolves. Is he some kind of summoner? And it's weird. He never attended physical combat classes, but he is fighting like a warrior. Natalia muttered as she wasn't expecting Almond to join the fight physically and kill the wolves brutally like that. He never did? Maybe he trained at another place? Lily said, her eyebrows raising in surprise. Because his movements are not at all of a beginner who never trained. Could be, but he is a poor boy and works part-time to get by. I doubt he can pay for any good training center. On the other hand, Almond devoured a level 4 dire wolf spirit and got +1 stamina. He stored the remaining 4 spirits in the spirit Kataku pocket. Now I only need 9 spirits to create that spirit wraith, Almond thought as he turned around and walked towards the girls. He could see them looking at him and feel their eyes on him a bit different than before. I'm not sure I can defeat Lily. She is an assassin type, and her perception and focus seem higher than mine. Ambushing her is a tall order. Not to mention, I've seen her fight, and I am not at all confident if I were to brawl against her, with a weapon or without a weapon. She'll wipe the floor with me. But as long as these two live, there's a high chance I could get caught and killed. What should I do? I don't want to kill unnecessarily, but I want to survive. Almond was feeling anxious about the upcoming future, but he calmed down as it was no use getting anxious over it. He just had to think more and reach a conclusion. He still had time. We can wait for a few minutes so you can recover your mana, Lily said. You can meditate and recover fast. You know the method, right? Almond nodded and closed his eyes, but he didn't meditate, which requires one to enter a deep focused state. If he did, he wouldn't know what was going on around him. My mana recovery is already fast thanks to my innate talent. Almond looked at the status and saw his mana recovering. Chapter 9, Raid on the Goblin Colony. Meditation would increase mana's recovery by 100% of the normal rate. The initial normal rate of mana's recovery depends on one's class rank. The higher the rank, the better the mana recovery rate. Afterward, it would increase every 10 points into the mana stat. His SS rank class gave him a natural mana recovery of 0.7 mana per second, and with over 30 mana points, he gained 0.3 extra, which propelled his normal recovery to 1 mana per second, which was then doubled due to his innate talent. If he meditated on top of that, it would increase even more. 2 minutes later, Almond opened his eyes and nodded, I'm done. We can go. Good, here's the plan, Lily began explaining. I've scouted the goblin colony. There are 20 goblins inside unless I missed 1 or 2, and most of them are level 5 and 6, but 4 of them are at level 7, which includes the goblin chief, 1 goblin archer, 1 goblin mage, and 1 goblin guardian. Natalia can use a decoy-type skill to create a clone. It can move, and it inherits 50% of her stats and she can use her skills through it. We'll use it to lure out the goblins from the front gate while you and I will attack from behind and take out the goblin archers and goblin mages who will stay behind first, Lily said to Almond. Got it, Almond nodded. After that? Lily took out 2 daggers from her storage pouch, that's all to the plan. We'll fight the rest of the battle accordingly since it won't be hard. I've done a simulation of fighting in this colony multiple times in the training center. Alright, Almond nodded as he glanced at the daggers. They are not common grade for sure. Let's go, Natalia grinned and used her skill, conjuring another Natalia looking just like her. Her class must be pretty useful if it has a skill like this, Almond's eyes glinted. She and her friends talked about their classes during lunch break. If I remember correctly, it's called Mirage Witch B-rank class. Well, I can confirm it right now. Almond checked her status this time, and indeed, her class name and rank appeared as his information was true. I wonder what else she can do with it. The trio moved towards the goblin colony. Natalia went towards the front gate and hid 10 meters away behind a tree. Since she could share her senses with her clone, she controlled it as the clone arrived in front of the goblin colony's gate. The colony was like a tiny village with 7 wooden huts, one wooden house bigger than the huts, and a wooden watchtower at the center. The gate was closed, and there were 2 trees on both sides, along with a few other trees inside. As Natalia's clone appeared near the gate, the level 6 goblin archer on the watchtower soon noticed her and picked up a crude blowhorn to alert the goblins. Natalia's clone threw a flask of flame, an attack-type potion that could explode and set flammable things on fire to destroy the colony gate and set both trees to the sides on fire. This aggravated the goblins further as 4 level 5 to 6 goblin guardians and 4 level 5 to 6 goblin warriors, along with a level 6 goblin mage and the level 7 goblin chief, rushed out and chased after Natalia's clone, who ran at full speed into the woods. The other goblins remained inside and rushed towards the gate and trees to put out the fire by filling up water buckets from their well. Meanwhile, Lily and Almond jumped over the wall from the back and landed on a wooden bridge that was fixed around the colony's walls for goblin mages and archers to give them higher ground. Lily's daggers glowed before she threw both of them toward the level 7 goblin mage, who stayed at the back along with the level 7 goblin archer. Both daggers penetrated the goblin mage, one into its throat and the other into his chest, but the goblin mage didn't die instantly like she expected since it seemed to use a skill to heal itself while barely holding on. TSK, real life still has variables that simulation can't compute, Lily thought as she saw the goblin mage living, but she didn't bother with it anymore and took out a bow to aim at the goblin archer in the watchtower according to her plan. She had to kill it before it could alert the goblins chasing Natalia's clone. It had a blowhorn, which could give a message to the goblins outside, so it was important to kill it fast. Meanwhile, Almond had also attacked, commanding both of his spirit wolves to pounce on the level 7 goblin archer, pinning it on the ground while he rushed forward with physical enchantment and jumped, landing directly on the goblin archer's head with a kick to finish it off. Asterisk splat asterisk. He saw Lily failing to kill goblin mage due to it having some kind of support type skill and took that chance to use a spirit explosion by using a level 3 dire wolf spirit from Spirit Kotaku pocket. The explosion would alert other goblins, but that's fine. We've finished off 3 who were at the back. Naturally, Lily heard the explosion right as she released the arrow at the goblin archer on the watchtower. She wanted to make sure this goblin archer died, so she didn't hold back in using mana and finished it off. What was that? Lily asked as she turned to Almond. So he killed both level 7 goblins. That must have propelled him to level 5. Almond. Adventurer rank, Bronze. Level, 5. Class? It was my class skill, Almond answered, his eyes on the goblins near the gate. The explosion alerted them. Let's finish them off fast. Yeah. There are a few more goblins than I initially counted, but that won't change anything. Lily looked at the incoming goblins screaming and shouting with red eyes and released arrows while her daggers flew back at her. Geez, she is loaded with items. Almond also stored all 3 spirits and used Spirit Devour on them. 2 level 7 goblins and 1 level 6 goblin gave him +2 focus, +1 perception, +1 health, and +1 stamina. Almond commanded his wolves while he stayed back with Lily and assigned all 6 stat points to his strength. If I want to kill goblin warriors and goblin guardians with 1 attack solely using physical enchantment, I need to increase strength. Physical enchantment could increase the user's strength stat by 10% to 100%, depending on the proficiency of the skill. And Almond's proficiency was enough to give him a 100% boost, thanks to the intense training he designed himself to learn physical enchantment after reading and learning about it from various sources. The mana consumption required to use physical enchantment was relative to the strength stat and the area it affected. The higher the strength stat and larger the area, the more mana it requires to use physical enchantment. The duration it remained active also depended on one's proficiency, and for now, Almond's physical enchantment could last for around 20 seconds. Almond only enchanted his arms and legs. He didn't even know how to enchant his whole body yet because he didn't train in other areas. After assigning stat points, he rushed forward with physical enchantment to finish off the level 7 Goblin Guardians since Goblin Guardians could have support type skills as well, and they could prove troublesome. Meanwhile, Lily finished off the 2 Goblin Archers who were at the back using her bow. They didn't get the chance to even release a single arrow before they were killed. A skilled marksman, Almond thought as he saw the double kill by Lily. On the other hand, Almond was instantly surrounded by the remaining 9 goblins, among which one was a goblin mage, 4 goblin warriors, and 3 goblin guardians, all of them at level 5 to 6. The wolves pounced on the goblin mage at his left upon his command, and he exerted strength in his legs, jumped out of the encirclement while dodging an attack from the goblin warrior, and landed behind the goblin mage before killing it with a kick. The goblin warriors and guardians couldn't catch up with Amon's speed, and they were melee combatants, so they angrily rushed at him to attack him, wanting to skewer him with their swords and spears. "I'll finish them off. Thanks for gathering them." Amon suddenly heard Lily's voice in his right ear. Lily, with glinting daggers in her hand, jumped right into the middle of the group of 8 goblins. Amon was wondering what she would do, and then he saw Lily's figure clad in purple lightning before her speed drastically increased, and she moved zigzag around the goblins, her daggers slashing away at their throats as they were beheaded while they couldn't even react. Seeing this, Amon's eyes widened before they lit up with blaze, his fist clenched. Physical enchantment, a self-buff skill, and a movement-type skill, all in a perfect symphony that allowed her to make a move like this. She must have learned other skills outside, thanks to her background and trained herself. Skill scrolls are rare to come by, but it shouldn't be hard for her. "Natalia should be coming here soon," Lily said as she walked towards Almond. Almond nodded. Status open. Almond reached level 6, while Lily remained at level 6 after leveling up once despite killing many goblins, since killing monsters weaker than one's level would yield lower EXP than usual. Still, she was only a bit away from reaching level 7. Chapter 10, Monster. Strength. Almond added all 3 stat points into strength, feeling power surging in him. Physical. Mental. Almond, how did you learn your physical enchantment? Lily asked after she chugged a mana potion instead of meditating to recover her mana. I designed a training method after learning about it to master it, Almond answered. What? Lily's eyes showed disbelief. You can't be serious. Almond frowned but didn't bother arguing and calmed his expression as he replied flatly, I have no reason to lie. Did he really master physical enchantment himself? Lily didn't want to believe, but a part of her believed he was telling the truth since it didn't feel like he was lying. What was the training? I can tell you, but the training is hell. You won't do it even if you learn it. Just tell me, Lily stared at Almond's eyes. I learned that infusing mana appropriately in chakra points is the key, but it was impossible to find these points, so I tried to spread mana and feel them dash. Wait, Lily interrupted Almond, her eyes trembling, you spread mana? That hurts like hell, especially around the chakra points. You don't feel anything other than pain if you do that. How can you even sense the chakra point's location? There are so many in each limb and other parts. You also need to find mana control and precisely infuse mana in the chakra point to avoid pain and injury in case loss of mana control. Lily was still in disbelief. Almond wryly smiled, it was hard. I spent 3 days simply in pain without any results. But I couldn't quit. I had to learn it. Since I picked a support role, I needed something that makes me strong and increases my chance of survival. Almond looked at his fist. The pain I went through was well worth it. He remembered how many times he thought about giving up, but giving up because of that pain painted a picture even bleaker in his mind. He formed that picture to make himself go forward. Lily saw Almond's fist clenching while she herself felt involuntarily admiration. She knew the pain, and literally nobody was willing to go through that. Anyway, physical enchantment is one of the most important skills to learn, and one could learn it right after awakening. I had to learn it to become better, simple as that. Almond cracked his index finger and turned to the gate as he heard something, Natalia's here. Meanwhile, Lily's eyes glinted as she looked at Almond, and a grin formed behind her mask. This guy is a monster. What happened to Jacob and others? Almond was startled at the sudden question from Lily. Why is she asking me? Is she suspicious of me? How would I know? I haven't seen them. He turned to Lily with a plain expression and answered before turning to the gate again. Lily's eyes showed an amusing expression. I would have believed you if I didn't hear your name from Seung's mouth. He didn't finish the name when we met as Jacob glared at him, but he was likely going to speak your name. Something definitely happened between you and them. Meanwhile, Almond's brain was heating up. I can feel her gaze on my back. Why is she suspicious of me? This is not good. Guys, the goblins are returning. Let's get ready, Natalia said as she rushed towards them. All right, Lily nodded and took out her bow again to deal long-range damage first. Meanwhile, Almond devoured the goblin spirits he captured. 9 goblin spirits, with one of them being level 7 and the rest being level 6 or 5. You have devoured a level 5 goblin warrior spirit. You have gained plus 0.5 perception. Already over? Must be because I've already devoured goblin warriors from the goblin settlement, and I am also at level 6. Level 6, 4.2%. You have devoured a level 6 goblin mage spirit. You have gained plus 1 focus. Alright. Last one. You have devoured a level 7 goblin guardian spirit. You have gained plus 1 health and plus 0.5 stamina. I guess I'll be able to get a point from one more goblin guardian, even if it's level 6. Asterisk rurar asterisk. The sound of goblins arrived as they entered the gate. Goblin Chief furiously roared upon seeing dead goblins and humans in his colony, rushing at full speed using some skill while the giant club in its hand also glowed. Lily, showing no hesitation, instantly fired a powerful arrow toward the incoming Goblin Chief, who couldn't dodge at the frontal speed it was coming at. However, its reaction speed wasn't bad as it swung its hand holding the black wooden club towards the arrow, causing it to explode. The black wooden club was half destroyed while the Goblin Chief was slightly injured and slowed down. I'll kill it, Almond said as he sacrificed a wolf spirit to cause spirit explosion since Goblin Chief was within range of 10 meters. Asterisk boom, asterisk. But Almond was surprised to see the spirit explosion's wisp color turning red right before exploding in the crimson spectacle. Oh right, it's that effect that can activate by chance. Whoa, what was that? Natalia exclaimed in shock. It's almost dead, Lily raised her eyebrows. This explosion skill is quite powerful. The Goblin Chief was gravely injured, and since this spirit explosion acquired the bleeding effect from the dire wolf, it was also more powerful. Goblin Chief started bleeding all over, and even the Goblin Mage's healing didn't work. Goblin warriors and guardians rushed at the group with bloodshot eyes to attack, but just 8 of them were no match. Almond's face couldn't help but form a grin as he rushed forward with his fists glinting from physical enchantment. His steps light as a feather, he jumped and swung a kick at Goblin Guardian's head, exploding it. Right after landing, he threw his punch after ducking a Goblin warrior's sword slash and exploding its head. I didn't know fighting like this unrestrainedly would feel so good. You have killed a level 6 Goblin Guardian. You have killed a level 6 Goblin Warrior. Meanwhile, Lily also attacked, not backing down. After releasing an arrow to kill the Goblin Mage who was trying to heal Goblin Chief, she joined Amon with her daggers, swiftly killing one level 6 Goblin Warrior and proceeding towards a level 5 Goblin Warrior. Lily reached level 7. Shit, I need to do something, or I won't get any experience. Natalia quickly used a skill, Light Pebbles, B rank. 5 glowing brown pebbles formed as she controlled them and shot towards Goblin Warrior and Goblin Guardians, damaging them. Meanwhile, Goblin Chief died of bleeding. Since it was the leader monster, Almond got a lot of EXP from it. You have killed a level 7 Goblin Chief. Almond attacked the last level 5 Goblin Guardian that got damaged from Natalia's skill, finishing it off. You have killed a level 5 Goblin Guardian. You have reached level 7. You have gained 3 unassigned stat points. You have triggered the level up boon. You two are monsters, Natalia Riley smiled and looked at Almond before adding, and what's with your love for heads, Almond? Geez. It's not love, but common sense. Exploding heads guarantee death for the majority of the monsters, Almond flatly replied before he looked at the dead bodies and absorbed their spirits. You have devoured a level 7 Goblin Chief. You have gained plus 1 health, plus 1 stamina, plus 1 mana. Let's rest here for a bit. We have plenty of huts here to explore and rest, Lily said as she looked at the wooden house. We might also find some useful things here, Natalia grinned and walked towards a nearby hut. Let's go. Almond, you can come with me to explore the house since you contributed a lot. I won't need stuff from here unless it's something rare, Lily said to Almond before she started walking towards the only wooden house. Are you saying if it's something rare, you won't give it to me? Almond asked as he caught up to her. Yeah, but it depends, Lily glanced at Almond, her eyes glinting, a faint smile behind her mask. If you continue to team up with us, I don't mind giving it to you. Almond thought for a moment before nodding with a smile, sure. I have no other choice. Lily and Natalia are a danger to my life. I have to resolve this issue before the exit opens on the third day, Almond thought as he opened his level up boon. Please give me a skill option. Almond opened the boon window. Select your level up boon. 1. Skill random. 2. Accessory random. 3. Random. 3 options, but I got skill again. Almond was thrilled. He instantly selected the skill option. Congratulations! You have acquired. Chapter 11, Unexpected Development. Congratulations! You have awakened a new class skill, Spirit Syringe, S, but Spirit Syringe. Rank, S. Effect: 10% of your stamina to conjure a Spirit Syringe. You can inject it and absorb the target's mana and health in the syringe, with the syringe's limit being up to 100% of your health and mana. You can then use it to heal and recover yourself or others. Can store up to 5 Spirit Syringes. Full recovery syringes? Almond was dumbfounded. I need to see how it works, Almond thought as he entered the house. This could also work as an offensive skill because it drains the target's mana and health. It was a 2-story house, so Lily went upstairs while Almond started browsing below. Cupboards, beds, or anything that looked like it contained something. Common grade weapons that are useless, but I'll use a melee one since it's better to use wolf-claw gauntlets as spectral direwolves. Almond grabbed a common grade sword, feeling it settling in his hand. Sword, I felt like using it many times, but I couldn't because of my weak body. Asterisk swoosh, asterisk. Almond swung the sword horizontally, his eyes gleaming, this feels good. He then continued searching and, a minute later, looked up before thinking, usually, the bronze treasure chest spawning in this colony is on the 2nd floor of this house, from the information. Lily shortly returned and said, I found the treasure chest. What did you get from it? Almond curiously asked. However, Lily just walked towards Almond while looking at him, her eyes piercing into his. Soon, she was close enough for her breasts to touch his chest, which prompted Almond to step back before his back was against the wall. What the hell is going on? Almond frowned, they are pressing against me. I know, Lily said as she blinked once before her eyes looked into Almond's golden almond-colored eyes, her breasts pressed against his chest, and her face just a few inches away from his. Your heart is beating very fast, Lily chuckled. Almond raised his eyebrows, so is yours. My perception is not that low. Well, I am feeling a bit excited, that's why, Lily smiled behind her mask. So, what happened to Jacob and others? And before you say any bullshit, allow me to tell you that I absolutely don't care about those 3 idiots, Lily narrowed her eyes. I just want to know you. Really? Almond looked at her silently, her eyes crystal clear. He didn't feel she was lying, and from what he knew about Lily, she indeed didn't give 2 hoots about anyone in the academy, be it any rich boy or talented boy, because no one was more rich or talented than her in the academy. Looking at her sapphire eyes that looked as if curious, Almond's expression gradually eased as he came to a conclusion. I killed them. Why? They killed me in the starting area for a rare grade item I found in the bronze treasure chest, but I survived, Almond coldly said, so I killed them because if I don't, then Jacob won't leave me alive after I leave and his trash father would also support him to hunt me. Because I am a nobody outside, quite literally. After a few seconds of silence, with just them staring into each other's eyes, Lily took a step back and grabbed his hand before taking out a ring from her storage pouch. Earthflower ring. Rank, uncommon. Effect: 50 mana in the ring will create a defensive earthflower in front of you the size of a 5-meter radius. It will disappear after 1 minute or if it's destroyed by attacks. Partner? Almond's face showed a bit of confusion. Lily's dark blue eyes glinted as she removed her mask, revealing her angelic yet cool beauty-type face as she charmingly smiled. Closing in, she paused with just an inch of distance between their faces, her pink lips just a centimeter away from his as she whispered with a sassy smile, in other words, my boyfriend. Are you messing with me? Almond frowned. Lily chuckled, not at all. I felt attracted to a boy for the first time. I feel like we have chemistry and that's how I roll in my life. I want to experience some new things with you because of what I feel. Do I have a say in it? Almond asked with a serious expression. No. Whatever the case, it's better to go along with her for now. Is she seriously serious? Blinking twice, Amon's hand went around her waist before he pulled her towards him and pecked her lips. Alright. Lily was stunned, her ears turning red and her white cheeks a shade of pink. She was so bold, and now look at her. This confirms she has a reason to pull this on me, a reason I can't understand yet. Why does she want to be in a relationship with me? We talked for the first time today. That was my first kiss. Lily wryly smiled and put her mask back on as she walked towards the door. So was mine, Amon said as he followed her out. What the fuck is going on? Good to know. Same. She is not faking it? What's going on? Amon wasn't sure about the reasons Lily had to like him. He didn't know what she saw in him, but I have gained eyes to see if someone is sincere or scheming when I deal with them thanks to the shitty life I lived. She has nothing to gain by deceiving me, not that I feel she is doing that. So what does she see in me? He would be more than happy if he could get an ally instead of an enemy, but he knew it was hard. Based on points, she has no reason to rat me out to Jacob's father. There's nothing he can give to her that she doesn't have already, not to mention she is going to a top 10 guild soon. Maybe she's just really interested in me? She is an oddball from what I knew about her, but this was a crazy boldball just now. As they both left the house, Natalia saw them and said, Yo, did you find anything? Yeah, Lily nodded. You can search the other huts. We are going to rest. I can keep things I find, right? Yep. Great, Natalia grinned and dashed into the third hut. Jacob's father will investigate. 3 days later, he will send people here to find his son once he sees he didn't come out, Amon said as he sat down cross-legged against a nearby tree, leaning at its trunk. Did you forget about your girlfriend already? I'll spit it out, Amon's lips twitched, this feels unreal. Just a while ago, I had considered the possibility of killing you two to keep myself safe. Lily's eyes expressed her smile as she moved and boldly sat on his right side lap before putting her arms around his shoulder. You need to better hide your intent to kill, though that's what made me curious in the first place. You could sense even that? Almond was startled as sweat beads formed on his forehead. She sensed that. Well, that is thanks to my passive class skill, Phantom's Sixth Sense. If it's an intent directed at me, I'll be able to sense it even if it comes from a pro or a noob. As for Jacob's father, Lily's dark blue eyes glinted as she slyly smiled. GAA will support his investigation if he comes, but it won't lead to you. Now that you are my darling, of course, I will support you. Almond wryly smiled. Well, that's reassuring to hear, but what about Natalia? She has hung out with Jacob multiple times, so if his father asks her and she tells him about meeting me. Natalia, Lily looked at the hut and saw Natalia emerging from the third hut and smiled. But Natalia was shocked to see the duo in their position and hurriedly rushed towards them instead of going to the fourth hut. What's going on? /N, if you want to learn about Lily's thought process and her decision regarding this, you will find that soon in later free chapters. Chapter 12, Trust. What's going on, Lily? Natalia asked, her expression uncomfortable, her body language fidgety. Why are they so close? What's going on? Almond blinked as he looked at Natalia. Something feels weird, her expression. We got into a relationship a few minutes ago, Lily said as she rested her head on his shoulder, her breast slightly pressing against him. Natalia's eyes started tearing up. But, you know my feelings. So that's what it is, Almond wryly smiled. She is a lesbian. Natalia, since I understood your situation and hung out with you as your partner, you should also understand that I am more attracted to males. I've made that clear, but... Lily stood up and approached Natalia, her mask vanishing as she faintly smiled and caressed Natalia's cheeks as she gently said, I know you love me, and I won't stop you or keep you away. But you have to accept me and my feelings, too. Natalia angrily pouted and wiped her tears, looking at Almond with a hateful gaze as she stomped her feet and said, But how is this possible? You two just met and talked for the first time today. Almond raised his arms in surrender. I don't know. To be honest, I still haven't accepted the situation fully, but I am trying to. See? He doesn't even love you. Natalia's cheeks puffed as she intently looked at Lily. Lily turned to Almond with deadpan eyes. So you don't feel attracted to me? No, that's not what I mean. Almond weakly smiled as he looked at her eyes and then below, sizing her up. You are the most beautiful girl I've ever seen, and as a male, I feel super attracted to you. God forbid if someone puts us in a room together. Actually, never mind about that, Almond coughed. But you know, Almond stood up and continued as his smile vanished, his golden almond eyes sharply gleaming. I've been a weak nobody until now, and although I believed I could change my life after turning 18 and entering the labyrinth, I died because of some pieces of trash in my luck, but fate was with me, so I am here. And I don't want to die but thrive in this world, Almond continued with a somber expression. Lily, you are attracted to me, but as of right now, do you think you put your life on the line for me? Lily raised her eyebrows. Natalia suddenly said with gritted teeth, I can put my life on the line for Lily. Let me finish, at least. Almond rolled his eyes and said as he looked at Lily's eyes with determined expression, Lily, I want someone who I can completely trust. I've been alone forever, so I do long for such a person. It would be great if I have someone who has my back. But it's hard to do in this world for someone like me who has always been alone, and you are the first person who got this close to me. I can feel you are sincere because you acted on your impulse and what your heart tells you, and that's good. That's better, and that's why I will extend my trust to you. Will you do the same? Lily's dark blue eyes sparkled as she walked towards him and put her arms around his waist before gluing together, her face an inch away from his as she said with a grin, You don't know how you are making me fall for you more and more with each passing second, darling. Her face inched closer, and she planted her lips on his before kissing him. Natalia's face turned horrified. Lily's first kiss. No. Lily chuckled and linked her arms with Almond as she winked at Natalia while grinning. That wasn't our first. Almond coughed. How fast are you guys? Don't start fucking now. Natalia pouted and angrily stomped her feet, her words causing both Almond and Lily's ears to turn red. Natalia went back to scavenging the huts while Almond and Lily rested under a tree, checking their status. My current focus and perception are enough for now. My main offensive arsenal is physical enchantment, so increasing strength will allow me to kill the higher-leveled monster easily. Almond's eyes glinted, adding the 3 stat points into strength as it reached 24.5. Here's my current stats, Almond. Take a look, Lily said as she shared her stats with Almond, her curious eyes indicating she also wanted to see his stats. If she sees my stats, Almond internally shook his head. If I want trust, I need to give trust. Lily. Adventurer rank, Bronze. Level, 7, 11%. Class, Phantom Thief, S. Dash, Vitality, 100%. Dash at Mana, 250/250. Stats, 0 unassigned points. Pretty good, Almond raised his eyebrows. Thanks to the stat increasing potions I had before and now leveling up, my stats are better than average, Lily said with a thrilled sheen in her eyes. We'll visit all 5 important locations on the mountain and a secret one. Secret one? Are you talking about White Poland's lair? Almond asked in surprise. This lair is randomized every time, and we have to follow small clues to find its location, but with her, we should be able to find it rather quickly. Yep. I assume you know all the information about the first floor, right? Yeah, that's what I did for years. Gathering information on the labyrinth's floors, Almond said as he couldn't help but smile. I know everything that is revealed in any piece of media. Saying that, he shared his status with her. Almond. Adventurer rank, Bronze. Level, 7, 4%. Class, Spirit Dealer, SS. Dash, Vitality, 100%. Dash, Mana, 335/335. Stats, 0 unassigned points. The first thing she saw was the class and its rank as her eyes widened in shock. Chapter 13, Fairy Mountain. Your class, Lily's eyes sparkled as she looked at Almond. It is unheard of to get an SS rank class right off the bat. I don't think so, Almond shook his head and faintly smiled. What if those who awakened it didn't reveal it? I initially awakened a D rank class, but I met some sort of conditions, so there's a high chance there are other people who have an SS rank class. Lily became thoughtful. True. It could be that the S rank is the maximum rank of class one can naturally get. A higher rank class might need to fulfill some conditions to acquire. Almond nodded. I have one more insight in this matter. I think that if we can trigger some kind of event by fulfilling conditions, we can rank up our classes. Lily blinked and nodded, her eyes twinkling. It does sound possible. I want to try doing it. Do you have any information about this since you experienced it? I died. I didn't almost die as I said before, but I actually died, Almond wryly smiled. I was killed by those three beyond doubt. I could feel it, that darkness. But then I heard I fulfilled some condition and resurrected with this new class. That's a rather extreme condition, Lily lamented. I don't want to try dying. Of course, Almond released a hollow laugh. But, I think the clue should be in our class. Also, we should wait until we get our specialized class after reaching level 10 before exploring this. True that, Lily nodded with a grin and stretched her arms as they went around Almond's neck before she planted her lips on his before shortly Almond's hands went around her waist. Her tempting smell wafted into his nose as their lips played with each other, the taste of her lips feeling strangely sweet. Lily's hands tightened as she pressed closer, feeling an electrifying pleasure. The slightly sweaty yet manly smell numbed her brain as their lips wildly played with each other. Their heartbeats quickened each second, their breathing rugged yet coming in sync. It was a new yet desirable experience for both of them. Feeling this warmth and pleasure of becoming close to someone, Almond didn't want to push this away. Your hormones are exploding, I can tell. But this is not the place or time, guys, Natalia said while rolling her eyes. Cough, let's go. It's time to start moving. Almond stood up and grabbed the belt-holding sword in the sheath before putting it on his body at his back. Put your backpack in this storage pouch, it'd be bothersome to carry it now that you have a sword to carry, Lily said as she opened the storage pouch. Thanks. And then, the trio finally resumed their exploration, moving towards the Fairy Mountain Southwest area base. This mountain was humongous, stretching at 6 kilometers in height with the mountain base taking up to 10-kilometer radius of area. So, which site do you think we should raid first? Lily asked with a smile. I trust you have more comprehensive planning than me. Almond chuckled and said, we'll go to the Nest of Willowbees area first. Leveling will be harder now, but our goal is to reach level 10 to trigger our specialized class's initiation before Labyrinth's night descends. Because once 24 hours pass, the monsters will double in number. Yeah. It will take time to complete quests of our specialized class, so the earlier we get them, the better, Lily nodded. Thank you for carrying me in advance, Natalia cheekily said. Nah, you will be our key player, Almond deviously smiled. Natalia felt a chill. The hell are you planning? It's fine, Lily held back her laugh and smiled as she patted Natalia's shoulder. He will surely lead us well. Natalia, TT. First, I sacrificed my love, now my body, fine. Do whatever you want with me. As the trio entered Fairy Mountain and started walking towards their first destination, Almond took out a parchment from his pocket and opened it. It revealed the map of this mountain and the special areas on it. Fairy Mountain, major location. 1. Nest of Willowbees, bronze rank level 7 to 10. 2. Cavern of Glassblaze Bears, silver rank level 1 to 3. 3. The Shimmering Fun, silver rank level 3 to 5. 4. Briarwood Grove, silver rank level 5 to 7. 5. Frostbite Cliffs, silver rank level 7 to 10. Secret areas on the mountain. Poland's Lair, silver rank level 1 to 10. Field bosses on the mountain. Mantis, bronze rank level 10. Beaver, silver rank level 5. Fairy, silver rank level 10. We'll most likely spend 3 days on this mountain, and we won't be alone here, Almond said as he looked ahead at the higher ground containing new types of tall and big trees. If we encounter another group, we'll act according to their power and conduct, Lily narrowed her eyes. Let's hope we don't encounter a big group, Natalia weakly smiled and added, by the way, is that area of Willowbees? Not yet, but we'll get there after crossing that patch of trees. Almond tapped on the parchment in the Willowbees area, and it changed, revealing information. This item was map parchment. It's a blank paper when bought, but it can be filled with details drawn and written by a person. You've really made sufficient details on this, Lily raised her eyebrows. Don't tell me you have all the details like this of all areas on the first floor? All floors. Damn. Natalia couldn't help but utter in amazement. Nest of Willowbees dash. Description: hidden among the towering trees and thick, flowering vines, this is the hive of the willow bees, large, aggressive insectoid creatures that resemble a cross between bees and willows. They feed on magical nectar from enchanted flowers, giving them the ability to shoot blasts of pollen and summon vines to entangle intruders. Key features: dense foliage, towering enchanted trees, massive beehives dangling from branches, and scattered pools of magical nectar that can be collected as a resource to craft healing potions. Monsters. Willow bee workers, weaker, swarm enemies. Willow bee guards, larger, with venomous stings. Willow bee queen, boss, summons roots and vines to trap enemies. Let's go. We'll enter their territory after crossing a kilometer of distance. We might encounter wild monsters, but they won't be a threat to us unless it's the field boss of the lower area, the blade mantis. Chapter 14, Nest of Willow Bees, Thunderbird Guild Group, 1/2. There were 8 major locations on the first floor of the labyrinth, like Fairy Mountain. Exploring any of those 8 locations and adventuring there successfully can make adventurers powerful, as each major location has monsters up to silver rank level 10, which is also the limit of level on the first floor. On the Fairy Mountain, the higher one went up, the stronger the monsters one would encounter, including silver rank monsters. The bronze rank's limit was level 10. After reaching level 10, 2 things happened: 1. Specialized class quest. 2. Advancement trial to reach silver rank and start from level 0 until level 30 for gold rank trial. Almond's goal was to reach level 10 by clearing the nest of willow bees. It was dangerous as willow bees were flying monsters and required a certain amount of combat expertise and skills, but it was the fastest place to reach level 10 on the first day of the labyrinth. According to the calculation of experience needed to reach level 10 from level 7, one was required to kill 15 level 10 monsters, 50 level 9 monsters, or 100 level 8 monsters to reach level 10. Farming in one place wasn't useful because killing the same monsters, lower level than them, would eventually give them 0 EXP. As the trio finally entered the area of towering trees, Natalia almost cursed out loud. The 3 of them quickly hid behind a tree. "Shit, there's already a group here," Natalia whispered. "What do we do?" "Are they familiar to you, Lily?" Almond asked as he secretly looked at them. Lily's head was right above him as they both peeked out from behind the tree to look at the group of 6 people. They were similar in their age but had an older man in his mid-20s with them as well. "They are foreigners, definitely not from our city," Lily narrowed her eyes. Although their outfits are different, each of them has an armband above their elbows, which is kinda familiar. Almond felt his head on a soft cushion as Lily's breasts pressed on him, her arms around his neck from above as she entered a thoughtful state to remember about the armband. Meanwhile, Natalia stared at Lily's butt cheeks from behind, her hands raised and fingers moving with an eager expression as if she wanted to squeeze them. "I remember now," Lily sat down behind the tree, a light bulb glowing in her eyes. "That armband belongs to Thunderbird Guild. It's not a top 10 global guild, but it's still powerful enough to be ranked 14th. So they are the new recruits they got this month," Almond frowned. "They even got a knight with them." Knight was a term used for adventurers who were at higher levels but still visited lower floors of the labyrinth to accompany other adventurers. The term knight was given because each floor had limitations on entry. The first floor's limit was silver rank level 10. If anyone higher than this level entered the labyrinth, their stats would be suppressed with a penalty. Their stats would become the same as when they were silver rank level 5. In short, there was a high chance that knights would die if they encountered powerful monsters or adventurers of silver rank level 10 unless the knight was exceptionally skilled and had a refined combat arsenal. "This is troublesome. My parents had no contact or deal with this guild, so they won't give me a face even if they know I am the daughter of a GAA branch president in branch command." Lily clenched her fist. "And I don't believe they will be happy seeing us here." "I got an idea," Almond's eyes glinted. "Let's make contact with them and see what they think about strangers." "You mean?" Lily raised her eyebrows before she looked at Natalia. "What are you two looking at me for? Don't tell me, use my clone?" The giant hives of willow bees were not present on trees at the start, but the group had just entered the area and spotted a big hive the size of a house 50 meters above, dangling on a branch with around 50 arm-sized bees working high up in the trees to collect nectar from flowers and fruits. Growing these unique trees. The group had stopped behind a tree to prepare a few traps before initiating their attack. But then, they heard something and looked back. Natalia's clone was running towards them, her eyes and expression weary, and her outfit dirty as if she had recently experienced some struggle. The group silently watched her. One girl, 3 boys at 18 years old, and a 25-year-old man who was a knight. The boys, seeing Natalia's breasts bouncing, couldn't help but look there as they felt blood rushing below. She was a mage and wore a dress that showed her cleavage, so it was a tempting sight. Horny bastards, Natalia internally snorted. She quietly arrived behind the boulder as well and took deep breaths as her chest heaved up and down before weakly smiling. I am sorry to disturb you, but my group and I separated because of Blade Mantis. Blade Mantis? You didn't bring it here, right? The man in his mid-20s asked with a frown. I don't think so. Natalia hesitantly shook her head before she pleaded as her eyes got a bit teary. I can't survive alone. Can I stay with you, please? Yeah, of course, a blonde-haired young man said with a dashing smile as he approached her. A fair lady like you shouldn't wander this mountain alone. Zoran, you know we can't do that, the knight said as his brows furrowed. I said we can. Zoran glanced at the knight. Any problem with that, Henry? This damn playboy, Henry internally cursed, but he couldn't defy Zoran, who was the second son of Vice Guildmaster of Thunderbird Guild. The other 3 didn't say anything because they had no say in this, though the 2 boys were stealing glances at Natalia's figure while the red-haired girl appeared a bit annoyed and looked at the beehive as she ignored this matter. Come, sit here for a bit. Zoran gently grabbed Natalia's shoulders and sat her down at the boulder. The plan might go smoother than expected thanks to this playboy. Chapter 15, Thunderbird Guild Group, 2 halves, Nasty Guy. I am Natalia, thank you, Zoran, Natalia said as she wiped her tears and smiled. Can you help me find my friends, please? You can also kill Blade Mantis and get rewards. They are not far from this area. Blade Mantis might drop a special sword with a low chance, so it's a priority, Henry said. We have to kill it before others. But for now, we'll clear that one hive of willow bees since we are prepared. It should take 10 minutes max with the traps as long as you 4 coordinate properly according to the plan. But Blade Mantis might be after my friends, Natalia said while she glanced at the red-haired girl briefly before turning to Zoran. Why is that bitch looking out? Let's hope we aren't discovered before we pass by them. The plan was to distract this group while they went around them and entered deeper into this area to farm a hive or 2 of willow bees. Of course, this plan had 2 points to clear, and Natalia proceeded to the second point. Please, Zoran. I am worried about my boyfriend. I will be eternally grateful if we can go to them right now, Natalia said as her eyes turned teary again. Pat, asterisk. Natalia felt a stinging pain on her cheek as Zoran angrily slapped her. Bitch, do you think I'm a fool? You have a boyfriend already, yet you want me to save them? Zoran said, his narrowed eyes glinting darkly with lust as he ogled at her and grabbed her wrist tightly. His other hand went into his storage pouch as he took out a pair of handcuffs, a magic item crafted by Earth Union that disrupts mana flow to prevent anyone from using skills. What are you doing? Natalia found her hands in handcuffs. This motherfucker. The red-haired girl wanted to say something but stayed silent. This piece of trash. The boys also wanted to stop him, but if they said anything, Zoran could easily kick them out of the guild. I'll have fun with you when we camp. If you satisfy me, I'll save your friends, Zoran nastily grinned. That's it. This bastard needs to die. You better be careful now, you piece of garbage, Natalia coldly said before her clone exploded. Asterisk boom, asterisk. Arg. What the fuck? Zoran was closest to her, so he was injured. The defensive item on him reduced damage further, so he only got superficial burns. The 3 bronze rank adventurers were slightly injured, while Henry was unscathed. On the other hand, Almond and Lily had already passed by the group and arrived around 100 meters deeper into this area while carrying Natalia's real body, which was resting behind a tree at the moment. Lily was in the position to aim at the beehive that was near that group for the last minute, and the moment she heard the explosion, she released the arrow that went straight through a level 7 willow bee worker before hitting the giant beehive the size of a house. Hit the beehive! Kill that bastard! Natalia hissed the moment her senses regained in her real body. What happened? Almond was surprised at Natalia's outburst. What did they do? I already did, Lily said as she looked at Natalia. They have a knight, so they can't be in danger even if they are good people, But her eyes narrowed as she continued, "What happened there? Were they that bad?" "Not all," Natalia said as she calmed down and continued, "but that blonde-haired bastard called Zoran is apparently a big shot's son, so even that knight obeys him, not to mention the other 3 random new recruits of their guild who can't do anything since they want to join the guild." Natalia clenched her fists, her eyes trembling. "That bastard slapped me and wanted to rape me. He even put sealing handcuffs on me to prevent me from escaping." She shuddered as some memories surfaced in her mind and hung her head down, her breathing becoming uneven, her fists clenched. "That piece of trash." "Sorry, Nat," Lily walked towards her and hugged her as she caressed her back, "you did well. And don't worry, we'll deal with him." "Does she have some kind of trauma?" Almond thought as he felt it was the case seeing Natalia's state. "Rest for 5 minutes and relax," Lily said as she wiped Natalia's tears. "We have time since that group will be busy fighting and fending off that swarm of willow bees." Almond looked at the area as a big barrier covered the group. He could not see the people from this position due to the big boulder, but it was clear they decided to stay from the look of the situation there. "It seems they are gonna kill the willow bees instead of running. That knight is silver rank level 5, but his barrier skill can easily protect them from these bronze rank bees for an hour, even if the willow bee queen emerges from that hive, not to mention they won't have a lack of mana recovery potions." Lily nodded. "They have plenty of time to prepare and let the 4 newbies deal with them. After all, it wouldn't be worth it if that knight killed the willow bees, as nobody would get any EXP. What if I use 10 spirit explosions at once? What if I stack them? This is the kind of skill that doesn't cost mana but spirits." Almond's eyes glinted, eager to try. But he needed more spirits for this, and it wasn't wise to stay here to collect the spirits while that group attacked. They had to move away from them and start killing willow bees at another hive. Almond looked into the mysterious spirit Kotaku pocket where he had put 20 spirits when they left the goblin colony. This spirit Kotaku also had the spirit of Jacob, Lamp, and Sion alongside goblin spirits and a few dire wolf spirits. I wonder what would come out from this. There was no countdown or anything. He just had to wait until the process inside this spirit Kotaku pocket was finished. Chapter 16, Fighting a Willow Bee Hive. 5 minutes later, the trio moved deeper as they created distance from the Thunderbird Guild. Almond wanted to earn free spirits, but it was too dangerous to stay there. That knight was a silver rank level 5, someone they couldn't hope to defeat at the moment and couldn't run away if he decided to chase them. They passed by 3 hives of willow bees and crossed 600 meters of distance before finally stopping at the next hive they saw. "Let's do this fast," Lily said as she took out her bow, aiming a 45-degree angle at the house-sized hive 60 meters off the ground dangling on a big branch. Natalia was hidden behind a big rock while her clone was right below the hive on ground level, which she would use to taunt and distract the bees. Almond also commanded his spectral wolves to accompany Natalia's clone for higher efficiency in taunting the bees. After all, it was clear that no matter who attacked the hive, the willow bees would first go for the targets that were close to them. A few seconds later, Lily released the arrow as it struck a level 7 willow bee worker, killing it before proceeding to stab the hive. The willow bee workers hummed heavily as the air vibrated, all flying towards Natalia, who started running. Almond captured the spirit of that level 7 willow bee and immediately used it right below Natalia's clone, but with its lag of a second, Natalia got out of its range while the 3 willow bees that were closing in on her got caught up in the blast. "You have killed a level 7 willow bee worker. You have killed." 2 willow bee workers died while 1 was injured. Meanwhile, Lily also started shooting arrows empowered by mana, often piercing 2 or 3 willow bee workers at once. The moment 15 willow bee workers died, the willow bee guards spawned from the hive. They were bigger and had a huge venomous sting, unlike the willow bee workers, who only had small stings and usually attacked with their piercing hands. 10 willow bee guards of levels 8 and 9 arrived as they quickly flew towards Almond and Lily. "Dodge their stings or destroy them," Almond said before he unsheathed his sword, his eyes dancing with the light of thrill as he rushed forward. He wanted to move and fight physically with the sword since the moment he held it. And seeing the incoming willow bee guards, he couldn't hold himself back. Shri, asterisk. For black venomous stings shot at Almond upon seeing him rushing forward, but Almond waved his sword as he destroyed one while moving at high speed before jumping and directly landing on a willow bee guard, his sword piercing its head. Physical enchantment was activated as he overpoweringly moved his hand, slicing the willow bee guard's head to its tail in half. "You have killed a..." Shush. Almond jumped as a Willoughby guard was about to attack him with its piercing claws, but it was as if he was already skilled with a sword. Almond parried the attack by moving the sword, his hand speed fast as he sliced it into 2 pieces. What the? Lily was taken aback. But she didn't have time to take a look at Almond as she took out her daggers, jumping into the fray to kill the 3 Willoughby guards coming at her. Asterisk boom, asterisk boom. Almond used 2 spirit explosions by using 2 level 7 Willoughby workers' spirits. One of them turned special, oozing out a green spark that poisoned the Willoughby guards, ultimately killing 3 Willoughby guards in 2 explosions. Almond's legs anchored on the ground as he exerted his strength and jumped high, his sword directly piercing a Willoughby guard from below, but he still went up until he was within 10 meters of distance between him and the Willoughby hive. Spirit explosion. He put 5 spirits of Willoughby workers, stacking them and sticking them right in the hive as he used the spirit explosion skill. Moreover, since they killed over 7 Willoughby guards, the Willoughby queen was also emerging and got caught in the blast. Asterisk boom, asterisk. The hive was destroyed as its chunks fell on the ground while the injured Willoughby queen shrieked. Let's see, Almond's eyes glinted as he fell down, but his eyes were on the Willoughby queen as he used his new skill, Spirit Syringe. A mystical ghastly syringe appeared and was injected into the Willoughby queen before. It was filling up rather quickly, 20% in 1 second. Almond landed on the ground, Lily appearing right beside him. The remaining Willoughby guards were killed by her and Natalia's clone was also destroyed. She arrived here beside them as well, ready to fight the remaining Willoughby workers and the queen. Almond and Lily leveled up to 8 while Natalia reached level 7. Let's do this, Lily smiled as she chugged a mana potion and dashed, her daggers glinting. Almond held his sword tightly as he also dashed, still having plenty of mana to last in the battle. He continued slicing the Willoughby workers into half while waiting for the Willoughby queen to descend. A few seconds later, the queen descended, already injured and poisoned, as one of the explosions became special. Its vitality was at 67% already. The spirit syringe was already filled, so Almond was about to go there and grab it himself with a high-speed dash empowered by physical enchantment, but surprisingly, the moment he looked at the syringe, it vanished and appeared in front of him. Nice! The fight against the Willoughby queen was uneventful as Lily and Almond finished it off with 1 attack each while Natalia used a debuff skill on it called Mirage Blindness, making the Willoughby queen hallucinate that there were multiple Lily and Almond, which caused its attacks to miss. Let's go! We have to change our location and I know a perfect place, Almond said as he absorbed the spirits into his pocket and started moving, arriving at a nearby tree before punching it. Not this. He moved to the next tree several meters away and did the same while Lily and Natalia followed him. What are you doing? Natalia asked. There's a chance one of the tree trunks is hollow and it's a good hiding place since these tree trunks are wide and big, especially at the bottom. A minute later, they found a hollow tree. Almond pierced his sword and carved out a door and the trio entered inside. After creating small holes for the light to pass through, they sat down in meditation to recover. A hiding place was required if one wanted to meditate, since meditating would require them to focus deep enough that they wouldn't know what was happening around them. Strong adventurers had multiple ways to keep themselves safe, but for the newbies, it was better to be safe than sorry by finding a good hiding spot. Time to check the loot and get strong. Chapter 17, New Items. You have devoured a level 7 Willoughby worker. Gained +1 health and +1 stamina. You have devoured a level 7 Willoughby worker. Gained +1 focus. You have devoured a level 7 Willoughby worker. Gained +0.5 focus. 3 is a rough limit to gain stats from the same species, unless I devour higher level ones, then it would be 1 more, I guess. Next. You have devoured a level 8 Willoughby guard. Gained +1 strength and +1 health. You have devoured a level 9 Willoughby guard. Gained +1 perception and +0.5 focus. You have devoured a level 8 Willoughby guard. Gained +0.5 mana. Last to devour, Almond used Spirit Devour on the Willoughby Queen Spirit. You have devoured a level 10 Willoughby Queen. Gained +1 strength, +1 perception, and +1 mana. Almond clenched his fist and opened it a few times as he felt the surge of power-up he gained settling. Almond. Adventurer rank, Bronze. Level, 8, 5.2%. Class, Spirit Dealer, SS. Dash, Vitality, 100%. Dash, Mana, 388/388. Stats, 3 unassigned points. Physical. Mental. After he looked at his status, he decided to add 3 unassigned stat points to his focus. Almond felt a slight change as he added 3 points to the focus stat. And a second later, he heard a notification. The activation range of your spirit explosion has increased to 20 meters from 10 meters. Awesome! He could now use spirit explosion anywhere within 20 meters of himself. If I could get a vision like a bird's eye from above, it would make things easier since I'd be able to put spirit explosions with uncanny precision, Almond thought. Alright, this is a goal. I'll have to get a skill like that somehow. He then looked at the Spirit Pocket skills interface in his mind and fell into thought. Spirit Pocket, 47/100. After a second, he put the remaining 7 Willow Bee Guard spirits into the Spirit Factory, along with 3 Willow Bee workers. Almost all of his mana was exhausted as he put these 10 spirits into the Spirit Factory. The stronger the spirit, the more mana was required to put it into the Spirit Factory. However, the cost of mana was lower than when he put the dire wolf spirits. Almond guessed that the cost was adjusted according to his level as well. One more addition was that the Spirit Factory didn't have a timer before, but it showed a timer after he put the spirits this time. It could be related to increasing focus. Time until the first production, 1 minute and 42 seconds. Afterward, he looked at the Spirit Kotaku Pocket, though it still didn't show any timer. Hurry up, Almond internally said to it before he closed off everything and entered meditation to recover mana. The room in the trunk was silent as minutes passed by. After the trio recovered their mana, they drank water to quench their thirst and continued to rest to recover their stamina for a few minutes. 5 minutes later, they left the trunk and crossed a bit over 100 meters of distance before targeting another willow bee hive. It took them a bit over 5 minutes to kill all the willow bees. How are you so good with the sword? You couldn't even hold one properly if I remember correctly, Natalia asked as she stared at Almond weirdly. Geez, is he some kind of natural-born genius with the sword? Yeah, I am honestly impressed, Lily nodded. And it's like you're improving crazily fast. Yeah, Almond looked at the sword, his wrist masterfully bending as he swung it swiftly around him. I don't know. The sword just feels right in my hand, and I somehow know how to use it. I can figure out new ways to attack with it fast while fighting. Weird, but good for us, Natalia snickered. We'll need to hunt 2 more willow bee hives to reach level 10. Yeah, let's go and get a quick rest somewhere before continuing, Lily nodded as she put away her daggers. We are doing way better than I expected. The trio continued walking and soon found a small pond after crossing a bunch of bushes. However, they immediately scurried away from there and found a hollow tree trunk before settling inside. Shit, Blade Mantis is drinking water there. What should we do? I heard they are really perceptive and can find their prey from 50 meters away, Natalia said as she gulped. Are we safe in this trunk? Don't worry. The mantis can't smell much, so we are safe here. It's their sharp vision from those big eyes that can look at all sides and weird aura-sensing antennas that make it a hunter, Almond said. Yes, it's impossible to ambush that blade mantis, Lily nodded. It will sense me even if I use my skill, which makes me invisible to the eyes. I have yet to master Mana Shroud. If I could use it alongside my Phantom Cloak skill, I could ambush it. Mana Shroud was another technique that used mana to close all nodes of one's body to prevent any aura from leaking. It required 20 focus and 20 perception to begin learning it due to the requirement on mana control. We can kill it, Almond suddenly said. I thought you were a walking encyclopedia, Almond? Natalia rolled her eyes. Blade Mantis Bronze rank level 10 is the same level as Willow Bee Queen, but it is twice or more as strong if you don't know. I know, Almond said as his eyes flickered a bit, and a strange wooden crossbow with patterns of Willow Bee Guard's yellow and silver design. Willow Bee Crossbow, uncommon grade. Oh. Lily blinked. Item? I thought you could summon monsters, Natalia was startled. One of my class skills can create items from monsters I kill. Basically, dead monsters drop something unique that only I can see, and I can use that thing for my skill, which can create random things. But where would you get arrows for this? Natalia tilted her head in confusion. I think there's no need for external arrows, right? Lily smiled. Yep, Almond nodded and shared the item's status with them. It costs mana per shot. Willoughby crossbow. Grade, uncommon. Durability, 100/100. Duration, 1 day. Attack, 100 per shot. Cost, 10 mana per crossbow arrow. Spirit effects. Can infuse an additional 10 mana in the crossbow to grant the poison effect to the arrow. A spirit to this item also extends its duration of existence and recovers its durability. And, ahem, I have more items. Waving his hand, Almond took out 9 more items as they lay on the ground, causing Natalia and Lily to stare at them with a dumbfounded expression. 3x Willoughby crossbow. Uncommon. 3x Willoughby poison bomb. Uncommon. 1x Willoughby shield. Uncommon. 3x Willoughby daggers. Common. Chapter 18, Blade Mantis, 1/2. Take a look at them, Almond said, sharing details of the items. Willoughby poison bomb. Grade, uncommon. Type, one-time use item. Effect, a bomb that explodes upon impact and covers a 5-meter radius area into a poison mist that slows and damages everyone within, with a chance to paralyze them if inhaled. Use, you can throw it after infusing 10 mana points, and it will activate at the location where it is impacted by anything. The bomb was palm-sized, etched with Willoughby's characteristic patterns. This is amazing, Lily blinked to see if she wasn't mistaken, clearly impressed. It's even better than those recently developed potions. 5-meter radius is not small either, Natalia grinned. Damn, Almond. You can make some sick stuff, eh? Let's see the others. Lily curiously looked at the dagger's window panel next. Willoughby dagger. Grade, common. Durability, 100/100. Duration, 1 day. Attack, 15. Effect, S. Chance of paralyzing. Spirit effects. 10 mana in the dagger will increase the paralyzed chance to 50% for 2 seconds. A spirit to this item also extends its duration of existence. So it doesn't last long unless you feed it a spirit? Natalia raised an eyebrow. Yeah, Almond nodded as he glanced at Lily. Take them. You'll use them better. Thanks, Lily smiled and took the 3 daggers as she put them in the storage pouch. These are pretty good. At least, this paralyzing effect will work on monsters of bronze rank up to level 10. So, is it hard to get the spirit or easy? Natalia asked. 1 monster's death gives me 1 spirit, Almond faintly smiled. So long as we hunt monsters, I won't run out of spirits. That's good, Lily nodded as she chuckled, her eyes showing eagerness. Your class lives up to its rank. I also can't wait to upgrade mine. That reminds me, what's your class and its rank? Natalia pouted and shared her status with Almond. Here's mine if you are curious. Natalia. Adventurer rank, bronze. Level, 8. Class, Mirage Witch, B. Vitality, 100%/100%. Mana, 250/250. Stats. Physical. Mental. Here, Almond said, revealing his status, but added, don't tell anyone about this class. Only you two know, and I don't trust anyone else with it. That means you trust me, eh? Natalia cheekily grinned and looked at Almond's status before she suddenly exclaimed. Fuck you. SS rank class? Natalia's eyes almost popped out of her sockets. Are you sure about this? Lily somberly looked at Almond. Yeah, Almond grabbed the shield and felt it as he moved it around. It's light and will work in case Plan A fails. Let's kill it before anyone else does. Willoughby shield. Grade, uncommon. Durability, 200/200. Duration, 2 days. Physical defense, 41. Magical defense, 38. Effect, S. Chance to retaliate with a dart if attacked by a melee attack. A spirit to this item also extends its duration of existence and recovers 50% durability. Geez, I am getting fidgety, Natalia wryly smiled, her heart beating faster. It wouldn't be strange if Blade Mantis suddenly pounced on them any time now. They were too close to it. The only reason it hadn't discovered them was because it was taking a rest and drinking water. Because when it usually starts roaming for hunting, it easily discovers prey within 50 meters of itself. Your clone is crucial, Almond said, and this is the best time to kill the Blade Mantis. If we kill it while we are below level 10, the chance to drop that rare grade sword increases, and... Almond paused and looked at his common grade sword before continuing, I want a better sword. Lily resigned upon seeing that Almond was adamant about killing the Blade Mantis. Alright, let's do this. If you get that rare grade sword, you won't have to fear anyone on this floor, given your crazy sword mastery. Almond nodded, feeling a rush of adrenaline and thrill. It was time to execute their plan. The trio crouched behind a tree at the edge of the pond area that was surrounded by bushes and trees. The clearing was about 12 meters in radius, with the pond itself covering a 5-meter span in the center. Natalia conjured her clone and made it walk around the area silently. It wouldn't be strange if the Blade Mantis found them. The only saving grace was that it wasn't in hunting mode, which allowed them to initiate against this hunter, who usually takes the initiative in attacking others. Almond knew this was a good opportunity, and he wanted to grasp it. As Natalia's clone covered halfway distance and reached the west side of the pond, the mantis antenna moved, and its head looked up before turning straight at Natalia's clone. The mantis was drinking water from the southeast side of the pond while the trio was hiding behind the tree on the south side. There was only around 10 meters of distance and some bushes between them and the Blade Mantis. Please, don't sense us and go after the clone, Natalia thought as she looked at the Blade Mantis through her clone, her eyes soon meeting its eye. Fuck, it's 2 meters tall with those crazy scythe blades. One attack, and we would die. Natalia stepped towards it, entering the pond area. The moment her clone moved, the Blade Mantis' black eyes glinted red, and it dashed like a wind. It was time. The plan was to paralyze it with daggers and Almond finish it off with a full-powered attack of his sword at its neck. Lily and Almond swiftly entered the pond area as they activated their physical enchantment, eyeing the Blade Mantis back. Asterisk swoosh, swoosh, asterisk. 2 daggers empowered by Lily shot at the Blade Mantis, who hacked both of its blades at Natalia's clone in an X-shaped motion, cutting it instantly. Its eyes rotated as it also saw the daggers and moved, but it couldn't dodge that completely as both daggers stuck in its middle body area, which was the widest part of its body structure. It had a rotund carapace part that seemed to contain its main bodily organs, and Almond had told her to aim in this area. This area ensured that daggers would strike it and might also increase the paralyzing chance. After getting struck with the daggers, the monster's attention shifted to Almond, who was coming at him like the wind, his sword glowing as he empowered it with mana in a perfectly synced swinging motion according to his dash. Feeling the threat, it wanted to move but suddenly found itself paralyzed. There was a 50% chance of both daggers to paralyze it, and one of them succeeded. Die! Almond's dash was fast, and his hand swung at deadly precision as he converted the burst of speed to increase his swinging force. His physical enchantment gave a 100% boost to his strength, so his strength stat was higher than Blade Mantis, who had 45 strength. Its defense was naturally lower. Beautiful, Lily's eyes saw the dash and that arc of sword Almond swung with the sword, her perception and skill allowing her to see this motion very clearly. But, right before Almond's sword was about to strike the neck of Blade Mantis, his sword exploded. Blade Mantis screeched in pain and anger while Almond's heartbeat instantly quickened. Fuck. I used too much mana to empower this shitty common grade sword, it couldn't handle it. The sword was destroyed right before its blade could cut off that head. Almond had used the sword a lot already, so its durability was already low. It's not over. Almond's pupils shrank to the extreme, his heart beat loud enough to fill his mind, but his focus remained steadfast. Chapter 19, Blade Mantis, 2 halves, Specialized Class Process. It's not over. Almond's pupils shrank to the extreme as the Blade Mantis blade arm swung at him, glowing with a red aura as it was about to hack him into 4 pieces. Naturally, the shield was precisely for this. It was a rectangle shield almost a meter long. Now! Almond's eyes flickered as he stacked 5 spirits right below the mantis the moment its blades were about to strike him. Usually, this Blade Mantis was sharp enough that it would easily dodge out of Spirit Explosion's range since it had a delay of 1 second, which was plenty of time for this agile monster to react. But how would it dodge while it was attacking him? Almond was dragged back a few meters as the shield blocked the attack, while his powerful strength boosted by physical enchant allowed him to stand his ground with his shield as he remained uninjured except for a minor shock due to the impact. But on the other hand... Boom, a loud explosion rang in a colored spectacle of green smoke and dust, obliterating the blade mantis that was already injured by the accidental sword blast. But even if it wasn't injured, this stack of 5 spirit explosions hitting at point-blank range right below it was enough to kill it. Congratulations! You have killed the level 10 blade mantis, the field boss of the lower area of Fairy Mountain. 100 gold coins to all participants in the battle. We did it! Natalia ran towards them as she shouted with excitement. Lily smiled and nodded, looking at the smoke and dust where the explosion occurred. The plan was perfect. Paralyzing daggers are great, though they wouldn't have survived that explosion, she wryly smiled. Almond walked toward the dead mantis, his attention on the drops, if any. You have reached level 10. Please check out the Specialized Class tab and Rank Advancement tab for more information. He had the highest contribution, and since the field boss gave higher EXP, he filled the big progress bar from level 9 to 10, successfully reaching level 10. Natalia reached level 9, while Lily remained at level 9. But most importantly, a faint blue glow could be seen as the smoke and dust from the explosion settled. Almond's fist clenched as he took a deep breath, his mouth stretching into a grin as he picked up the black-bladed sword with sharp red patterns on its blade edge. Grabbing the exquisite dark green wooden handle, Almond instantly felt powerful upon holding it. Praying Hunter's Sword. Grade, Rare/Low. Durability, 1000/1000. Attack, 100 plus 100% of user strength. Effect, S. You are chasing someone, your movement speed increases by 30%. Attacks of this sword have 35% higher penetration power. Sense, infusing 50 mana in the sword will allow you to sense all living beings within 50 meters of yourself for 10 seconds. Almond's hand trembled as he read the weapon's details. The chance to get this sword as a drop was usually low. It had only dropped 2 times in 10 years. Even though it was a rare grade low tier, it was still powerful. Moreover, rare grade items were something that usually gold rank monsters dropped, who only appeared on the 5th floor and onward. Lower floors had a chance to grant such items at a very low rate or by meeting some conditions. Field bosses were such monsters that had those drops at a low rate. Moreover, just like how stronger people would be suppressed with a penalty if they entered lower floors, it was also forbidden to enter the lower floors with items gained from higher floors. Otherwise, Lily could easily bring more powerful items since her parents were higher floor adventurers and they had tons of items. This is a chance. If we kill the other 2 bosses while being lower level than them, we might also get their rare drops. Even if one of them drops, it will be worth it. How's the sword? Lily asked as she and Natalia walked towards Almond, looking curiously at the sword. See for yourself, Almond grinned as he shared the sword's details. Holy cow! Natalia spluttered, her mouth wide. This is going to be so deadly in your hand. Lily's eyes glinted. You mastered physical enchantment in arms and legs, so your strength doubles, and adding that to this sword's offense, Almond, I think you can instantly kill the second field boss with this if the attack lands properly. Yeah, possibly, Almond nodded as he swung the sword masterfully around him for a couple of seconds before putting it in the sheath. Let's continue moving. Almond looked west, where the Nest of Willow Bee area was about to end. One more hive and you two will reach level 10 as well. I'll check out my specialized class stuff and rank advancement quest while walking. The trio began moving towards the west while slowly going higher up in the mountain. They were already a bit higher, and once they crossed the Nest of Willow Bee's area, they would enter the middle part of the mountain where silver rank monster would start to appear. Interesting, so I can choose how I want this to proceed, eh? You are now qualified to build your specialized class. Please choose how you want this to proceed. Option 1, analyzing your journey in the labyrinth so far, you can have the S-rank class, Runic Spellsword, after completing the specialized class quest. Option 2, selecting this option will allow you to build your own specialized class in each of its aspects through a series of quests that will test your capabilities to determine the class building options. Once selected, you cannot change the option. S-rank class and it's even sword-related, Almond was tempted. But as he looked at his current class, his eyes glinted sharply. I have an SS rank class, and a class above S rank cannot be naturally obtained. There have been cases of people building an SS rank class after they chose option 2, and he wanted to do the same. Heck, the guild leader of the globally #1 guild had an SSS rank class he acquired after choosing option 2. And he was sure there was more than one person with an SSS rank class after choosing this option. They just didn't disclose it to the public. Option 2. As Amon selected option 2, a thought drifted through his mind. Is there a class rank that's above SSS rank? Please select the suffix you want for your specialized class from the options given to you. The first quest will be generated afterward. Suffix. Options. Slayer. Swordsman. Warden. Hunter. Spellsword. Grimblade. This is a bit tricky, Almond frowned. Swordsman is ideal. I don't want to brag, but I feel like I am a genius with the sword. But that last option is making me feel that itch I want to scratch. What's up, troubling to select your suffix? Lily elbowed Almond upon seeing his frown. Ultimately, it's just a name. The real determination will be the rating you achieve in your quests, which will determine the skill options you will get. That's true, Almond looked at the options thoughtfully and decided to dissect the names logically. Swordsman will likely present me with sword-related options, though this will be influenced by the prefix I select later as well. As for Grimblade, which is Grim plus Blade, well, swords also have blades. It can be said that blade is a broader term and can include all bladed weapons, including swords. Almond entered a thoughtful state for a while as he just walked alongside Lily and Natalia before he finally concluded after a minute. This is it. Chapter 20, Strange Occurrence. Almond selected Grimblade. Quest to determine the options for your prefix. Kill 50 monsters. It looked simple, but Almond knew he would be analyzed thoroughly on how he would kill those 50 monsters as the options would generate based on that. Skipping 2 hives, the trio stopped at the seemingly last hive as they were almost out of the nest of Willow Bee area. During this battle, Almond didn't take much action. He stood at one spot, right below the hive, and held his sword in a leisurely yet masterful grip. Natalia focused on killing instead of baiting the willow bees. Lily also did the same, often switching her weapon between bow and daggers. As for Almond, he stood like a sword god. If any willow bee worker attacked him with their sharp, pointy hands, he would deflect them and hit them with the back of his blade, throwing them towards Natalia. Having reached level 10, he would get 0 EXP from killing those level 7 willow bee workers, so it wasn't worth it. He also didn't want to fill up his new quest progress with kills of such weak monsters. Incoming willow bee workers were deflected like he was swatting flies. Soon, willow bee guards arrived and started shooting their venomous stings. But with precise slashes and nimble motions of his hand, Almond also deflected those with his sword before swatting them toward Natalia and Lily. His strength after using physical enchantment allowed him to overpower the willow bees. And with his sword being rare grade, it took no damage or loss of durability against these bronze rank monsters' attacks. Soon, the willow bee queen arrived and targeted Almond right off the bat as vines sprung from the ground around him and snared him. Almond chuckled. He wasn't going to run away anyway. In fact, he hadn't moved a single step from his spot since the start of the battle. Willow bee queen was big in level 10, but it still wasn't strong enough to make him move. Almond split the incoming stinger from the precise center. The willow bee queen buzzed towards Almond immediately after its stinger attack, intending to impale him with its venomous hands and bite him with its fangs. However, Almond waved his hand, a cold sheen of the blade sweeping across him as all 4 of the willow bee queen's legs were cut finely before he bent, spun, and kicked it, shooting the monster straight toward Natalia. Thanksies. Natalia grinned, her eyes dancing with excitement. Only she was left since Lily had just reached level 10 after killing some willow bee guards. Pointing her ward at the incoming monster, Natalia conjured a cloud of purple sparks that transformed into an ethereal blade as if it were a slash attack. Asterisk shries, asterisk. The incoming willow bee queen found itself split in half from the middle, its eyes losing light a second later. That was, Almond blinked as he paused and confirmed what he saw before he continued a second later, that was my attack. Bingo, Natalia showed a victory sign with her fingers with a grin. Action Mirage, my class skill. It copies a phenomenon I have seen at its original effects, but with 20% reduces potency. Lily killed the last Willoughby guard with her dagger, stabbing straight into its head. Turning to Almond, she said, her class is quite useful in a group, especially in a powerful group. Picking up her dagger from the bee's corpse, she added, your attacks are strongest among us even though it's just you swinging your sword. Despite a 20% reduction in them, they are enough for Natalia. Exactly, Natalie laughed. Gosh, Almond is so powerful, I bet he could become one of the super rookies that's been famous these days. Spare me that attention. I am a scaredy cat outside, and I intend to remain that way, Almond wryly smiled. That might not be a safe option anymore, Almond. Lily, Almond, and Natalia began walking again as they continued to converse. What do you mean not a safe option anymore? Almond blinked. I am not powerful enough to defend myself against the ugly minds who have more power and backing. Getting attention without protection will land me trouble. Lily calmly shook her head. You have a great deal of knowledge about Labyrinth and other information that's on the surface, but I know the insides of how this society works in news that never gets to the public. Just know that being weak will also attract nasty fellows that prey on the weak. Now that you are a bona fide adventurer, both here and outside, Lily's hand grabbed Almond's, her fingers intertwining with his. You have to get a backing. In this world, having a strong backing in your profile for all the world to see is the best deterrence and protection you can get. Lily's hand grip tightened. And entering a dungeon without a backing is hard because association and guilds get priority. That's right, Natalia quipped, for example, becoming a member of the top 10 guilds. I bet if you participate in those examinations and tournaments they hold, you can get fame and backing. That is not wrong, Almond's face turned contemplative. What Lily said made sense. Although he hadn't heard the news, he had heard rumors of nasty things happening around the bigshot families, guilds, and other forces, and not all rumors were groundless. As he accepted the grim reality, the hairs on his body stood, and a sudden wave of goosebumps and harrowing cringe filled him up. Sweat bead formed on his forehead, and everything turned black for a second. Almond? What happened? Seeing Almond slowing down and swaying, Lily and Natalia stopped, both looking confused and concerned. He recovered swiftly, but his breathing turned uneven, his eyes confused. I don't know. This was strange. That felt familiar, Natalia said, her eyes slightly trembling. Almond, did you have some kind of trauma or any memories of anything happening when you were a kid? Has this ever happened before? Lily asked, her brows creased up in worry. No. It's my first time experiencing this. Moreover, I don't remember anything trauma-inducing. My parents, I was 8 years old when they entered the labyrinth in the first wave of humans and never returned. Almond shook his head. This was strange. He looked fine now. It was as if what he had just experienced didn't happen at all. But that happened for a reason, Natalia said, her tone firm. Almond, what you experienced happened for a reason. It triggered for a reason. What were you thinking right before that happened? Lily nodded and said, we were talking about the society, undercover news, and top 10 guilds. I was thinking about how shitty the world is, Almond dryly chuckled. But I am thinking about that topic right now, and it's not happening. Anyway, let's forget about this. If that happens again, we can talk and explore, Almond added. You two also reached level 10, so it's time to leave this area and complete our rank advancement quests. Chapter 21, Cavern of Glassblaze Bears. Advancement quest was simple. One just had to kill 10 silver-ranked monsters. Almond, Lily, and Natalia left the nest of Willoughby and arrived in the second large area of the Fairy Mountain, containing silver-ranked from level 1 to 3. It was a huge cavern inside the mountain, with 4 entrances available for people to go inside. The trio entered inside through the southwest entrance of the cavern. Almond opened a map of the cavern. Such maps were available in the market, and he used those maps to create his own on the magic map parchment, like the nest of Willoughby area. Cavern of Glassblaze Bears, silver level 1 to 3. This shimmering cavern is home to the Glassblaze Bears, enormous, crystalline bears that breathe fire and have molten cores. The cavern walls are lined with crystalline formations that reflect light, creating a mesmerizing but dangerous landscape. Key features: jagged crystal walls and flickering lava pools. Monsters: Glassblaze Cubs, Glassblaze Brute Bears, Elder Glassblaze Bears. Here's the map. We are near area number 25. If we walk just 10 meters and turn north, we'll likely see a group of Glassblaze Bears. Lily nodded. These Glassblaze Bears are both tough with their armored exteriors and powerful because of their lava and glass-based skills, but they are not as fast. This won't be hard. Sword is a bad weapon against them, right? Natalia turned to Almond. If you use this sword to deflect their lavatic attacks, its durability will decrease even though it's rare grade. I'll just have to kill them by moving fast. One attack is enough. Almond's eyes glinted as he took the lead, his sword ready to taste a new prey. As the trio approached, Almond's keen eyes scanned the field ahead. The bears shimmered under the reflection of the crystal-laden cavern walls. 8 in total, an elder Glassblaze bear stood in the middle, its fiery core pulsating with heat like a molten heart. Surrounding it, 4 massive brute bears paced slowly, their jagged crystal hides catching the ambient light, while 3 Glassblaze cubs skittered around, small but still dangerous. Almond glanced at Natalia and nodded, who used her clone skill to attract the bears first so that they would have an easier time initiating the attacks. Seeing Natalia's clone, the bears roared. Elder Glassblaze Bear was the first one to attack. Opening its mouth, it released a glassy orb containing fiery lava that shot at Natalia's clone and exploded, destroying it. Ashen sparks covered a small area, a perfect smokescreen. Almond and Lily both went out with physical enchantment activated. I'll kill the Elder one, Almond said as he jumped in an arc, going straight toward the Elder Glassblaze Bear, his sword's blade gleaming sharply. Asterisk swoosh, asterisk. The bear swiped its paw as if it wasn't bad even though Almond attacked suddenly, but alas, it wasn't fast enough. Asterisk slash, asterisk. A head rolled down a second later, and a notification entered his ears. You have killed a silver level 3 Elder Glassblaze Bear. Leveling was impossible while advancement quest was ongoing, but he got 28 gold coins for killing it. Lily threw 2 Willowbee daggers at 2 Glassblaze Brute Bears, paralyzing one. She attacked one that wasn't paralyzed, her figure vanishing before a sharp slashing sound of flesh tearing rang out as the Glassblaze Brute Bear's head rolled down. She didn't wait and attack the one that was paralyzed, though it had freed itself already in half a second, but that was enough. Phantom Slash. With a wave of her dagger, a black slash with a violet hue shot at the bear, tearing through its armor and slashing its head off. Its whole body was armored, but the neck area was still weaker than other parts. As for Natalia, she copied Lily's Phantom Slash and shot it at the Glassblaze cubs. They didn't have armored plating on their bodies yet, but they were small, nimble, and powerful. One of the bear cubs rolled away from the slash, but one got killed. Meanwhile, Almond had swiftly dispatched the last 2 agile Glassblaze cubs with his sword after slicing a Glassblaze Brute Bear. These small cubs, capable of launching lava-infused claw projectiles with a mere swipe of their paws, were responsible for most of the deaths among novice adventurers, who often underestimated them due to their size and armorless exterior. A Glassblaze Brute Bear remained, but Almond and Lily just watched as Natalia dealt with it. Releasing the Light Pebble skill on the surface near it, it exploded in light and blinded it, which was further enhanced by the cavern's glassy style. Right after that, she used Action Mirage again, unleashing Almond's slashing attack as an ethereal slash projectile swiftly beheaded the monster. Their items are going to be very good, Almond smiled as he captured all spirits. But first, it's time to get strong. He had told them about the Spirit Devour skill as well, since there was no point in hiding just this given his increasing power that would become obvious. Let's take a break and eat something before continuing, Lily said. True. I made sandwiches, so let's eat those first, Natalia grinned. Lily, take him out. The trio decided to rest for a bit and eat something since this area in the cave was closed on all sides except for the north, though at the north, 2 passages parted, one at the west and another at the east. Meanwhile, Almond began. He would only be able to get stats from 9 to 12 spirits at a maximum of these 3 types of Glassblaze bears, so he wanted to do that first. You have devoured an Elder Glassblaze Bear Spirit. +2 strength, +1 perception, +1 mana. You have devoured a Glassblaze Brute Bear Spirit. +1 health, +1 stamina, +1 strength. You have devoured a Glassblaze Brute Bear Spirit. +1 focus, +1 health. You have devoured a Glassblaze Brute Bear Spirit. +1 stamina. You have devoured a Glassblaze Brute Bear Spirit. plus 0.5 strength. You have devoured a Glassblaze Cub Spirit. Plus 1 mana, plus 1 perception, plus 1 stamina. You have devoured a Glassblaze Cub Spirit. Plus 1 focus, plus 1 strength. You have devoured a Glassblaze Cub Spirit. Plus 1 mana. Almond. Adventurer rank, Bronze. Level, 10. Class, Spirit Dealer, SS. Dash, Vitality, 100%. Dash, Mana, 342/462. Stats, 0 unassigned points. Physical. Mental. The trio had just finished eating and resting for 10 minutes when they suddenly heard something and their faces fell. I swear if that bitch is here, I am going to capture her. Henry, you better act fast this time. Chapter 22, Spirit Wraith. Run. Lily's whisper reached Natalia's and Almond's ears the moment they heard it. Use your clone and send it to east, Almond whispered. There were 2 ways, one west and another east. Going east would give them more passages soon, according to the map, so the trio quickly ran east side passage. Natalia had used her clone skill and sent it to the east passage while making a sound to attract them. And while the trio ran with Lily carrying Natalia's body like a sandbag over her shoulder so she could control her clone, Almond suddenly received a notification from his skill. Spirit Wraith has been birthed. Due to the involvement of 3 sentient intelligent human spirits, the Spirit Wraith will have human-level intelligence. Please write down the personality description for your Spirit Wraith and its gender. Almond was startled but acted fast upon seeing a misty, dark gold window. Describe. Gender. The trio stopped after crossing 20 meters in a hurry and hiding behind a natural obsidian stone pillar growing out of the ground. Meanwhile, Natalia let herself get spotted by that group, but only her back, and immediately used light pebble skill on the ground to create a blinding flash. Henry the Knight acted fast, dashing at a breakneck speed as he waved his sword when he was halfway towards Natalia's clone, releasing a wind-projectile as her clone was cut. It's that bitch. Hurry, we have to capture her. Fucking hell, are we here to kill monsters to capture girls? This goddamn garbage bag. Why did I have to team up with this guy for my first entrance into Labyrinth? The girl and 2 boys in the group were frustrated but bound, just like Henry. They could only hatefully look at Zoran and nothing else. Because if something happened to Zoran in the Labyrinth, Henry knew his life would turn into a living hell. Those 3 kids also knew that there was no justice out there who would protect them from Zoran's influential father. After all, they had normal parents who were only silver ranked and had no backing. Zoran's father could make them disappear without leaving any proof for the Global Adventurer Association or Earth Union. And being a frontline adventurer exploring the 10th floor, Zoran's father had more weight in this world. The plight of the weak against the strong and influential remained the same, no matter the age. We have to kill that bastard, Amon calmly said. Describe Butler's disposition. Gender, male. Well, if we continue with our pace, it won't be long before we are strong enough, Lily nodded. You will become stronger even faster, Natalia said, her eyes a mixture of slight fear and anger. I want him dead because he clearly wants me to be subject to a life worse than death. Voice down, Almond wryly smiled. The next group of bears shouldn't be too far. Saying that, he waved his hand and added, and we got a new ally. Lily and Natalia were startled as dark green and dark gold sparkling smoke gathered before Alaron, who soon turned into a 6-foot-tall butler wearing a black suit with a dark gold design and a dark green glowing border around him, appearing material yet slightly ghastly. A butler ghost? Natalia was dumbfounded. He seems powerful, Lily blinked, her eyes filled with curiosity. Before she could ask, Almond already shared the Spirit Wraith status with them. Spirit Wraith Alfred. Rank, Bronze. Level, 1. Stats. Physical. Mental. Skills. Flame Manipulation, B. Sword Mastery, A. Sword Wave, A. Poison Lace, C. Bleeding Claws, C. Healing Orb, C. Icicle Spearshot, B. Fortitude Aura, C. Damn, Almond muttered in amazement. Your summon has a level, does that mean it can level up? Lily asked, her eyes glinting. If it can, then this is big. It's just like that dragon rider Crom, his dragon just evolved recently, so Amon's summon can also get powerful, Natalia excitedly said. And this guy got so many skills of different natures and types. Alfred, use your skills appropriately and aid us in battle. We are going to kill a group of glass blaze bears. As you wish, Master, Alfred bowed like a butler with one hand on his heart. The trio went towards another group of glass blaze bears and killed them. This group had 10 glass blaze bears consisting of 2 elder glass blaze bears, 4 brutes, and 4 cubs. Alfred's fortitude aura increased everyone's resistance to magic and physical damage by 10%, and although he didn't have a physical sword, he could conjure one made of flame and use it. His movements were also not bad, and it appeared to learn from Amund, which was simply a cheat because Amund was getting scarily proficient with the sword, and so was Alfred by imitating him. After the battle, Amund devoured 2 elder glass blaze bear spirits, gaining a total of +2 health, +2.5 stamina, and +0.5 mana. He decided to use Spirit Kataku one more, adding 10 Willoughby Guard Spirit, 2 Willoughby Queen Spirits, 4 Glassblaze Brute Bears, and 4 Glassblaze Cubs. However, it didn't work. You must include at least 5 different types of monsters among the 20 spirits. If that's the case, then it seems each human is considered a different type individually. After all, he had added goblin, wolf, and human spirits previously, which technically meant 3 types of monsters. But if Lamp, Seung, and Jacob were considered different types individually, then it made sense. I am done recovering mana, Natalia said as she stood up. The trio continued as they followed the passages and arrived at big or small caverns with groups of bears and continued killing. This area was huge and was like a maze of sorts due to many passages, so it wasn't often they would encounter other people. But there were times when people would encounter another group accidentally as well due to its intertwining passages. There was no way of knowing when they would suddenly find another group at junctions where 2 or more passages intersected. It wasn't long before all 3 of them had killed 10 silver-ranked monsters each and completed their advancement quest. Alfred also reached level 8 since he was participating in the killing of silver-ranked monsters while being lower-ranked, gaining experience faster. His stat distribution was left to Amund, and he evenly distributed stat points to all stats. There was just one problem. Alfred couldn't learn physical enchantment and such applications of mana. He could only use skills. It appeared that his body wasn't capable of that as he didn't have chakra points. After the group reached silver rank level 1 after completing their advancement quest, they decided to rest at a relatively safe place covered by obsidian pillars. It had been 2 hours since they entered this area, and the group was fully geared, thanks to Amund. He made a bunch of stuff from Glassblaze Bear Spirits, all useful and powerful. Armors, weapons, and one-time use accessories of defensive and offensive type. There should be Glassblaze Bears there. Let's check it out. A group of 6 adventurers were passing by and stopped seeing a bunch of stone pillars that blocked their views. Chapter 23, Piece of Trash returns. Almond, Lily, and Natalia stood up while Alfred also became combat ready. The group of 6 adventurers seemed to be from an academy in another city, and they also became alert when they saw Almond and others. Relax, I thought there were bears here, the leading man with light red spiky hair said with a dry chuckle as he raised his hand holding the sword. Then go back, Almond plainly said. Yeah. That group also didn't want to bother fighting against other adventurers. Usually, nobody would fight without a reason because if a fight occurred between 2 groups of similar levels, it would result in casualties from both sides. After resting for a few minutes, the gang began exploring once again to find bears and kill them. Half an hour later, the 3 of them had reached silver rank level 3, and their progression in the first specialized class quest reached halfway. All of them had killed 25 or more monsters so far. After advancement to silver rank, they started at level 0, so reaching level 3 granted them 9 stat points. Alfred finished his advancement quest and reached silver rank level 1 as well, gaining 30 stat points total as he became more powerful. Spirit Wraith Alfred. Rank, silver. Level 1. Stats. Physical. Mental. Almond found it slightly funny that Alfred was stronger than him stat-wise if he didn't count the 30 bonus mana stat he had thanks to his class perk. Almond. Adventurer rank, silver. Level 3. Class, Spirit Dealer, SS. Dash, Vitality, 100%. Dash, Mana, 500/500. Stats, 0 unassigned points. Physical. Mental. In the end, they didn't encounter the Thunderfire Guild group again but encountered 2 other groups. Those encounters ended with peace, as nobody wanted to fight. There was no point in farming here anymore as they had reached level 3, on top of that, all of the bears were killed by multiple groups who were exploring. They would respawn tomorrow, so it was time to enter the new area. The night will come soon. We'll camp somewhere in the Shimmering Fun, Almond said. Yeah, that area is best. The fog covers it all day and night, and the area has a low amount of trees and is open with various plants and flowers of bronze rank and rarely some silver ranks, Lily nodded. I have a magic camp kit that can make a good spot for us to rest. They couldn't harvest any Willowbee nectar pools because it was a bronze rank area, and many guilds usually sent their higher rank adventurers daily while Labyrinth remained activated so they could go and farm the nectar since those could be used to make healing potions. However, the Shimmering Fun was a different story. It was an area of silver rank level 3 to 5, along with a field boss silver rank level 5, Maddening Beaver, who roamed around and targeted higher level adventurers. Since it stayed burrowed and traveled through the ground, it could pop out at any time. If a group of silver rank level 3 rested there, it wouldn't target them but instead go for silver rank level 4 or 5 if there were any. And there were bound to be many groups there because that area was vast and good for camping and resting. The evening had already descended, so it was time to find a spot to rest before the night. Naturally, a few groups already planned to camp in this cavern of glassblaze bears as there were many passages, and one could take a corner and build camp before taking a rest and keeping a watch turn by one. Almond and the gang arrived at the northern exit and left, but the moment they emerged, a group was standing 20 meters away under a tree as if waiting. Hee, so that's your group, huh? We saw some destroyed willow beehives on our way out of that area, so I figured you would be with your group and might exit here, Zoran spoke, a nasty sneer plastered on his face. The 3 young adventurers who were new recruits of Thunderbird Guild behind Zoran pointed their weapons at them, nervous and unwilling. Meanwhile, the knight's expression was indifferent or rather dead, as he pointed his sword at them. If you could send that lady over here, we won't need to shed your blood. Are you serious? Lily narrowed her as she took out her bow and knocked an arrow, a rather special arrow that Almond's spirit factory crafted from glassblaze bear spirits. It could explode in a 2-meter radius upon exploding and cover the area in flames if the area had greenery or woods. Natalia held a towering glass shield and also had a lava crystal chestplate for her defense while holding a wand in her other hand. Alfred had a round glass shield and a glass bone sword made from the spirit factory as well, ready for combat. As for Almond, he only kept the rare grade sword in his hand as that was enough. All of those items are uncommon rank, and that chestplate is rare rank? How did they get those? Henry frowned seeing their items. And that guy also got the rare praying hunter's sword. So this group was the one who killed it. He had a premonition that this wasn't going to go as well as he and his shitty young master thought. I have a proposal, Almond suddenly said, his eyes flashing disgust as he glanced at Zoran before turning to the knight. Those 3 fellows don't seem to be willing to throw their lives away for this, and you, never mind. Anyway, if you are the source of confidence for that piece of trash, then how about we duel and settle this without involving others? Ha! Zoran was stunned before he started laughing. You think you can do anything to us? Taking out a scroll, he infused mana as it vanished and created a 5-meter radius ring, buffing everyone within as their defense increased. That's not going to help you much, Lily snorted as she also took out the same-looking buff scroll and buffed the group. Really, but do you have this? Zoran sneered as he took out a scroll, but it was black with dark yellow patterns and oozed out the same colored aura. That, Lily's eyes turned somber. Almond also recognized it, his eyes flashing a dark glint. This piece of trash. That unusual scroll in Zoran's hand was a cursed scroll, a rare drop by the Wandering Fairy, a field boss of silver rank level 10 that wandered the upper area of the Fairy Mountain. The buff scrolls were something one could buy, albeit at a high price, which wasn't a concern for the established guilds and forces, but this cursed scroll wasn't like that. Lily didn't have that one. It seems you know what this scroll is, Zoran's nose went up, his expression haughty. That's right. Once I use the scroll, all of you will get your stats halved for 1 minute. I wonder how the battle will proceed after that. He added with a grin. Almond's lips moved as he used Magic Whisper, which he had already mastered after learning from Lily during their breaks. He got the hang of it pretty fast. Lily, we can dispel that curse, you know how. But that guy is stupid to wait. We'll make the first move. Almond had already retrieved his rare grade item that he, fortunately, acquired from a bronze-rank treasure chest right after entering the labyrinth. Pearl of Light Flower, able to cure all harmful effects and grants protection for 10 seconds. The harmful cleansing effect was an AoE effect, but the protection was only for the user holding the pearl, and this effect had a cooldown of a day. Yeah. So are we really killing them? Nah. Just cut off that garbage's limbs instead of killing him for now. I'll fight the knight. Alfred, it's fine if you cut their hands since that will be enough to put them down, Almond commanded. But if they surrender, which I feel they likely will if Lily and I win fast, then spare them. Lily's eyes glinted. Natalia, can you support Alfred while he deals with those 3 adventurers? Got it. They don't even seem that gutsy to fight other adventurers, Natalia nodded. The knight saw their lips move and knew they were talking in Magic Whisper, but he didn't make a move. So? What's your damn decision? Give her to me, and she will exit this labyrinth from your city's gate after 2 days when the exit opens. Safe and sound. We'll just have a bit of fun, Zoran licked his lips. The knight tightened his grip on his sword, sensing the tension that his shitty young master couldn't feel. He had no choice but to protect him and obey him. If Zoran died here and he exited from the portal, the people of Thunderbird Guild and his father or uncle would most likely be standing outside at the entrance at their city's labyrinth gate. If Zoran wasn't with him, it would be over for him and his family. Suddenly, he saw the guy with Praying Hunter's sword dashing swiftly. Fast. Henry's pupils shrank. Asterisk clang, asterisk. Their swords clashed. Asterisk crack asterisk. And the knight's sword cracked as he was pushed back. What? Henry was shocked. Wow, the 30% penetration on slash-type attack is working well, Almond's eyes glinted. Zoran was startled at the sudden development and quickly used the scroll, targeting the group ahead instead of Almond. However, Lily had already vanished using her invisible skill, and Alfred had dashed toward the 3 adventurers, so the scroll only affected Natalia. Asterisk awoke, asterisk. Almond's 2 spectral wolves materialized and attacked the knight, but wind swirling appeared around his legs as he flew up. However, the wolves jumped and bit his legs just in time while Almond also used Spirit Explosion right above him, 10 meters off the ground, causing him to smack down violently. Before he knew what happened next, a strong kick struck his belly, causing him to gasp, and his arm holding the sword was sliced off. Don't kill him, please. The knight shouted with bloodshot eyes, despite the pain, his gaze on Lily, who had appeared behind Zoran. My family will die if he dies. Lily, who was standing like a death god behind Zoran with her daggers raised and ready, immediately swung them, cutting both of Zoran's arms from his shoulder. Arga! As for the other 3 adventurers, they didn't stand a chance in the first place, and seeing Zoran and the knight already losing, they immediately dropped their weapons and started pleading, one of the guys even begging to spare them. Geez, this was anticlimactic, Natalia wryly smiled. Naturally, Lily didn't stop at merely cutting Zoran's arms. She threw a willow bead dagger right at his crotch as well. Zoran screeched horrifyingly before he straight up fainted. However, a ring on his hand shone and covered him in a golden barrier before he started healing, albeit slowly. The dagger from his crotch also expelled and lay on him, his bleeding stopped, and his arms gradually began to regenerate. Ring of Aegis Elysian, Almond raised his eyebrows. It's from the major area Fallen Monastery Town, dropped from killing the silver rank level 10 field boss there. His parents sent him prepared for his first adventure, Natalia scoffed. So? Do you want to give us any suggestion on how to end this, Mr. Helpless Knight? Lily looked at Henry with a deadpan expression as she walked and stood beside Almond. Henry stood up, his expression weary. He sealed off his wound by using mana and tightening his muscles to stop the bleeding before bowing full 90 degrees. Thank you for sparing him. Look, it would leave a bad taste in our mouth if we kill those 3 newbies who were clearly forced into this shit, Almond coldly said, and a case like yours isn't rare as well. So tell me, is your guild leader understanding of his subordinate or listens to his trashy son and believes him? Henry shook his head. The guild leader will listen to me. But Zoran needs to stay alive for that. And, I hope you can cut my other arm off as well, along with Zoran's, once he wakes up. We will finish our journey here and wait at the starting area for 2 days for the exit. Henry spoke with determination. If I am disabled, that bastard won't order me around, and I will also have a reason to state to the guild leader why we pulled out early. I am going to leave the Thunderbird Guild after this. Fuck it, fuck this bastard, the girl spoke as she trembled. The three of them were clearly unable to continue the adventure on their own. They were at silver rank level 1, but that was where their first entry into the labyrinth would end. This is seriously unpleasant, Natalia clicked her tongue. That bastard will at most get a slap on his wrist from his parents even if you tell your guild leader that you all landed in trouble because of him. Henry weakly smiled, that's right, but what can I do? My original level is gold rank level 55, and I am one of the promising members of the guild, but in front of the vice guild leader's son, my worth is still low. The top most powerful adventurers who were exploring the 10th floor were all platinum rank adventurers. Gold rank adventurers were also considered powerful forces and usually a promising asset of a force because they could reach platinum rank sooner or later. Alright, we'll do that, Lily nodded at the knight. And if that piece of trash cries for revenge, then tell him and your vice guild leader to meet me at the League of Firefly. I have a rather temperamental master who made me her disciple and will love to solve this conflict, Lily smiled, albeit coldly. I'm sure you've heard of the Lady Aria of Crimson Shadow. Henry's eyes widened, and a strange relief washed over him before he burst out laughing. Thank you. So you are the mysterious disciple she announced she took 5 days ago. Truly, thank you for sparing him and us. This information will surely give Zoran more than just a slap at his wrist. After Zoran woke up, he saw that Henry's arms were cut off as he was held at the point of Almond's sword tip while those 3 new recruits were lying on the ground, surrounded by wolves, Alfred, and Natalia. He looked above and saw Lily looking at him with an icy smile as dread instantly filled him up. Why you don't know who you are messing why dash? Lily instantly swung a kick at his head, speak another word, and your head will fly. I am sparing your life, but not easily. Before I begin, listen to me because you'll once again scream like a bitch and faint, Lily said with a disgusted expression. I am Lily Darkwood, a member of the League of Firefly and the disciple of Crimson Shadow. If you have any more problems than beef, bring your father, mother, or your entire family there. After saying that, she didn't wait for his response and immediately swung her daggers, cutting off his arms and legs as he screamed in pain again before losing consciousness. Lily took out a healing potion and threw it on him as it shattered, spilled, and stopped Zaren's bleeding. A healing potion of this level couldn't regenerate limbs, but it could stop the bleeding and seal the wound. Natalia ran towards Zoran and removed the storage pouch from his waist along with that ring of Aegis Elysian before spitting on his face. These are our spoils, she snorted. Almond faintly smiled, that's for sure. We'll leave the mountain and head out. The faster, the better, Henry stood up and bowed again. Thank you again. I will remember this favor. Chapter 25, Camping Area. The Shimmering Fin, Silver Rank Level 3 to 5 Area. Description: this enchanted bog is a treacherous area where the ground is often covered in a layer of shimmering, luminescent fog. The starting part of this area has solid ground, but the further area is unstable land with big bogs. They are inhabited by moonlight wisps and bog slithers, ethereal and predatory creatures that hide in the fog, ambushing adventurers with stealth and deception. Key features: murky, fog-covered waters, floating magical lights, and dangerous sinkholes. Monsters: moonlight wisps, ghost-like, elusive, cast illusions. Bog slithers, snake-like, blend with the water, lethal strikes. Shimmering Fin Serpent, massive and capable of controlling the fog. The group arrived at the Shimmering Fin, already midway up the huge mountain. There were already 3 camps at the open ground where the Shimmering Fin area began. The fog wasn't much here, so visibility was not impacted. The 3 groups had lit up campfires and built tents, preparing for the night. That spot is big and good for us. Let's go. Lily identified a relatively good spot according to the camp kit she had and led the group there. Alfred was resting in Spirit Pocket, but Almond could summon him with a thought, and he planned to keep Alfred out to watch out for the group along with the wolves. Alfred wasn't a human despite his appearance, so he didn't need rest or sleep. A charge of mana was enough to invigorate him. People were already cooking meat on their campfire as the smell wafted around. The sun was about to completely set, so it was time to eat and rest. By the way, I only have one camp, a big one. The three of us will have to share it, Lily said as she glanced at Natalia. Nat, you know what I mean, right? Natalia's expression dramatically changed. You want me to sleep outside so you two can have fun inside? Almond almost choked on the water he was drinking and coughed violently. Lily! Natalia burst out laughing. Yeah, I got it. I don't have any problem if we three share it. The camp was like a room. It was similar to one of the other camps that a group was sharing a bit over 20 meters away. The other two had lower quality tents. This is pretty good, eh? There are cupboards and even a big bed inside. Almond looked around inside the tent. It was 7 meters tall at the center and 6 meters overall while being roughly 144 square feet big. Is that a bathtub? Almond was taken aback to see a small, round, empty bathtub with curtains at the corner. Yep, and I am going to clean myself first. You should go out, Almond, Natalia grinned. But Lily will join me. Nonsense, of course I am going to join you, Almond snickered. In your dreams. The development of Magitech was already progressing with more and more access to items and wonders found in the labyrinth floors, dungeons, and exotic skills from the specialized and subclasses that people had. The price of this tent is 350,000 gold coins, but the good thing is that the tent's external corners have monster-repelling talismans attached that can repel all monsters up to silver rank level 10, Lily smiled. That's one problem less. But we still have to be wary of others, Almond rightly smiled. That's for sure. Alright, you two freshen up. I am going out. Almond left the tent before summoning Alfred and the wolves. He had attached the wolf claw gauntlets to his waist horizontally as if they were grabbing his waist so they wouldn't get in the way during the fight, and he could also summon the wolves because the spirit effect required physical contact with the item to be activated. But he planned to fasten them to Alfred's waist later since they would get in his way of sleeping. One more interesting thing he found was the magical connection between him and Alfred. Almond could transfer his mana to Alfred and vice versa. He didn't check the distance until this remained activated, so he began with that experiment. Master, that's the limit. I can't absorb your mana anymore, Alfred said in magic whisper while raising his hand and waving it. Almond was 50 meters away when he heard Alfred's magic whisper and saw his hand as he understood. He began walking closer, and soon, Alfred gave thumbs up along with another magic whisper. Master, this distance is the maximum for me to fluidly absorb your mana. Alfred couldn't learn physical enchantment because his physical body did not have chakra points. His physiology was different. However, Magic Whisper didn't require chakra points, but only the mental process and proficiency of mana, so he learned that pretty fast and fluently. So the maximum distance is roughly 45 meters, Almond muttered. Looking around, he saw more tents standing and more people coming in. It's going to get crowded soon. Returning to the campsite, he fastened the wolf claw gauntlets to Alfred's waist. Keep the wolves materialized by infusing mana. You can absorb mana from me since the consumption won't even matter to me, given my recovery speed. Understood, Master. The spectral dire wolves had a keen sense of smell and the ability to find hidden targets. They were bound to be helpful in keeping a watch. Lily and Natalia finished bathing roughly 20 minutes later and called him. The girls went to make the campfire and prepare the dinner while Almond went for his turn to freshen up. There was body wash liquid, a brand new towel, and clean water as the old one was replaced with a handy magic item capable of storing 1 ton of water. It wasn't even that expensive, but he still didn't have money to buy it before entering his first adventure. Looking at the gold coins he had amassed and his current status, Almond couldn't help but smile. Life's going to get better. He finished bathing 10 minutes later and saw that the big area already had 12 tents at various spots. Come, the food is ready. The trio sat with the tent at their back and open ground in front of them with multiple tents in view, looking at people as their indistinct chatter rang. It's crowded already, Natalia said as she picked up the skewer stick. I bet there's going to be some drama, hee hee. Chapter 26, Focus Field, The Shimmering Fun. There's still space to make tents, so unless a shitty group arrives and demands one of those tents to get removed for them, there won't be a drama, Lily said before she took a bite of the meat piece. Almond was patiently eating, chewing, and watching as well. I wonder if other people would stop such tyranny or just watch. What would you do? Natalia asked. I won't help. I wouldn't mind lending help to such trouble if I was very strong, but I'm not. So I am not in a position to help others and attract an enemy. Conflicts and tyranny inside the labyrinth will reduce, Lily faintly smiled. GAA is developing a type of recording camera that adventurers can bring in and record everything they face. This data can't go out of the labyrinth directly, so they will build stations at the starting points on each floor, and those stations would be guarded tightly with formations and defense from magic items. Natalia and Almond were surprised. If GAA and Earth Union got the proof, they could indeed nab people and punish them accordingly. If a guild group behaved poorly and tyrannically, the guild's reputation would suffer, and it would face problems as well. Tisk, if we had that now, we could have sent that piece of trash to the pits of hell. Natalia clicked her tongue as she remembered Zarin. Imagine if we uploaded that to the internet. His social life would be over. That will reduce conflicts, but Almond nodded but felt that this was going to be a double-edged sword. If all big guilds and powerful forces can access those recordings, it might bring trouble. Not to mention, there are people in GAA and Earth Union both who are not exactly righteous enough to protect the weak. Natalia and Lily understood what he meant by then because they knew what Almond did. Yeah, that's why this is not mandatory. You can bring that tiny recording camera with you for your safety only if you want to, Lily faintly smiled. And nobody would know if you bring one with you or not. You can buy it, but whether to use it or not is up to you, so everyone would automatically assume that the other party has the cameras attached. That sounds good. The labyrinth would, at most, turn like our real world. Justice will be served to few while powerful and influential will get away in the end. Almond shook his head and continued eating. Whatever, getting powerful is the only way to survive. That's for sure. The trio finished eating and went to bed without further ado. It was around 8:30 p.m., and most of them were going to sleep already. But around 10 p.m., when the area was completely silent, a group arrived in the area as their noise woke people. They came from the direction where Lily's tent was, but seeing Alfred and two wolves, they quietly walked past them. However, it wasn't long before the noise outside increased. Almond and Lily woke up and looked at each other as they got up and peeked outside through a zipped window that Lily unzipped. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, let others sleep and find a different spot. Just make some place by adjusting your tents, and we'll camp, or we won't mind destroying one. Natalia also woke up as the noise increased. What's going on? A group arrived at this late to make a mess of our sleep? She also peeked outside from the window. It wasn't long before the drama settled down. One of the members of that new group apologized and requested to make some space at the side to move two tents to make space for theirs. In the end, it was solved rather peacefully, and everyone went back to sleep once again. Of course, most of the others had one person keeping watch outside, taking turns every 2 or 3 hours depending on the number of people in their groups. Only Almond's group was sleeping soundly because of Alfred and the wolves that kept watch for them. Around 4 a.m., Almond, Lily, and Natalia woke up. They freshened up and emptied their bowels one by one after digging a hole and sitting on a portable toilet inside the tent. A group or two seemed to have left, but the majority were still resting when Almond, Lily, and Natalia departed deeper into the shimmering fun. Usually, it was better to venture when the sun came up because shimmering fun already had fog that reduced visibility, not to mention the pitfalls and sneaky monsters in this area. Almond, do you know how to focus field? Lily asked as her dark blue eyes flickered with the faint glinting light blue of mana while a circular invisible field appeared around her that only she could see. Didn't have time nor stats to practice it, Almond shook his head. And we can't learn it right now, not in this situation. Yeah, Lily nodded and smiled as she said, but I'm sure you will be able to learn it rather quickly once we exit. I plan to train Natalia with my mom's help anyway, so you can join us. I'd be grateful for that. Thanks. Focus field required 20 perception and 20 focus in stats. It was an application of using physical enchantment in the eyes and then using mana to construct a field via their vision. Physical enchantment in the eyes worked wonders, allowing one to sense the aura and potency of things and beings. The better the mastery, the more details of aura sections one could see, which could allow the user to measure a target's parameters. But the focus field was a step higher. Within the range of one's focus field, one would be able to sense movements and auras of other things and beings clearly, allowing them to react fast. They would gain ultimate sight within this range. The downside was that the consumption of this technique was no joke, so it was impossible to maintain the focus field perpetually for beginners. The bigger the range, the higher the consumption. Naturally, it was one of the toughest techniques because one needed to find chakra points in their eyes, and a slight mistake there could cost their eyes. On top of that, after enchanting their eyes, they needed to learn to properly create the field via their eyes, requiring a challenging control of mana. Controlling a small amount of mana and a higher amount of mana had a big difference in difficulty. Almond didn't dare to try because he didn't even have enough money to buy a single high-quality potion to recover his eyes in case he went blind. He could torture his arms and legs, and he could recover them using his own healing skills from his previous class, but his eyes were different. His only healing skill wasn't powerful enough to recover his eyes. He had a pain-reducing skill, but it was useless in reducing pain during the process of finding chakra points because he couldn't use mana for it, nor would it remain active for long once he started training, and he had to save mana for his injury recovery using the healing skill. Focus field was one of the essential techniques for adventurers to eventually learn and master because it was also the only way to discover sudden attacks, traps, and ambushes unless one had some kind of skills that helped them in this regard. As such, in case of feeling danger via gut feeling or during battles, one could use focus field to discover threats and react fast. Gore. The wolves growled as the fog thickened, and they started seeing glowing wisps. Those glowing wisps were actually silver rank level 3 monsters, moonlight wisps. They showed hallucinations to adventurers via eye contact, altering their perception, so one had to remain focused. Otherwise, they might get attacked walking into vine traps, fall into pitfalls, or get attacked by bog slithers, the silver rank level 4 monsters that remained hidden on the ground. Of greenery, snake-like and elusive that released lethal water beams. "I'll handle those wisps," Almond said as he looked at the 3 wisps over 5 meters away. Spirit explosion. Almond had no lack of spirits, so he immediately executed 2 spirit explosions using willow-bee spirits on the group of 3 moonlight wisps. One of them turned poisons, but even without that, those moonlight wisps would have died. Their defense was too weak, even weaker than bronze-ranked monsters. "Capturing the spirits of those 3 moonlight wisps," Almond said, "we'll encounter more since we are properly in the shimmering for now. I'll use the sword skill and detect the monsters within 50 meters. Great. We'll hunt them swiftly once you detect them. That's the plan." Almond activated the praying sense effect of the sword, giving him power similar to focus field. In the next second, he looked around and could see all the monsters within a 50-meter radius with him as the center. "We'll go in the northeast direction, as that's the most crowded area, and clean it up while Alfred, you will go with the wolves to taunt the wisps, and bog slithers in the west. Just bring them to the northeast. Don't fight there or you'll get into trouble." "Understood, Master." Chapter 27, Hunt in the Fen, Field Boss Encounter. The hunt in Shimmering Fen was going as smoothly as they expected. Their capabilities were shown to each other, especially with Almond's additional boons like various items. Almond had looted Jacob's storage pouch, and recently, they got another storage pouch from an even richer young master. In short, there was no lack of potions for them, so they didn't spare them as well. Swiftly using mana or healing potions and started progressing fast right from the start. They only stopped after 2 hours, and that was when they were truly tired and also found a spot to rest on solid high ground. So far, they had killed over 50 monsters total consisting of moonlight wisps, bog slithers, and 6 shimmering fen serpents. Almond had also begun his second creation in Spirit Kotaku, adding moonlight wisps, bog slithers, shimmering fen serpents, glassblaze bears, all 3 of a kind, and willow-bee wisps, queens, 5 different types of monsters. He saved Blade Mantis Spirit for another creation process as he didn't want to throw it in this round. "This is going good," Almond leaned on his hands behind him, stretched. "We'll likely finish our first-class series quest in the White Poland's lair." The next area was usually Briarwood Grove, silver ranked level 5 to 7 area, but the secret area, White Poland's lair, was located before that area at this time. They had been observing the places and hints, which consisted of a small white flying bird, tiny white feathers, and white powder. These 3 were clues and hints to find the White Poland's lair since its location changed every 3 days. They had spotted white powder and a white feather in the shimmering fawn and also removed those hints so that others wouldn't find them. Since those hints appeared in the shimmering fun, they just had to find the small white bird flying somewhere outside of the shimmering fun and follow it, which would lead them to the entrance of White Poland's lair. Asterisk hiss, asterisk. Suddenly, Lily's ears twitched, and Almond also sensed the danger as both of them jumped. From the ground, a blast occurred with sparkling crystal particles blasting out, throwing Natalia high up. Alfred jumped and caught her before landing, while Lily and Almond immediately pounced on the shimmering fun serpent. Lily directly threw the daggers while she was in the air, while Almond pushed his feet, his arms and legs physically enchanted, and his sword in his hand as he zoomed in towards the monster before cutting off its head. But it wasn't over. This serpent could grow heads and shoot off its semi-crystallized scales, which were poisonous and penetrative. Cutting off its head gave them time to prepare for the next move, since that was its only weakness. Cutting its head would prevent it from shooting its attacks, though it wouldn't kill it. Almond had literally studied all monsters on the first floor and knew their weakness. He had added the data in his magic parchment as well. As such, he jumped away after slicing its head and released two spirit explosions, one glued to it below and one above it, boxing the monster between the two explosions. Asterisk boom, asterisk. One of them turned special, releasing blue sparks that would show one hallucination. You have reached silver rank level 5. You have triggered the level up boon. Alright, I'm done, Almond chuckled. And it finally triggered, on the last level. You leveled up? Great, guess I'll also trigger it at level 5, Lily grinned. So, what did you get? No skill option, unfortunately. Almond glanced at the options and put them away, not choosing the reward right away. These snakes are damn annoying, Natalia puffed as she walked to the side. Always coming out of the ground like that. After all, their daddy is that maddening beaver, Lily smilingly said before she looked at Almond. On that note, that beaver might come after us. We are deepest in this area right now, and you're the only silver rank level 5 adventurer here for now. Yeah, I hope it comes to us. Almond was looking at his sword while raising it, his eyes squinted as he looked at the surface of its blade that was sparkling due to some sunrays passing through the fog and hitting it. What are you looking at? Natalia sat down and asked upon seeing Almond looking at the sword's blade like that. I feel something familiar. Almond sat down beside Lily and put away the sword. But it's a bit annoying. I feel like there's something within my reach but infinitely away. Regarding sword? Lily curiously asked. Yeah. I'm getting that feeling sometimes when I swing my sword, and it just appeared again, but Almond shook his head. Forget it. It's annoying. It's like a wall is blocking me while showing and calling me for something attractive. The group rested for 15 minutes and fully recovered their stamina and spirits before finally moving again. Soon, Lily also reached silver rank level 5. Alfred reached silver rank level 4, the same as Natalia. An hour later, they were nearly at the edge of the shimmering fun area. They kept themselves at least half refilled in mana all the time in case of the sudden raid from maddening beaver. And just as they finished off 3 bog slithers and a shimmering fun serpent, the ground trembled. It's coming, Natalia exclaimed. Almond immediately chugged mana potion before saying, Lily, can I kill it alone? I have an idea to increase the rare item drop chances. He infused 50 mana in the sword to get a scanning of his surroundings. 3 o'clock, 3 wisps, and 2 bog slithers. A fun serpent and a group of 4 wisps at 8 o'clock. Alfred, go there with the wolves. There are 2 more groups at 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock, which is straight ahead facing the snowy peak we can see from here. Finish them off. I'll deal with the beaver. And that gave all the directions they needed. Natalia and Lily jumped into action along with Alfred, leaving Almond alone with the maddening beaver that jumped out of the ground right after he finished speaking, its eyes locked on Almond. It also glanced at Lily since she was also level 5, but seeing Almond's gaze on itself, the monster also focused on Almond. It was 6 meters tall, fat, and with a thick brown metallic shining scaly exterior, not to mention those sharp claws that could instantly dig through the ground. The potholes it dug had many adventurers dying since those potholes usually had monsters and its surface would get swiftly covered with magical moss and greenery growing in the shimmering fun to make it look like just any other surface of the area. Judging from the marks on its body, it was clear that it had fought other adventurers, but managed to escape, either after killing them or after getting injured and feeling danger, since this field boss was a master in escape, and had high vitality and defense. Maddening beaver. Rank, Silver. Level, 5. Dash, Vitality, 100%. Dash, Mana, 600 out of 600. Stats. Chapter 28, One Shot, Surprise. Maddening Beaver. Rank, Silver. Level, 5. Dash, Vitality, 100%. Dash, Mana, 600 out of 600. Stats. Physical. Mental. It's fat, alright. Almond looked at its status, his eyes focused. Field bosses were stronger than adventurers of the same rank and level, requiring a group effort to defeat them. But Almond had different thoughts. What if the rare drop chance increased if he fought and killed it alone, without any help, and did it quickly despite the gap in stats? Moonlight Wisp's X3 is equal to 2 mana, 1 focus, 1 perception, 1 mana, 0.5 perception. Bog Slither's X3 is equal to 1 strength, 2 health, 2 stamina. Fun Serpent's X3 is equal to 1 perception, 2 strength, 2 health, 1 stamina, 1 focus. The above was the result of spirit devouring in this area and below his current status. Almond. Adventurer rank, Silver. Level, 5. Class, Spirit Dealer, SS. Dash, Vitality, 100%. Dash, Mana, 575/575. Stats, 6 unassigned points. Physical. Mental. Come on, Matty, Almond muttered under his breath as his eyes were locked onto the maddening beaver that was in the air and falling. But before it reached the ground, the monster had swiped its right hand, shooting a sharpened 2-meter-long 3-clawed projectile at Almond, its speed breakneck. Almond didn't even flinch. His eyes only flickered as the pupils shrank, and a blast occurred, his feet kicking off dust while he shot at the beaver like a bullet, his sword's edge gleaming crimson. Refill my syringes, you big healthy bastard. Almond consumed 20% of his stamina right off the bat as his sword cut past the monster's neck and landed behind it. 2 ghastly synergies were injected into the beaver, sucking its health and mana. Almond's slash-type sword attack penetrated and slashed through its tough armor and also dealt damage, enough to shave away 7% of its health since it was cut at its neck and sprayed a fountain of blood. Maddening Beaver got mad that it was damaged and didn't even notice the syringes due to the cut on its neck. 200% of Almond's max vitality and mana was akin to over 20% of the beaver's vitality and mana, so the syringe weakened it more, but it was strange to monsters since this was a type of attack that didn't inflict pain, but still dealt damage in a way. Maddening Beaver contributed the weakening to that slash at its thick neck. Not feeling threatening enough to escape, it angrily turned to Almond and opened its mouth, releasing sharp and compact mud bullets. Almond quickly manifested the glass blaze shield, its durability reducing crazily. It was a huge rectangle shield, but it allowed the user to see through it, so Almond approached the beaver while it shot the bullets, his legs pumping. 2 seconds later, he jumped along with the shield and threw it towards the monster. Maddening Beaver's eyes glinted dark red as its tail struck the shield, easily shattering it while its claw went for Almond, who was airborne. Not that easy, Matty, Almond smiled as he knew this would happen. This monster's reaction was fast, and its fatal point was its head. Moreover, if it was damaged below 50%, it would usually escape to the ground. One of its specialties was fast healing while it was under the ground, so once it escaped, it was over. It would recover quickly and target other adventurers. Moreover, if Almond went for the beaver's head carelessly, it would finish him off with its claw and tails that packed more power with its skill than just displayed in its stats. Even if he didn't die, he would be a mess at least. Frontal attacks like that were useless unless he attacked beyond its speed of reaction, and he only had one way to do that, and he had to one-shot the monster to win. He pumped his feet and did an air jump using mana, dodging the claw swiping while also using a spirit explosion behind him. Right before the explosion occurred, another glass blaze shield appeared behind him to block the explosion while his feet gently laid the shield in the last of milliseconds. All according to his plan, but the satisfaction of actually executing the moves he imagined was exhilarating. He was in full control of his body and mind, in perfect synchronization. Asterisk boom, asterisk. The explosion impacted the shield and then his feet, which Almond used to push forward, getting a speed boost from the explosion's impact. He broke the sound barrier as a loud boom occurred immediately after the explosion and his sword, enchanted with 200 mana, suddenly and unknowingly produced a blade-like aura that extended from it, making it longer and razor-sharp. Asterisk slash asterisk. What did I do? The thick and wide neck of the maddening beaver was cleanly cut. Asterisk smash, asterisk. Almond landed on the ground and rolled several meters before smashing into a tree, his expression dumbfounded while his head began bleeding due to the impact. His speed was fast, so it aided in strengthening impact, cracking his head slightly. However, his mind was on that strange sword attack he just executed. I was going for the stab in the head, but why did I slash through its neck? And what the hell was that? Did I just perform a freaking aura enfold? His thought train stopped before it began as he felt a headache and pain, his vision turning red. Shit. He quickly injected the spirit syringe and recovered himself. Congratulations. You have killed a challenging foe all by yourself. You are rewarded 10,000 gold coins for defeating the maddening beaver alone at your current level. You have reached silver rank level 6. The notification is different. Almond's eyes glinted. He looked at where the maddening beaver died and absorbed its spirit. Nearby, a glowing palm-sized orb was present, blue with brown patterns. Almond had recovered to full thanks to his spirit syringe. He walked towards the orb and picked it up, looking at the rare grade drop. Earth-shattering gloves. Grade, rare/low. Durability, 1500/1500. Attack, 100 plus 100% of user's strength. Effect, S. Drilling Claw, transforms the gloves into claws and consumes a certain amount of mana every second, depending on the ground's toughness to dig through and travel fast. While the gloves are equipped, you exude an aura within a 5-meter radius that increases physical and magical defense by 50 flat values. This is only applicable to up to 5 ally targets selected by you. These are simply wonderful, Almond smiled. I can wear the gloves and hold the swords. The pair of gloves wasn't a weapon, after all. However, it could become one with that first active effect. Rare drops are awesome. He didn't join Lily and others in clearing the monsters. Lily also didn't deal many killing blows, instead, she let Alfred kill them. She only killed shimmering fun serpents masterfully to leave a good record in her class quest. Natalia was progressing as well, albeit slowly. That was really fast, Almond. I looked away for a moment, and the beaver's giant head rolled off. Natalia blinked in curiosity. But I saw a light. Aura enfold, Lily said as she stared at Almond, her eyes sparkling with thrill and shock. How did you do that? Almond coughed and stood up, his expression turning solemn as he stood on a sword, holding a pose like a Jedi. Super Blade Awakening. Ha! Almond cringed at his own words, but he swung the sword. And nothing happened. As you can see, I also don't know, Almond wryly smiled. Natalia and Lily almost fell to the ground. You got us, Natalia burst out laughing. True. But that makes more sense because Aura Enfold is not easy to learn at all. But you're really a monster, my darling. Lily's arms went around his neck, resting on his shoulder and pecking on his lips. A box full of surprise. Here's another one, Almond smiled and showed them the earth-shattering gloves. Chapter 29, Heartmending, Heartbroken. With earth-shattering gloves in addition, the party's overall power became even stronger. During their last phase of exploration in the Shimmering Fun, Almond made sure to fill up 5 spirit syringes before exiting the area. He didn't level up anymore, but Natalia and Alfred reached silver level 5 while Lily stayed at silver level 5, barely at the half bar towards silver level 6. Almond only jumped a level because of solo killing the maddening beaver, which gave him an unusual amount of high EXP. After finally leaving the Shimmering Fun, the party moved west and arrived at a grove of snow almond trees. This grove was a small collection of beautiful snow almond trees. It was called this name because its leaves were in the shape of snowflakes while having the color of almonds and vein patterns. Almond, Lily, and Natalia lay on the grassy ground under a tree, resting after cooking steaks and egg rolls with bread from ingredients Lily and Natalia brought from outside. Alfred sat on a relatively thick branch of the tree, keeping a lookout in all directions. The leaves have almost the same colors as your eyes. Lily's fingers were interlinked with Almond's, and her head leaned towards his shoulder. Yeah, Almond replied, his mind half resting and half thinking about Lily as he turned his head towards her. What are you looking at? Lily asked, her smile like a graceful yet cheery moonlight shining on a clear pond as she looked at him, looked at his glossy almond eyes. Her gaze then went to his lips, and she stole a short, smoochy kiss, causing Natalia to roll her eyes as she heard the sound. I feel like something's filling up because of you, and it's making me feel good, Almond said, his eyes becoming unfocused as he felt various emotions. Is this what it feels like to get close to someone and trust them while receiving the same? I can feel her affection so purely, it feels real. It must be your love pool, Lily replied with a grin. I am filling it up with my love. My love pool empty, Natalia muttered. Anyway, Lily, what did you see in him? I mean, I can see it now. If I was a normal girl, I would have definitely felt attracted to the current Almond. Most of the girls would jump into his lap for a good future, be it short-term or long-term. But you knew nothing about him except that he was freaky with his physical enchantment mastery at first. I know you have some crazy thought process, but I want a clear answer, Kay? Almond felt a bit of a sting, but he was also curious. Lily blinked as she saw Almond's eyes and mischievously smiled. You also seem to be curious about this, darling. Almond dryly chuckled. Well, I can say I am pretty good right now, but at that time, yeah, I don't understand what you saw in me. Do you believe in chemistry between people? The chemical reaction between people? Or like an attractive force that pulls you towards a person because of feel, instincts, and those fleeting things? Wait, don't tell me my innate talent attracted her attention because I was thinking about her most of the time since we met? Almond suddenly felt kind of sad, and this made him realize that he didn't feel good that he attracted her because of that innate talent. To be honest, Lily, I don't believe in that, but I think it exists, Almond answered according to what he felt. I don't believe it because I am not sure I am capable of getting myself to feel that chemistry. I think too much to accept that. Lily smiled gently and adjusted herself, moving to lay her head on his chest, their faces inches apart. Almond's heart started pounding, and he could feel her heartbeat against him, both of their pulses quickening in sync. I believe in it, she whispered, her eyes closed, her peaceful smile lighting up her face. I believe in following my instincts, in the chemistry that feels right. I decide who I want close to me because of how they make me feel. Their words mean nothing if they are lies, and I can capture that, so I believe in my instincts, my feelings. She paused, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. And when I met you, I felt it, the connection, the desire. You were guarded and distrustful, but I could see the drive in you. That, to me, was incredible. I felt a resonance. Almond could understand. He had seen Lily in the academy, but she was always stoic and indifferent. It felt like she had a mask ready that could be adept when interacting with people. She appeared a professional and level-headed beauty who had an air of confidence with her smile when she was interviewed a week ago. But she wasn't anything like that right now. Natalia snickered. That's why nobody knows her true self, well except for me, you, and her parents. True. I have a desire deep down, and that's why I focus more on training. Learning martial arts and honing my skills to become strong is necessary for that desire, and it's most fun to me, Lily spoke while her eyes were closed with a peaceful smile. Almond suddenly felt very connected to Lily. When you thought about killing us, killing me, I felt that desire in you. I had figured out why you wanted to kill us already, so I also felt that conviction and desire to survive. Lily looked at Almond, only a few inches of distance between their faces as she grinned at Almond. That was super attractive too, and it made a chemical reaction in me like no other. My instincts sought you, desired you, and because of that, I decided to get you for myself, even if I had to blackmail you. But you showed your true colors, and it made me even more happy, Lily smiled. You made a decision to trust me. The level of distrust I saw in your eyes at first was crazy, but for your survival and desire, you decided to overcome that. So it wasn't because of my innate talent. Almond's hands wrapped around her back, his mind and heart feeling infinitely attracted to her at the moment. He could see her dreamy dark blue eyes were oozing out intense affection for him. Lily could see the same in his, and it made her even more happy, more satisfied, as if her cells, her instincts got delicious food. Almond, my darling. I knew if I showered you with my affection and love, we would work out, but you made a step as well, and that was just amazing to me. That was the proof that our chemical reaction was like no other. You felt it too, but subconsciously, and that's why you made that decision to trust me completely. That. Almond was amazed, his eyes turned slightly misty as his emotions whirled. He understood something at the moment that made him grateful. He wanted to think this was fate, but his rationality told him it was really a coincidence, a good one for him. A lucky one. Thank you, Lily. Almond's lips directly went to hers as he passionately kissed her, and both of them got absorbed in it for a few seconds before Natalia coughed. Come on, you're making me jealous. Almond and Lily stopped as they lightly chuckled and got up. Sorry, Natalia, Almond apologetically smiled. But seeing that her eyes were actually watering, he was taken aback. I am sorry. This was insensitive. We won't do anything like this anymore while we are here, okay? Lily bit her lips and sighed. Sorry, Nat. That was bad on us. Lily, let's not do this for Natalia anymore, Almond said with a serious expression. I was lucky, truly lucky to encounter you, Lily. I am changing, no, I am developing and evolving because you took initiative for me. And I know what it feels like to have love. Almond turned to Natalia. We won't hurt you anymore. Natalia sniffed as she wiped away her tears. Now you understand, huh? I guess you too, Lily. She pouted as she spoke, but her eyes were still getting watery despite her trying to hold back. I am heartbroken. The two dunces who were feeling love for the first time only now could understand Natalia, who had her heart broken completely, and the fact that she would have to accept that. I'm sorry, my candy, Lily hugged her. Asterisk sniff asterisk, lick me. Chapter 30, White Poland's Lair. A few minutes later, as the trio were resting, or rather waiting, Alfred suddenly spoke. Master, I see the bird you mentioned. Almond sprung up on his feet. Where? Alfred quickly pinpointed it, and the group began moving again, following the bird. The clues led them to this area. Particularly the direction the feather pointed when they discovered it. Based on that, Lily and Almond deduced that the bird would appear around this area of Snow Almond Grove. After following it for 20 minutes, it led them on a zigzag path upward, and they finally arrived at a tall grass area with a mud pond. The bird flew towards the mud pond and suddenly dived down. Damn, so it's under that? Natalia's face scrumped. Guess we'll have to get muddy. But the special area was worth it because defeating the boss there would give them a random rare grade item. The important thing was that rare grade items found inside the first floor would be valuable forever, as long as the labyrinth existed. Because rare grade items crafted outside or gained from second or other floors couldn't be brought into the first floor. Selling these first floor rare grade items would fetch a high price because it could tremendously help newbie adventurers on the first floor. Alfred, you go first and find the passage so that we can quickly dive and reach there, Almond said with a wry smile. Got it. Alfred seemed to smile and dived into the pond. A minute later, Almond got magic whisper from Alfred, found it. I've created a mana trail to the passage for you to follow. Thanks, Alfred. The trio could see a string of mana coming out of the pond. They jumped in and quickly followed the string of mana through the darkness of the mud below. Lily and Almond could tear through the mud and go smoothly thanks to physical enchantment. Both of them held Natalia's hand and pulled her with them since she couldn't travel inside on her own without physical enchantment. Without physical enchantment, a group must have 1 or 2 warrior role adventurers to even enter and lead their group to the passage with their class skills, since warrior-based classes usually had at least 1 strengthening skill. Of course, other skills could also work since there were a myriad of classes and class skills. A minute later, the trio finally entered a passage and met with Alfred before resuming their journey after cleaning up with water from a water bag. Let's go straight for monsters at silver level 5 and above, Lily said. No need to waste time on silver level 1 to 4 monsters. Yep, Almond nodded. If I remember correctly, White Poland have those strange white snakes and white lynxes, right? Natalia spoke as the group arrived at a big cavern with white trees and white fog covering it all. The group stopped at the passage's end and didn't enter the cavern. This area should have monsters between silver level 1 to 5, Almond said as he grabbed his sword. I'll scan the location, and we'll make a beeline straight towards that passage at the end. 65 meters away was a passage leading to the next cavern. Alright, let's do this, Lily nodded and carried Natalia in her arms. It'll be faster if I carry you. Almond nodded as he consumed 50 mana and used the praying sense of the sword, locating all the monsters 50 meters in front of him. The last 15 meters will be unknown, so I will take the lead and deal with monsters that jump on us but won't stop our speed. We'll be able to fight better inside the passage even if some monsters follow us. Alfred, you will run behind Lily and Natalia so you can act if some monsters attack from behind after we pass them. Understood. Let's go, Almond said and dashed, Lily and Natalia right on his tail and Alfred behind them. Since he knew where all the monsters were hidden in this fog-covered tallgrass area, he knew what to do. Crossing 10 meters, Almond said with magic whisper, jump high. Cross 6 meters at once. Almond was 2 meters ahead of Lily and Natalia, so it was enough. He jumped and crossed 6 meters, skipping over a bunch of white Poland snakes and tigers that were on the right and left. Lily also jumped, powering her legs as she crossed 7 meters and resumed running with a 2-meter distance between her and Almond. Tigers on our ass, Natalia said as she spotted 2 tigers pouncing behind Lily. They were already alerted when Almond jumped, so when Lily jumped, they decided to attack her. Unfortunately for them, Alfred was right behind as his fiery sword cut both of them and tailed behind Lily before smiling at Natalia, who was looking back over Lily's shoulder. Alfred had learned to use flame manipulation to empower his sword, effectively creating a technique, flame elemental aura, on his sword, coating it with a fiery layer that increased his attack's lethality to a notch above. The group continued behind Almond as he bypassed all the monsters, but the last 15 meters were unknown. Lily, let's jump with our full power. We can cross 15 meters easily with physical enchantment. Good idea. Better to do that than to rush through. Almond's legs pumped as he arrived at the mark, consuming mana and empowering his legs further as he jumped long. He crossed over 15 meters and directly arrived at the solid stone ground in front of the passage. Turning around, he saw Lily and Natalia coming as well, but their balance shifted due to double weight. Lily blinked as she saw Almond looking at them and let go of Natalia with a slight arm motion towards him. Natalia's mouth was open, tongue out, and face shocked while forced to the side as her angel had changed mid-air. It was a funny scene as she didn't expect to be thrown at such height and speed. But Almond quickly acted and caught her while Lily also landed safely. Alfred arrived right behind, bringing 5 white Poland tigers and snakes. The group entered the passage fast as the monsters followed. But since the space was small inside, the monsters couldn't fight properly, and their main weapon, the specialty of monsters here, white Poland poison, couldn't work that much. White Poland poison was dangerous because it could make someone paralyzed and also sleep, making their consciousness wobbly. Paralyze could only stop the body, but not the applications of mana or the usage of skills. But sleep affected the mind, so it was hard to use mana techniques or skills. White Poland monsters all had this poison as their main attribute, so most of their attacks were infused with this poison. However, inside the passage, they couldn't move freely to attack, and they weren't intelligent enough to make a formation. The group killed silver level 4 and 5 white Poland tigers and snakes easily without getting hit. Lily was close to silver level 6, at 97%, while Alfred and Natalia were halfway to silver level 6 after the battle. We got a drop! Natalia exclaimed. That's our first drop from normal monsters. Chapter 31, New Production. Nice, it looks like something you can use, Lily said as she inspected the item Natalia picked up. Serpent Curse Wand. Grade, Uncommon. Attack, plus 10% potency to control type and offense type skills. Perk. Perception, plus 3 focus. Effect, S. Spell, using 50 mana, you can shoot an ethereal white serpent. If struck, it puts the target to sleep with a 50% chance while having a 100% chance of paralyzing for 2 seconds. This is great, Almond said as read the status. It can paralyze boss monsters for a second, not to mention its usefulness against other silver-ranked adventurers. Glad we triggered the drop here. This is indeed one of the better uncommon grade drops on the first floor, Lily smiled. And its perk is maxed. The maximum stats we can get from an uncommon grade is 6 if I remember correctly. Yep, it's 6. Rare grade has up to 50 based on its subgrade, but mine duped on that one since low-class rare grade could have a maximum of 10 stats bonus, Almond wryly smiled. But in exchange, I got all possible effects, so that's good. Praying Hunter's sword didn't get any boost that increased the user's stats, perks. His common grade staff also had a stat boost, though it was just plus 1 mana stat, plus 10 mana into the mana pool. Anyway, this was a good find. Let's continue, Natalia said with a jolly grin, clearly in a happy mood as she gave her common grade 1 to Lily, who put it in the storage pouch while she held a white wand with a crystal red-eyed serpent head at the top. The chance of getting drops from normal monsters was utterly low. It was less than 1%, be it common grade or uncommon grade. It was the same for both since this rate was the rate of drop from a normal monster. This rate increased by 5% every 3 days since the floors would get powerful every 3 days, up to 21% on the last 3 days of the month. The elite monsters would also spawn, a stronger version of the same monster like Elite Goblin Archer, Elite Bog Slither, and so on. Those had an extra 10% chance on drops, but only one elite monster of each kind would spawn in an area. Naturally, their numbers would also double every 3 days, so the last 3 days of the labyrinth were practically in hell mode due to a massive increase in the number of monsters, not to mention how they would be 5% to 10% stronger every 3 days. The party was walking and arrived at the end of the passage after walking for 100 meters. "Well, I guess this will be our new battlefield for some hours," Lily said as she looked at a large cavern with glowing plants, tall grass, trees, and less fog than the first area, but more variety of trees, plants, and other things. "The Spirit Factory has successfully finished its production list." "Nice. Let's sit down for a bit," Almond said with a smug smile and sat down. "We just got 20 new items." Lily and Natalia clearly appeared excited and sat down. "Bring the stuff on the table, boss," Natalia rubbed her hands with anticipation while grinning. "Let's see what you cooked this time." Lily chuckled as she winked at Almond, a scrumptious meal as always, for sure. Almond had put 15 spirits inside, resulting in 15 items. 5x Bog Slither spirits. 5x Moonlight Wisp spirits. 5x Shimmering Fun Serpents spirits. "Here we go," Almond waved his hand as he spawned out the items. 5x Bog Slither arrows, uncommon grade. 3x Moonlight Crystal, uncommon grade. 2x Wispy Illusion Bombs, one-time use, uncommon grade. 2x Shimmering Spine Spears, uncommon grade. 2x Shimmering Serpent's Fangs, one-time use, uncommon grade. 1x Shimmering Trap, one-time use, rare grade. That last one, Lily was surprised. "Your Spirit Factory crafted a rare grade. I wonder what it does." Natalia blinked curiously as she looked at the 5-inch radius thick ring with shimmering serpent scales shining as its material. "Yeah, I was also surprised to see a rare grade one," Almond shared the item's details with them. Shimmering Trap. Grade, rare. Type, one-time use. Use 50 mana in the ring to activate the ring and then put it anywhere you wish to set the trap. Anyone who steps on the ring or touches it will trigger the trap in 0.5 seconds. Effect, S. 5-meter radius ground into deadly bog 5 meters deep that pulls the targets downward while covering the area with thick fog. Voice can't travel out of the fog unless enhanced with mana. Reading the effects, the trio got chills. It was deadly, alright. Almond grinned and said, "This is going to be useful. It doesn't even look like a trap, but more like a dropped item or something." "Let's see other items." Lily moved her gaze to the arrows, her eyes sparkling. "Those seem very useful to me." "Me too," Natalia said as she waved her Willoughby crossbow. Almond laughed. "Yep, take a look." Sharing the details, everyone looked at the new status window. Bog Slither Arrow. Grade, uncommon. Durability, 100/100. Attack, 50 plus 100% of mana infused converting to attack. Max 100 mana. Effect, S. Stuck by the arrow will get ensnared by vines from the ground. The number of vines depends on the mana infused into the arrow, 1 vine per 10 mana infused. Note: the arrow decreases its durability, and loss increases per mana infused. 10 mana infused is a loss of 10 durability, and using 100 mana will destroy the arrow after it is hit. Can repair the item's durability by 100% using 1 spirit. Another crazy item, Natalia muttered. These arrows are so powerful. I can repair their durability as well, Almond chucked. We have 5, so split up yourselves. I'll take 2, Natalia said with a grin. Lily, you got a quiver from Goblin Colony, right? Yep, Lily nodded as she picked up the remaining 3 arrows and put them in her storage bag before taking out the quiver. Willoughby crossbow could generate an arrow using mana, so she didn't need a quiver until now. Check out this. It's most useful in my opinion. Almond shared the details of the Moonlight Crystal. Moonlight Crystal. Grade, Uncommon. Effect, S. 10 mana to activate the crystal, producing a bright light to illuminate an area. It also discovers monsters within a 10-meter radius and gives light up to a 50-meter radius. It remains active for 1 hour, and the crystal can stick to anything solid but drowns in water. Cooldown, 1 hour. Note, after the crystal activates, it becomes fragile and can be destroyed if struck by an attack of 25, be it physical or magical. This is very useful, like very, Lily muttered, realizing this item's potential. As long as it's not destroyed, we can use it. Crazy effect, damn. The illuminating items like magic torches and lamps in the market don't even come close to this crystal's effect, Natalia said in amazement. Yep. But even a level 1 bronze-ranked monster can destroy that crystal if it punches it, Almond wryly smiled. So it's safe to say that even shockwaves of stronger attack could accidentally destroy it, unless... Almond grinned and took out a glass-blaze shield, we protected with another item. This shield can work, but we want something like a glass cube. Great idea, Lily's eyes lit up. Once we get out of the labyrinth, I'll tell my father to commission a tough glass cube. We can put this crystal inside it and use it. Excellent, Almond smiled. And for that, we shouldn't use these crystals here. They are too fragile for now, so put them in your storage pouch. After Lily put them inside her storage pouch, Almond shared the details of the Wispy Illusion Bomb. Wispy Illusion Bomb. Grade, Uncommon. Type, One-time use. Chapter 32, Second Cavern, 1/2. Wispy Illusion Bomb. Grade, Uncommon. Type, One-time use. Effect. Not bad. Useful against other adventurers like the Shimmering Trap, Lily nodded. Shimmering Serpent's Fangs. Grade, Uncommon. Type, One-time use. Attack, 50, plus 100% of user's strength. Effect. Flying dagger that rapidly dissolves into lethal acid and fast-acting poison once struck to the flesh. This one is also good, Lily raised her eyebrows. Yeah, it's deadly, Natalia nodded. And last, Almond shared the details of Shimmering Spine Spear. Shimmering Spine Spear. Grade, Uncommon. Duration, 2 days. Durability, 1000/1000. Attack, 50 plus 60% of the user's strength. Perk. Strength. Effect. Stab, increases piercing power by 50% and user's action speed by 30% for 3 seconds after infusing 50 mana. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Note. Duration by 1 day and durability by 50% at the cost of 1 spirit. We'll open our attack with this, Almond grinned as he grabbed all 3 spears and stood up before turning to the passage's exit. The sword was in contact with him at his back in the sheath, so he activated Praying Sense after walking to the edge, overlooking the cavern. Praying Sense. Almond's eyes grew as if he was looking from a higher dimension, everything within a 50-meter radius completely clear. The air felt cooler, carrying a damp, earthy scent that mingled with the faint aroma of the glowing plants scattered across the landscape. The cavern stretched like a sprawling underground forest. Luminescent fungi clung to the cavern walls, casting an eerie, bluish glow that bathed the scene in soft, flickering light. Trees with twisted, dark trunks and silver-leafed branches reached upward, swaying gently as if moved by an unseen breeze. In the middle of the cavern, a crystalline river wound its way through the terrain, its waters glowing faintly. Along the riverbank, tall, thick grass swayed, concealing movement underneath. Some of the plants pulsed with life, their bioluminescent hues flickering from green to purple in a rhythmic dance. Scattered throughout were stone formations, large, jagged rocks that jutted out of the earth, some wrapped in vines, creating natural obstacles. The fog here was thinner than in the previous area but still present, clinging low to the ground, curling around the tree roots and obscuring their feet. It shifted and swirled, giving the sense that something could emerge at any moment. Occasional flashes of movement could be seen in the distance, shadows darting between the trees, their forms indistinct in the pale light. Almond detected the pinpoint location of every monster 50 meters away. He grabbed one of the spears from his left hand and stood in a spear-throwing position, his right arm exerting full power along with his two legs using physical enchantment as he gained a solid foothold. The ground beneath him slightly cracked as his right arm's veins popped out, his strength fully exerted. And then, he attacked. A loud sonic boom echoed as the spear instantly vanished from Lily and Natalia's sight. A moment later, another blast rang out, and they saw 4 lethal Fong rabbits impaled in various spots as the spear crashed into the cavern wall 180 meters away. You have killed 4 level 7 lethal Fong rabbits. You have completed your first specialized class quest. Almond stayed focused, ignoring the notifications. He had already picked up the second spear with only 5 seconds left. Boom! The second spear shot out like a bolt with another sonic boom, piercing a level 7 white Poland tiger before skewering through 2 level 6 white Poland snakes. You have killed. You have reached level 7. Once more, he grabbed the final spear, even faster this time, and hurled it with a loud rumble, striking 2 level 6 lethal Fong rabbits and a level 7 white dust centipede squarely in the head, splattering it. After 10 seconds of praying sense, Almond's body relaxed, releasing visible steam. Whoa! That felt good. Natalia's mouth hung open in shock. Motherfucking dollar hashtag at hashtag, what the hell? Wonderful attacks, Lily grinned as she walked to the edge of the passage and put her hand on Almond's shoulder. Cool down a bit and recover, darling, we'll take the field now. Almond laughed and sat down on the floor. Enjoy. I'll be there soon. Alfred, summon the wolves and let them aid Natalia while you can fight however you like. With pleasure, Alfred slightly bowed before the claws at his waist glowed and summoned 2 spectral wolves. Hurry, Nat, or you'll be left behind, Lily said before she jumped high, her figure glinting with aura as she used physical enchant along with her 2 class skills, turning invisible and boosting her speed as she moved like the wind while her daggers cleanly cut off 5 monsters' heads, 2x level 6 tigers and 3x level 7 lethal Fong rabbits. Natalia also joined while Alfred took on a different area to be his battlefield with the spectral wolves. Almond gathered all 15 spirits and meditated, quickly recovering his mana and stamina. I have to add some points into stamina. Using my full physical power exerts more stamina. Those 3 spears drained 80% of his stamina since he had gone all out in physical exertion on top of using physical enchantment. But the results were just as satisfying, having killed 10 monsters in 10 seconds with praying sense. He had 34 strength and 23 stamina. The more strength he exerted, the more stamina he consumed, and his stamina wasn't keeping up with his strength at the moment. Just like how a stronger or slash and a higher graded skill would consume more mana, it was the same with exerting one's physical body's strength. And just like how one's skill execution mastery, technique execution mastery, and efficiency of the skills brought out higher performance with the same amount of mana consumption, it was the same with using the physical body efficiently to bring out higher performance with the same amount of stamina consumption. Almond had 12 unassigned stat points, and he decided to dump 11 into his stamina to fight longer. He fully recovered 30 seconds later and cooled down, as adding points to his stamina stat increased both his maximum stamina and recovery rate. Almond jumped into the fray with his sword, joining the battlefield at far right. Alfred was in the far northeast, 100 meters away, while Natalia was 50 meters below him in the southeast. Lily was in the center of the battlefield, so Almond jumped towards the western area. A level 7 white Poland tiger pounced on him along with a level 7 lethal Fong rabbit in a pincer attack. Let the dance with blade begin. Almond had an expression of utmost enjoyment and thrill. Chapter 33, Second Cavern, 2 halves, Specialized Class Prefix Options. Almond's sword glinted in motion as he targeted the tiger first as it was closer, his sword cutting in an arc as it rolled off the tiger. His motion slowed down only a bit while it still continued, his foot pressing on the ground as he turned, his blade slicing the lethal Fong rabbit into 2 horizontally. Lethal Fong rabbits were 1 meter tall and had sharp blade-like fangs along with claws. Their fangs were truly lethal due to the high penetration they had, capable of even piercing uncommon-grade shields and containing a fast-acting poison that deteriorates health. So if they jumped and drove their fangs into an adventurer without defensive skill, it would usually result in 100% death. Almond was more careful of the rabbits, but it wasn't hard. As long as he was careful of their close-range Fong attack, he would be safe. Everyone was in combat, using various skills and new items. Natalia's new wand matched perfectly with her class skills. And with the Willoughby crossbow that produces its own arrows at the cost of 10 mana, she could easily finish off the monsters. She also had big slither arrows, which were considerably powerful. The wolves were helping her as Almond commanded them, making it easier for Natalia to maneuver and get protection. Alfred had no difficulty fighting solo like Lily and Almond since he had a good assortment of various skills, and he used them proficiently. Everyone was in different areas in this small forest-like cavern, thrillingly fighting against monsters and undoubtedly improving, gaining experience in their first run of Labyrinth. Almond freely used spirits from his spirit pocket since he was going to get more, and he could only keep 100. He restored the durability of both slither arrows each time Natalia used them, and he also restored the durability of the spear but didn't use them anymore. He also started devouring spirits during the battle since it didn't hinder him performance-wise, even if he used Spirit Devour during the fight. This way, he emptied more space to keep storing the spirits. 3x White Poland Tigers, plus 1 Strength, plus 1 Stamina, plus 1 Perception, plus 1.5 Focus. 3x White Poland Snakes, plus 2 Health, plus 1 Perception, plus 1 Mana. 3x Lethal Fong Rabbits, plus 1 Health, plus 1 Strength, plus 1 Focus, plus 1 Stamina, plus 0.5 Focus. 3x White Dust Centipede, plus 1 Mana, plus 2 Health, plus 1 Strength. The battle lasted for around 20 minutes as the group chugged a few mana potions in the middle of the battle. They didn't exert themselves heavily in the physical area as there were no potions to recover stamina. But by combining steadfast and efficient physical exertion in tandem with using their skills, they could last longer in the battle while killing more monsters. There was no need to exert 100% of physical power every second. In total, the number of monsters killed stood at 58 as Almond acquired 58 spirits, and this also marked the completion of Lily's and Natalia's first specialized class quest. During the battle, Almond also devoured 12 spirits of White Poland Lair's monsters, and his spirit pocket was still 100 out of 100 by the time the battle ended as he calculatingly used up the spirits he had from previous areas for his skills and recovering items. In the end, Almond remained at level 7, but 92% progressed toward level 8, while Lily, Natalia, and Alfred reached level 7. After the battle was over, the group picked up some uncommon grade flowers and fruits from the tree. White Poland's lair had a good amount of resources, a perk of being a hidden area. The first cavern had nothing, but the second and third caverns were bound to have a good amount. From this second cavern, they got 9 uncommon grade resources. After scouring the Forestic Cavern, the group entered the second passage and sat down to recover as well as proceed in their specialized class quest. First of all, Almond added 20 spirits in the Spirit Factory for the new production batch. 5x White Poland Tigers. 5x White Poland Snakes. 5x Lethal Fong Rabbits. 5x White Dust Centipedes. Afterward, he looked at his specialized class panel. Prefix, Grimblade. Please select a prefix out of the options given below. Options: Shadowbane, Iron Fong, Stormborn, Cinderborn, Ashenvoid, Rift Veil. Shadowbane Grimblade, this would lean towards Assassin side, having Shadow attribute and other points complementing it. Ironfang Grimblade, Iron and Fong, this sounds like a full assault class. I guess this would be more like a warrior. Stormborn Grimblade, considering elements, Storm would have wind, lightning, and water, and Storm itself. Sounds like this class would have a bit of versatility but more on the offense side and powerful with flashy style. Cinderborn Grimblade obviously sounds like flame related. Ash, Magma, Flame, no doubt this sounds powerful as well. But the next two, Almond's eyes glinted. They are more interesting. Ashenvoid, Ashen means many things, very pale, an indication of fear or being sick, and could be related to ashes as well. Void is self-explanatory, but I can't image how and what kind of skills this class would generate. Lastly, Almond looked at the last option and wryly smiled. Damn this. Rift Veil, Rift has multiple different meanings based on context. A crack in the ground or space and a crack in the relationship between people are two, but how does it combine with the veil? Veil can mean multiple things. First is a face-covering veil. It also symbolizes mystery and can also mean separation, like rift. Some comics and webtoons I read in the library also describe the veil as a boundary between the physical and spiritual realm. It's used to separate the material world from spiritual stuff. Almond had removed the first 4 options from his mind. The last 2 were simply too interesting, but he had to choose one. What should I choose? Think more, and reach a conclusion. Chapter 34, Class Names, Tricky Quest. Ashenvoid Grimblade or Riftveil Grimblade. Which one will synergize with me more with my first class and can enhance my style? Almond was thinking of all the possibilities and crazy fantasies that could be possible with those 2 class names. Ashenvoid sounds more powerful for obvious reasons. Void is related to spacetime, or rather, the absence of it. It's nothingness. It should be offensive based on its name. But Almond's eyes were glued on the last option. Riftveil is more mysterious. It also has the concept of void in a way since it nullifies connections, but it seems to be able to do more, and I cannot figure out everything. Who knows what kind of possibilities are there? Riftveil, this word, it's more mystical, and it definitely has more unique possibilities. Almond's thoughts swirled, and he made a decision. This is it. You have chosen Riftveil as your special class's prefix. The initial potential rank of your specialized class has been determined, which is based on not just the simple words but also your thoughts and desires. Show me the rank. Almond's eyes burned with anticipation. A second later, it finally appeared. Riftveil Grimblade's initial potential class rank is SS. Depending on your next quest's result, this rank could decrease or increase. Decreases too? Almond winced. Second quest of your specialized class, Skill Visualization. This will determine the first skill of your class and also its rank as well as the number of class skills you can initially have and get hints regarding the development of your next class skills. Here it is. Almond gulped. Quest, Skill Visualization. Objective. And visualize a skill completely based on your class name. Derive meanings, bend them to your will, and draw your skill. You may visualize multiple times, and you don't have to think about restricting your imagination. Be sure to name your visualized skills so you can submit one. Almond, did you finish your class name? Lily asked. Almond opened his eyes and nodded, yep. Here's mine, Natalia excitedly said as she used mana to write in the air with her control with a stylish font. Chaos-bound Serenader. Both Lily and Almond were surprised. Chaos-bound Serenader, sounds good, Lily blinked as she said. Guess the rank, Natalia said cheekily. S rank, Almond smiled. That class name deserves S rank for sure. Can't deny that, Lily nodded before asking curiously, so, what's the rank? Never mind, your expression gave it away, Lily said with a chuckle before Natalia could speak. Natalia merrily grinned, it's an S rank class, and I'll make it SS rank. What did you two get? SS rank class, Lily said as her smile contained a hint of joyous pride. I am satisfied with it because I feel like it's going to synergize with my ego well. Saying that she also wrote her class name and rank using mana. Dreadspire Warlock, SS rank. Whoa, that's one scary class name, Natalia exclaimed and then snickered, definitely suitable to you. Lily showed her paws and growled while smiling, I'll make sure you tremble in fear and wet your bed after I get this class. Nyo! Natalia dramatically said before she and Lily couldn't help but laugh. What did you get, darling? Mine is also SS rank, but not as scary sounding, Almond smiled and snapped his finger, drawing his class name in the air as Lily and Natalia looked at it. Riftveil Grimblade, SS rank. Natalia smacked her lips, amazed, that's one hell of a cool name, damn. Very cool, just like mine, Lily grinned. And if we just take suffixes of our class, Grimblade sounds more scary than Warlock. Grimblade is strange, I don't think I've seen that suffix on anyone before. Did you, Lily? Lily shook her head, her eyes twinkling in curiosity. There are a lot of suffixes, but there's no suffix that's completely unique to oneself so far. Many people have the same suffixes, but it's my first time seeing Grimblade. That's kinda true, Almond thoughtfully nodded. I saw familiar suffixes in the list, but this one struck me. Serenader and Warlock were not suffixes that appeared the first time. One of the top 10 strongest adventurers had a Warlock in his title, and it was because of his special class. There were even Warlock in the starting class of people. Like Blood Warlock, Storm Warlock, and such. Serenader was also not that rare. It was just like Bard. There were class names with Serenader as a suffix as well. but Grimblade seemed to be a new addition. Anyway, our class ranks are promising, but we have to be careful with our next quest, Lily said, her expression turning serious. Based on the information I have, the chance of increasing our class rank with the next quest is low. In fact, the likelihood of our class rank decreasing is higher. You can say that decreasing in rank and keeping the same rank have the same chance on average, while increasing the rank has a low chance. Interesting, Almond was surprised. He didn't have information about this, but it wasn't strange Lily had that information. Having parents in the Global Adventurer Association sure is handy, Natalia grinned. Share some tips with us. The tip is already given in the quest. You can imagine and visualize a drum that shatters the planet, but as the quest mentioned, we have to visualize the skill completely. Lily said, emphasizing the last word. Completely, Almond muttered. You see, the quest tells us not to restrict our imagination, but it also wants us to visualize skills fully. I feel like we have to visualize an overpowered skill with great details and multiple possibilities based on the meanings we derive from our class names, he added. Yes, darling, Lily smiled. That's exactly what I feel, and most people don't do that. I also think that we have to put as many details as possible in our skill visualization while keeping it tied to our class name's meanings. But Almond, your class name sounds confusing, Natalia said as she looked at Almond. Riftvale Grimblade, I am having a headache just thinking about what to visualize with that to make it overpowered, lol. Do you have any idea? Lily nodded in agreement. True, it's a bit tricky. Almond's expression was blank. I have no idea yet. I haven't even begun thinking about anything overpowered related to it. But, Almond's eyes glinted as his face shifted into a grin filled with anticipation and excitement. I'll definitely come up with something awesome. That's good to hear. Let's finish off this area and clear the Briarwood Grove area after that, Lily said as she took out a bunch of things from the storage pouch. The evening would descend by then, and we'll take our time visualizing the skill at the camp in high hills at the upper part of the mountain. Sounds good, Almond nodded, followed by a growling sound from his stomach. I was hungry, but now I am even more hungry. Almond, help us this time so we can cook faster, Natalia rolled up her invisible sleeves. All right. I am famished, Lily rubbed her stomach. Let's make something quick and filling. The three of them grinned and spoke at the same time. Steak. After all, they were exhausted after fighting, consuming all their physical energy at the end, and Almond was even more so since he exhausted himself twice. Stamina's recovery heavily depends on hunger, especially for adventurers who exhaust themselves multiple times a day. If the physical body doesn't have any energy, stamina recovery considerably slows down. Half an hour later, everyone had eaten and fully recovered as they resumed their journey towards the final cavern of White Poland's lair. Chapter 35, Before the Final Boss, New Spirit Wraith. Third Cavern of the White Poland's lair. It had many monsters and resources, but the final boss was further at the end in the lair, slumbering. Number of monsters in the third cavern, 78. Number of resources, 26. 36x silver level 8 to 9 White Reaper beetles. 29x silver level 9 to 10 chilling spark panthers. 13x silver level 10 saber snout hogs. Among them, Almond killed a total of 26 monsters, his progress stopping at level 9, 77%. Lily killed 23 monsters, her progress stopping at level 9, 39%. Natalia killed 16 monsters, reaching level 9, 3%. And the remaining were killed by Alfred, who also reached level 9, 8%. It took around 40 minutes to fight and kill monsters in this large cavern that was 4 kilometers square in size. Almond gained a new surge of stat points after devouring 3 spirits of each type of monster, getting stronger again. Devouring those 9 spirits, he got 3x White Reaper beetles plus 2 strength, plus 1 health, plus 1 stamina, plus 0.5 focus. 3x Chilling Spark Panthers, plus 1 strength, plus 2 health, plus 1 mana, plus 1 perception. 3x Saber Snout Hogs, plus 1 strength, plus 2 health, plus 1 stamina, plus 1 focus, plus 0.5 perception. He wasn't even trying hard because if he did, he would eat most of the monster kills. As such, he focused on refining and discovering more sword plays instead. The party was practically invincible against monsters on this first floor, mainly thanks to the abundance of items Almond's Spirit Factory produced and the synergy of the team. Almond and Lily were absolute beasts in combat, and Natalia was a trickster to the enemy and support in a way, not to mention the spectral wolves and Alfred, who were not any less powerful. Almond had lent earth-shattering gloves to Natalia for the time being. She could utilize its passive effect of increasing the defense of allies within a 5-meter radius better since she was in the team with wolves and Alfred. The party dominated this third cavern completely and cleared it before finally under a tree in the center instead of entering the last passage since it was short, and they could see the boss slumbering from there. To make space for the new 78 spirits, -9 that he devoured, Almond sacrificed all the spirits he had gained from previous areas by repairing items and using them to increase the durations of some more useful spirit items. Of course, he had recovered Wolfclaw Gauntlet long ago, making it duration 30 days when he was in Willow Bee Nest since he had excess spirits to be used because there were a lot of willow bees. Wolfclaw Gauntlets were useless to be used as a weapon, but the effect it got from his spirit factory was fantastic since the spectral wolves inherited Almond stats, making them powerful. As for other items, he mainly increased the duration of all 3 shimmering spine spears to 3 days, costing him 9 spirits. Bog Slither arrows to 3 days, which cost him 15 spirits. Finally, 1 Blastblaze shields duration 3 days, which cost him 3 spirits. Blastblaze bears gave mostly one-time use items except for Blastblaze shields, and they had already used them in Shimmering Fun. The shield was good, so Almond kept 1 since the rest were destroyed. 3x Moonlight crystals didn't have durations despite not being one-time use items, fortunately. They were safe in the storage pouch. 2x Wispy illusion bombs were one-time use items, and they hadn't used any yet as there was no need so far. 2x Shimmering Serpent's Fangs were also one-time use items, and Almond planned to use them in the incoming boss fight. 1x Shimmering Trap, the only rare grade item his spirit factory has produced so far, was put into the safe. It was a rare grade, meaning that it could affect monsters above silver level 10 easily as well. There was no need to use it blindly. As for other items that Natalia and Lily used, he had already increased their durations to 10 days yesterday. Natalia's Willowbee crossbow was at 10 days duration. The other 2 crossbows had vanished since a day passed. Lily's all 3 Willowbee daggers were also at 10 days duration. These were useful because of the paralyzing effect. All in all, Almond had 10 different types of items from his spirit factory, all of them abundantly useful and more powerful than regular items of the same grade. Right after they sat down for recovery in a triangle formation, Almond heard the sweet sound of notification from his spirit factory. He looked at the list. 3x Snow Hide Cloak. Uncommon grade. 2x Poland Tiger's Belt. Uncommon grade. 4x White Poland Charm Rings. Uncommon grade. 1x Spirit Snake Bite. One-time use. Uncommon grade. 2x White Dust Carapace Armor. Uncommon grade. 3x White Dust Venom Quiver. Uncommon grade. 2x Lethal Fong Sabers. Uncommon grade. 3x Lethal Fong's Boots. Uncommon grade. Interesting new items. And only one one-time use item, eh? Just as Almond finished reading the list, another notification greeted him, making him excited. It was from his spirit pocket. Hey, party, it's finally time we get one more member. Almond grinned as he eagerly activated the spirit Kotaku pocket and brought out the new spirit wraith in the middle of the triangle they had formed. Lily and Natalia quickly attended to Almond upon hearing that, as they knew what he meant. What's it going to be? Lily muttered in anticipation as she saw a swirl of mystical and colorful smoke with sparks gathering in the middle. It won't be a humanoid since there's no human spirits inside, right? Natalia blinked before she added. If only that bastard Zoran didn't affect others with his death, we could have killed him. He deserves to die, humph. Can't deny that, Almond nodded, his eyes on the spirit wraith manifesting. Half a second later, everyone saw a monster they had never seen before. A chimera type, huh? Lily's eyes glinted in curiosity. It looks scary as hell, Natalia winced. It was 2.5 meters tall, had glassy scales over its body, and had 4 snake-like arms with a literal snake-like mouth in place of a standard hand or claw. They wiggled like tentacles, the snake mouth hissing as their venomous fangs glinted. It also had 4 legs like a mantis, but they were thick and stubby. Its crystally eyes glowed dark green with blue pupils, and the final horror factor was a pair of giant bee-like wings but furry with green and yellow patterns at its back. There were 4 glowing blue crystal orbs on its chest as a part of its body as well, pulsing like a heartbeat. Alright, this is one hell of a creepy thing. No wonder the product is called Spirit Wraith, Almond wryly chuckled. Please name your new Spirit Wraith. Share us the status. I wonder what skills it has, Lily grinned. I'm sure it's powerful. Yep, Almond quickly made a name and then shared the status. Oh. This doesn't start from level 1, and what's with the new things? Almond was surprised and shared it. This is new, alright. Take a look. Chimera Viper Fiend. Classification, Off-Tank. Chapter 36, Spirit Factory Enhanced. Chimera Viper Fiend. Rank, Silver. Level, 5. Classification, Off-Tank. Quirk, S. Can switch between defensive and offensive mode quickly. Speed plus 30% in offensive mode, defense plus 30% in defensive mode. Physique, can absorb various kinds of poisons and store them. Stats, 42 unassigned stat points. Physical. Mental. Skills. 1. Viper Fang Shot. 2. Synthesize Tank. 3. Toxin Flare. 4. Nightmare Mist. 5. Moonlight Barrier. Note, this Spirit Wraith has a chance to awaken new skills upon getting stronger. Whoa, what a monster, Natalia exclaimed. Those quirks are so useful. Why don't we have those? Maybe we would have if we ate each other and evolved like that. I guess that depends on chemistry, Almond chuckled as he looked at Lily. Lily would know. Natalia burst out laughing while Lily jokingly rolled her eyes. That aside, this monster is going to be very useful for us, Lily's eyes glinted. Almond, how do you plan to assign the stat points? I'm tempted to focus on strength, health, and mana more, but I'll do evenly for now. What if it awakens a new skill if I increase its focus and perception? Saying that, Almond distributed the stat points, adding 7 to each stat. And, Almond grinned and waved his hand. The new batch of items are ready. With them, we'll be able to fight the boss with fewer risks. The boss they were going to fight could be arguably the strongest boss on this fairy mountain. Wandering Fairy was also strong, but it was a different type of monster than the one they were going to fight in White Poland's lair. Both were silver level 10 boss-type monsters, the strongest ceiling possible on the first floor of the labyrinth. However, in terms of lethality, White Poland's boss was stronger. Each of us will wear the Snowhide cloak since we have 3. They are made from White Poland tiger spirits. Almond shared the cloaks and then the item's details. Snowhide Cloak. Grade, Uncommon. Duration, 3 days. Durability, 500/500. Defense, plus 30p.def, plus 30m.def. Perks. Health. Effect, S. Infusing 50 mana in the cloak will make you highly lightweight for 1 minute, reducing the gravity effect on you by 30%. Cooldown, 2 minutes. What's this? Your items didn't give stat perks before, Lily was surprised. And the duration is automatically 3 days? Yep. I think reaching 30 in focus and perception improves Spirit Factory automatically. I got a notification, but it was during the fight, and now it's gone. But I remember it was related to it. This is nice, Natalia wore the cloak. It's furry like tiger's fur, but it also gives us good overall defense, especially at the back. Yep, it's indeed very good equipment, Lily nodded as she also wore the cloak and grinned. This effect is going to be my favorite. Yeah, we'll become faster with it, Almond nodded and took out the next items. Next is Poland Tiger's Belt, but I only got 2 of those. Poland Tiger's Belt. Grade, Uncommon. Duration, 3 days. Durability, 300/300. Perk. Stamina, plus 2 focus. Effect, S. Passive: you can stick items to this belt in miniature form with simple contact. Up to 5 items. Wait, for real? Natalia quickly took a belt and put her crossbow on it. In the next second, the crossbow became like a keychain and hung on the belt. Holy shit! Lily and Almond were also surprised. These effects from your spirit items are pretty awesome, Lily grinned. You too wear the belt. I already have a storage pouch at my waist to pick things.
Yeah, this will be handy.
We can hang potions and items at our waists now. Almond got up and put on the belt. He put on the one that gave lower stat perks and gave the one with more stat perks to Natalia.
Lily took out 2 mana potions and 2 healing potions before taking out more things.
Here, you wanted to use this at this boss from the start, so you can hang them at your waist now. Lily took out 2 shimmering serpent's fangs, one-time use items. Lily, I want 2 bog slither arrows. Natalia's eyes twinkled.
I can use them during battle now.
No need, Almond interjected with a chuckle as he took out the next item. I have something better to hold the arrows.
Whoa, quivers?
Natalia fixed her gaze on the 3 quivers.
That's pretty nice, Lily blinked, curious.
And I suppose these quivers have effects too.
Yep, let's see what they got. Almond shared the details. White Dust Venom Quiver. Grade, Uncommon. Duration, 3 days. Enchant, plus 10% damage to arrows in the quiver. Perk.
Mana, plus 1 perception.
Effect, S. 1. Infuse 10 mana to generate a white dust venom arrow in the quiver. Quiver can only hold up to 10 arrows. Crazy item. Natalia was dazed. How many quivers you got? Lily asked with twinkling eyes.
She was also an expert archer, so this quiver was very tempting. More than we need, Almond chuckled and took out 2 more quivers.
Take these 2.
They got better stat perk. Both of them replaced the normal common grade quivers with the new ones.
Next items are rings.
I got 4 of them, so Alfred can also get one. Almond took out 4 rings before sharing the status of one.
White Poland Charm Ring. Grade, Uncommon. Duration, 3 days. Perk. Focus, plus 3 stamina. Effect, S.
Infuse 50 mana in the ring to manifest a snake illusion that has a 10% chance to charm the target, allowing you to command it for 10 seconds. Shield, infuse 50 mana to generate a projectile shield in front of you to defend.
High magic defense but low physical defense. Cooldown, 1 minute.
The first effect is pretty much useless with a 50% chance, Natalia said, but the second one is pretty good.
Yeah, high magic defense shield is good, Almond said as he activated the effect.
A meter radius big shield appeared 1 meter in front of him. He could move it just with his thought, making him a little surprised.
Lily blinked, that's nice. At least we won't need to hold the shield and can instantly activate the ring's effect.
Almond gave the ring with the best perk to Natalia and then distributed the others with him, keeping the one with the lowest stat perk. Spirit Snakebite, this one is a one-time use item that can increase any pain felt by twice for 1 minute, and I got only one. Almond handed it to Lily. Put it in the pouch, we don't need to use it on monsters.
True. What's next? Natalia eagerly asked while rubbing her palms. White Dust Carapace Armor. It's big and heavy, so Lily and I won't use it. Alfred and you can use it. Almond gave the armor to Natalia and Alfred before sharing its details.
It looks kinda beautiful even though it's made from that white dust centipede, Natalia grinned. A mage with that armor looks funny, Lily chuckled.
White Dust Carapace Armor. Grade, Uncommon. Duration, 3 days. Defense, plus 100p.def, plus 70m.def. Perk.
Health, plus 1 strength, plus 1 focus.
Effect, S.
Up, infuse 50 mana to increase original defense values by 20% for 1 minute.
Cooldown, 2 minutes.
Mist, infuse 50 mana to release a dusty mist within a 10-meter radius for 10 seconds, obstructing the vision of everyone.
Not bad, Natalia grinned. Looks tough enough, and I love the effects. Thank you, Master. Any more? Lily looked at Almond as if asking for more candies.
Almond smiled and took out 3 pairs of boots and 2 sabers.
Lethal Fong boots and Lethal Fong sabers. These are the last ones. Boots? Nice. Natalia was excited.
Weapons were useless to her, but this batch of production was all useful items that everyone could wear and use.
Boots sounds nice indeed, Lily smiled. Let's see what they got for us. Almond shared the status of Letha Fong boots. Letha Fong boots. Grade, Uncommon. Duration, 3 days. Speed, plus 10% normally, plus 20% in the forest. Perk. Perception. Effect, S. Jump, passive increases jumping power by 50%. This one is simply wonderful, Lily was amazed. Indeed.
Jumping power 50% is big for us, Almond grinned, not to mention the increase in movement speed.
I like the boots, but since we only have 3 pairs, give one to Alfred, Natalia said, a bit reluctant. Since he is paired with me and protects me, they would be better off on him. Ow, my baby finally grew up, Lily teased Natalia. Natalia pouted, I am still a baby. Give me your milk, Mama Lily. Oh shit, I got an idea. Don't use condoms when you make love, so Lily can produce milk eventually, and I can drink it then. Almond threw the saber at Alfred, giving him a better sword. This saber had better attack than the spear, and its effect gave it bonus damage on slash-type attacks. I am not going to use this, so put it in the storage, Almond said as he gave the other one to Lily. All right. Ignoring Natalia, both of them closed their eyes and started meditating to recover their mana. Chapter 37, Boss Fight, White King Manticore. White King Manticore, Boss. Rank, Silver. Level, 10. Vitality, 100%/100%. Mana, 1500/1500. Stats. Physical. Mental. This boss was 5 meters tall with a quadruped beastly body, a pair of tough draconic wings, a tail like a snake but with a scorpion sting, and a dreadful head that was a mixture of lion and monkey. It was mostly white with just patterns on the tail, fur, and wings of other colors. All of them were also at level 9, one level lower, so there was a high chance they would get a rare drop. It's powerful, Natalia's teeth chattered as she looked at its stats. Won't we die if we get hit by one of its attacks? Lily chuckled and said, of course not, silly. Well, you won't die because of that armor, but there's a high chance Almond and I get fatally injured if we get hit by a solid attack. Which won't happen. Almond drew his sword as he walked into the passage that was nearly 10 meters long, with the manticore sleeping right in the plain barren cavern center. Almond. Stats, 7 unassigned points. Physical. Mental. Lily, do you know its attacks? Almond turned to Lily as the group entered the passage. Yeah. We'll have to cut off its tail and one of the wings to weaken it. I'll get the tail by sneaking up. Lily held her daggers and scrapped their blades against each other as sparks flew, while the daggers glowed as she activated their effect. Good, I'll taunt it first, so aim for the tail and cut it off as soon as you get the chance, which you will know. Almond nodded before turning to Natalia, but send your clone first so I can start with a solid attack. I want to cut off one of its wings first, at least to make it less troublesome for us. Roger, Natalia nodded as she used her skill, summoning a clone looking just like her. Alfred, you will enter last with the wolves. Attack it as efficiently as possible. You don't have to worry about injury anyway. Understood. Lily looked further at the back. How do you plan to use the new spirit wraith? Almond smiled, I have an idea. I'll command it with my thoughts, so let's go. It's time to start. Natalia's clone went first, causing the White King Manticore to wake up as soon as the clone stepped foot inside. She made her clone use a class skill, Sparkling Dust, that she got from skill option in Level Up Boon. It covered the area around Manticore in a sparkling purple-red dust, lowering its vision and making it see everything double. Asterisk growl, asterisk. Almond saw it was about to attack and dashed inside. Physical enchantment activated in his arms and legs as he consumed 80 mana. The monster's tail was like an invisible wind wave as it struck Natalia's clone in a horizontal sweep. It was seeing 2 Natalias, so it attacked like that. But Almond had arrived right above it, his sword gleaming as its red blade glinted straight toward one of its huge wings. Gravity repel. Lethal dash. Almond's figure vanished as a glowing slash clearly became visible in a straight line, cutting through the Manticore's right wing while also managing to slash its body in the process. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. -8% vitality. Lily had turned invisible and entered right after Almond jumped inside. Not yet, Lily didn't attack. This wasn't the chance Almond was talking about. She observed Almond and Manticore waiting.
Meanwhile, the enraged manticore swiped its claw at Almond, who had landed on its right side. Its claw burned with flame in the process, a powerful attack that only those with tank roll and defensive skill could block. As such, Almond didn't plan to block it in the first place. He rolled right below Manticore's belly as he drove two fangs into its stomach.
Shimmering Serpent's Fangs, the one-time use items of high lethality. Shimmering Serpent's Fangs. Grade, Uncommon. Type, one-time use.
Attack, 50, plus 100% of user's strength.
Effect. Flying dagger that rapidly dissolves into lethal acid and fast-acting poison once struck to the flesh.
He drove both daggers into it, opening a wound and causing the manticore to jump away from Almond while it roared in pain and anger. It wanted to fly since this cavern had a high ceiling, but Almond had cut off its right wing.
Use Nightmare Mist. Almond commanded Chimera Viper Fiend. Manticore jumped near the cavern entrance, so Chimera Viper Fiend was ready.
Chimera Viper Fiend entered and opened its mouth, releasing a dreamy purple sparkling mist and covering a 10-meter radius area, aiming to cover the first half of the manticore's body.
This was another debuff skill like Natalia's Sparkling Dust.
The difference was that Nightmare Mist would enhance the feeling of fear in everyone inside the mist and cause them to look at living beings in a different way, making them resemble things they fear.
Manticore was debuffed and paired with Toxin Injury.
Before the Nightmare Mist effect kicked in, its rage was towards Almond and had already opened its mouth to release a wide-range attack, bursting out a sea of flame in a cone area in front of it, targeting Almond.
But unfortunately for the Manticore, Almond had Gravity Repel activated.
With a strong slam on the ground with his hand, Almond flew 10 meters off the ground at once, easily dodging the attack. Meanwhile, Lily was right behind it, where its tail was out of the Nightmare Mist's range. Her daggers glimmered sharply as she judged this to be the chance and cut off its tail. Its scorpion tail was most lethal because it was very fast, and a single of it could kill any one of them. At the same time, Alfred was also out of its attack range, so he released Flamesword Wave, a skill that synergized Flame Mastery and Sword Wave. This move was also considered slash-type due to its shape and attack, so the lethal Fong Saber's passive effect boosted it. Natalia didn't want to be outdone and also attack along with Alfred since she recognized this was the chance, shooting a Bog Slither arrow to the right side of her head from the passage's entrance. "Take it, bastard!" Manticore was ganged up hard as it roared and jumped again. Nightmare Mist's effect had kicked in, so it jumped away from everyone and arrived at the far northwest of the cavern at a corner 50 meters away, shaking its head vigorously as its body glowed. "Damn, it crossed a big distance," Almond muttered, but his eyes glinted as he dug his feet into the ground and grabbed a tiny spear keychain from his belt. "Too bad you won't escape from our attacks." Almond's eyes glinted as the spear became big the moment he grabbed it and he aimed at its head. Asterisk boom, asterisk. This spear attack speed wasn't something Manticore could react to, even though it was one of the strongest bosses on the first floor. But even though it couldn't react fully to dodge, it could still react, which caused the spear to miss its head by a centimeter. Almond knew this could happen, so he aimed the spear to its left. Even if it managed to react, the spear still struck its intact left wing. Its vitality dropped 57% with all the attacks so far. But there was no time to waste. They had a total of 1 minute to finish the battle because of the item's effects they had activated, and 30 seconds had passed by. It was time to go all out. Synthesize Tank. Chimera Viper Fiend transformed as its feet dug into the ground and its upper body bent, its forearms combining into a single barrel. What the fuck, it became a literal tank. The 4 crystals on its chest actually produced a frontal barrier for it with a central gap for the barrel. It was a tank that could tank damage and attack. Naturally, Manticore wasn't waiting. After suffering the spear's attack, it roared strongly and released several blades of dark winds, targeting not just Amand but Lily, Alfred, and Chimera Viper Fiend. Natalia was still in the passage at a safe distance, but she entered after seeing that attack, ready to release an arrow from her new quiver. She had consumed 100 mana to summon 5 strong 2.0 arrows costing 20 mana each, so she released them while Almond and Lily successfully dodged the dark wind. Blades. Alfred also dodged them while Chimera Viper Fiend was struck, its barrier shattering. However, it also released a powerful shot from its barrel, an attack with acid and poison that could combust. Asterisk boom, asterisk. Natalia's first arrow also struck its head, reducing 3% of its vitality. Asterisk roar. Asterisk.
minus 11% vitality from Chimera's attack.
That one shot had consumed all of Chimera Viperfiend's remaining mana according to Almond's command, but it was worth it. The blast was big and a perfect cover. Almond and Lily were less than halfway to their mana pool, so Almond injected both of them with Spirit Syringe, recovering to full as they resumed their attack. Lily released her ultimate combo move as the Manticore was damaged and blinded due to the blast Chimera Viperfiend released. Meanwhile, Almond also dashed and attacked, his sword gleaming coldly as he infused 100 mana to empower it. Lily, we must back off quickly after this attack. */*. Chris**. Both of their full-powered attacks struck Manticore as it could only blindly release its claw attack, which Almond and Lily easily dodged. Alfred released a Flamesword wave from 10 meters away with all of his remaining mana at the opportunity as well. The Manticore was on the verge of death, and that meant it was going to release its strongest attack that could potentially kill them. But Almond wasn't about to let that happen, and that was why he told Lily to back off after their final full-powered attacks. Spirit Explosion x5. 5 was overkilling it since the Manticore had 8% of its vitality left, but Almond wanted to make sure it died with this attack. *Boom***. Chapter 38, Skill Upgrade, Plan. Congratulations on defeating White King Manticore. 10,000 gold coins to each party member. Congratulations. You have reached level 10. You have triggered the level up boon. Everyone, including Alfred, leveled up to silver level 10. Almond and Lily finally triggered their second level up boon after entering silver rank. Natalia had already triggered it when she reached level 9 and got a skill option in it. Chimera Viperfiend reached silver level 8 from silver level 5 as well. Are we going to be lucky again? Almond muttered, looking at the spot where the boss had died and absorbed its spirit. It had dropped materials for crafting armor and weapons, but that wasn't what everyone was hoping for. As the dust scattered, they finally saw all the drops, including a blue orb. The trio moved in closer to inspect the item. It's an accessory. Almond raised an eyebrow. White King Manticore's necklace. Grade, rare/low. Durability, 1000/1000. Aura, plus 10% elemental resistance to the user. Perk. Health, plus 4 mana. Effect, S. Scales, passive reduce magic damage dealt to you by 10%. Overload, active increases your mana by 100%, but after 5 minutes, your mana recovery will be sealed for 10 minutes. Barrier, active conjures a barrier of fire element at the cost of 100 mana. This could sell for millions. Natalia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the necklace. This is indeed the most valuable item we've gotten so far, Almond grinned. Natalia coughed and looked at Lily and Almond. So who's going to keep it? You can keep it for now, but I'll take it in 3 days since I plan to stay on this floor, Almond said with a faint smile. Guess why? Spirit Devour? Lily asked, a knowing look on her face. Exactly, Almond said with a nod. Devouring lower-level monsters' spirits gives fewer stat points. I've reached the maximum level possible on the first floor, so I'm not going to get any stat points from bronze rank monsters anymore. I might also get nothing from other silver level 5 or lower monsters, though I'll have to check that first. But there are other areas, like Fairy Mountain. 7 more, to be exact, Almond said, his eyes glinting. I'm going to do a Spirit Devour hunt at every place. Holy shit, Natalia muttered. You're going to be so much stronger than others at the same level. Good, then I'll focus on dungeons after leaving, Lily said with a sharp smile, her eyes fiery. Dungeons don't level you up, but the monsters there drop many things, and bosses drop stat-boosting items at a low chance. You can grind here while I'll grind in the dungeons. Almond chuckled as he handed the necklace to Natalia. Sounds good. Lily put the materials in her storage ring while Natalia and Almond went to pick up the arrows and spear, respectively. What did you get this time? Skill options? Lily asked Almond with a smile. I got a skill option this time. Let me see, Almond said, thinking about the 2 level-up boons he now had. He'd saved the first one since it didn't have a skill option and planned to keep saving it. As for the second, Almond looked at it and couldn't help but grin. I got it. Without hesitation, he selected the skill option. Your skill, Spirit Factory, SS, has been evolved to Spirit Forge Factory, SSS. Your skill, Spirit Forge Factory, SSS, requires some conditions to be fulfilled for a complete upgrade.
Oh? Almond raised an eyebrow. Let's rest for a bit.
I need to focus, he said, then took a seat. Then, he activated the Spirit Forge Factory, finding himself in a cyberpunk fantasy-themed hall lit by spiritual torches. It's bigger, Almond thought as he scanned the room, spotting a large screen that displayed the skill's details and upgrade requirements. A mystical, scully maw with a swirling black vortex was centered below the screen. According to the new information Almond got after the skill was upgraded, he knew the maw was responsible for creating items after eating spirits.
What's this?
There were more things.
To the left and right of the hall were various square slabs displaying item types. Many types of items.
Don't tell me, Almond suddenly thought of something, quickly turning to read the information on the screen.
Damn, I was right.
The skill's new effects were crazy.
Spirit Forge Factory, locked. Rank, SSS. Effect, S. Spirits and turn them into various items via Spirit Maw.
It will not display more details regarding crafting when you add spirits into the Spirit Forge Maw. Can now initiate Super Spirit Item Forge, requiring 20 spirits for a single item creation.
It will be a guaranteed maximum potentialized item. Cooldown, 1 day. Currently available item type slabs. Dash, weapons, dash.
Swords, long sword, great sword, katana, rapier, scimitar, broadsword, short sword, pole sword. Daggers, curved dagger, wavy-bladed dagger, slender dagger, long dagger.
Spears, lance, javelin, pike, glaive, halberd. Axe, broad axe, double-headed axe, throwing axe. Dash, armors, dash. Light armors, leather armor, cloth armor, robes. Medium armors, chainmail, studded leather.
Heavy armors, plate armor.
Dash, accessories, dash. Rings, necklace, bangles, earrings.
He then looked at the requirement on the right side of the screen, making his eyes widen in shock.
Damn, the class can go above SSS rank?
This is crazy, he murmured. Since he'd spoken out loud, Lily and Natalia became curious. They knew Almond got a skill option, so it was bound to be crazy, given already his high-rank skills.
What happened?
I bet your crazy class skill got even crazier, Natalia smirked.
Which one got upgraded? Lily blinked, throwing a guess. Don't tell me it's Spirit Factory? Fuck, if it's that one, how broken is it now? Natalia was dumbfounded. Is it Spirit Factory for real? Nah, no way.
Actually, it is, Almond said with a wry smile.
But it's sealed for now. I need to fulfill the requirement to make it activate.
He shared the new skill information with them, causing their jaws to drop.
Fuck. This is too OP. Natalia muttered. Agreed, Lily nodded, her eyes twinkling. An SSS rank skill, it's got to be this strong. So, what's the requirement? Natalia asked.
It's going to make me broke for the foreseeable future, Almond sighed, sharing the details.
Requirement to unlock the skill and finish the upgrade. -1. Sacrifice 100 rare grade items, 0 out of 100. -2. Sacrifice 50 super grade items, 0/50. Super grade item forge option. -3. Sacrifice 10 epic grade items, 0 out of 10. -4. Sacrifice 5 legendary grade items, 0/5. -5.
Sealed, requires the class to reach L rank.
Damn, Natalia muttered. Wait, the class can go beyond SSS rank too?
Lily's eyes sparkled as she read the end. I can eventually craft epic grade and legendary grade items by using the spirits of epic and legendary rank monsters, but that'll require me to go to higher floors.
But it'll be better if I unlock that guaranteed option before that. Lily nodded. Yeah.
You can start by purchasing cheap rare grade items from artisans outside to unlock the skill.
That's the plan.
I also want to buy epic grade and legendary grade items to unlock the epic and legendary forge options as early as possible.
All in all, I'm going to be broke for a while, but it'll be worth it.
I'll help, Lily said, her eyes lighting up as a plan started forming. The thought of them living together made her grin.
I think I have a suggestion you'll like. Want to hear it, darling? Chapter 39, Lily's Suggestion, Almond's Plan. I also think I'll like it. Let's hear it, Almond said, smiling.
So here's the plan. Since I'm going to League of Firefly, and you will surely come with me to the same city, I'll arrange for cheaper rare grade items with the guild's help. We can live together in the new city, Lily grinned.
The apartment I chose is big enough for 2 of us. You will come with me, right?
I will come, Almond grinned, his eyes hopeful and filled with anticipation about his future. He had no one to call his own for a long time now.
And no one to say farewell in this city.
Living in academy dorms, he was a completely isolated student. He had spent most of his time with books and gathering information until 9 days when he awakened and started training for Labyrinth, as he was already ready for a new, better future that he wanted to shape for himself.
For your information, I am also going with Lily, Natalia said with a smug smile.
Oh? Almond was surprised.
But she will be living with her grandparents, Lily smiled as she patted Natalia's head. She can finally go there and live with her family.
Thanks to you, Natalia side-hugged Lily, rubbing her cheeks onto hers.
You seem happy about it, so all is well that do you well. Anyway, let's start moving now. We'll recover by the time we reach Briarwood Grove. Yeah, let's start moving, Lily nodded. The trio stood up and began walking out of the White Poland's lair leisurely with Alfred at the back and Chimera Viper Fiend at the front.
Now I got 3 boss spirits, and there are only 2 more big bosses on the Fairy Mountain left, so that makes it 5, Almond smiled.
With these 5, I'll put the 15 other spirits in the Spirit Kataku.
That's going to be one hell of a crazy spirit wraith, Natalia grinned. I am looking forward to it, Lily said, nodding. That said, you are sufficiently powerful to be recruited by top guilds.
How about you join League of Firefly with me? I'll talk to my mentor about it. Since we are going to live together anyway.
Guild, huh? I did plan to join one because having a guild could help me, but that was when I had the D-rank support class, Almond's eyes glinted.
I shouldn't join a guild. Natalia blinked and asked as she raised her eyebrows, Yo, boss. Do you want to create your own guild?
No, I have a better idea, Almond smiled.
I can't create a guild.
You need to be a platinum rank adventurer as the guildmaster and need at least 5 gold rank adventurers as members to start a guild and register it to GAA.
What's your idea? Lily asked, curious. I am planning.
The party eventually walked out of the White Poland's lair right as Almond finished talking about his plan.
That's a good idea, huh? If I am not recruited in the League of Firefly, I'll join your program, Natalia said with a nod, her eyes glinting. That's seriously a good plan. Lily nodded. True. It won't be hard to find people who will ride on that program of yours.
Especially in the current generation where youths want to become adventurers, but not everyone gets a good start, either with a class or their background. Yeah, the death toll is less than starting, but it's increasing for those who graduated since last year, Almond admitted, his fist clenching. I had the worst category start, but it changed like someone flipped a coin in my favor. If I flip coins for others who had a bad start with my class, specifically the Spirit Forge factory skill, I can get good soldiers.
Lord Almond, Bonsai, Natalia cheered.
I am kinda excited since we are friends, but envious of your class, TSK, Tisk. Almond lightly laughed in response. Lily and Natalia could feel and clearly agree that it wouldn't be long before Almond became a solid force of power at the front. I won't be left behind, Lily glanced at Almond as her eyes turned fiery. I'll make sure to keep up with you, darling.
Alright, time to get money again, Almond said as they arrived at the swamp wall.
If only it was just mud, Natalia gagged.
It's disgusting and smells too.
Yeah, it's a mix of mud and some aquatic plant growth that turned into a natural chemical of some sort, creating this green-blue swamp, Lily wryly smiled. We'll get out faster this time, Almond smiled and commanded Chimera Archfiend.
Alfred, you go and take Chimera with you.
Once you are out on the surface, hook your 1 snake hand at the edge to remain above, and stretch your 3 snake hands to here to pull us. Chimera Viper Fiend's forearms could stretch up to 20 meters, and the distance from here to the surface was nearly 13 meters.
According to Almond's command, Both Alfred and Chimera went up first before three snake arms entered the passage after a minute. Almond, Lily, and Natalia grabbed an arm each before Chimera pulled them up as they swiftly tore through the mud pond and emerged. After cleaning themselves again with the 1-ton water pouch, the party started moving towards Briarwood Grove. They arrived there after an hour, and there were monsters on the way. Almond killed 2 new varieties of wandering monsters of the mountain, but they were silver level 4 and 5, respectively. Time to test Spirit Devour. You have devoured silver level 4 blue flame deer spirit. You have gained 0 stat points. Although he expected that, he still felt a bit disappointed. Next try. You have devoured silver level 5 green flame stag. You have gained 0 stat points. Fuck. It seems you didn't get any from either, Lily said as she saw Almond's expression. Yeah. Geez, I want to see if I'll get from level 6 and further. Briarwood Grove has monsters from levels 5 to 7, and there are no boss-type monsters there like the previous 3 general areas. If I don't get stats from level 6 or level 7 monsters there, then we'll rush through it and go to Frostbite Cliffs. Almond opened his magic parchment and zoomed towards Frostbite Cliffs. Fairy Mountain, major location. 1. Nest of Willowbees, bronze rank level 7 to 10. 2. Cavern of Glassblaze Bears, silver rank level 1 to 3. 3. The Shimmering Fun, silver rank level 3 to 5. 4. Briarwood Grove, silver rank level 5 to 7. 5. Frostbite Cliffs, silver rank level 7 to 10. Secret areas on the mountain. Poland's Lair, silver rank level 1 to 10. Field bosses on the mountain. Mantis, bronze rank level 10. Beaver, silver rank level 5. Fairy, silver rank level 10. Here, there's a hidden boss in the Frostbite Cliffs. It's been exposed for years, but due to the difficulty of getting there because of the risk of falling off to death, not many parties try to go there, Almond said with a ferocious grin. We'll hunt it. That's a must. Of course. That hidden boss drops a random skill from rank D to a rank with a 100% guarantee, Lily grinned back. With our party, we can defeat it easily. Damn, there's a boss like that? Natalia was startled. Yep, but people actually die before getting to the boss. That's why it is a famous death trap. Usually, only high-ranking adventurers go there. Even if they are suppressed to silver level 5 stats of their past self, their skills are not. So with some good skills help, they can reach there. We can reach there, all thanks to Chimera Viper Fiend, Almond grinned. And the boss is not even as hard as White King Manticore. Yep. And, we have arrived, Lily observed ahead. Briarwood Grove stretched before them, dotted with yellow flowers covered in sharp spikes and trees bearing large, prickly yellow fruits that dangled from high branches. Chapter 40, Wandering Fairy Hunt. Briarwood Grove - silver level 5 to 7 area. A once beautiful grove now overgrown with dangerous, magical thorny flora and fauna inhabited by thornwalkers, sentient plant humanoid-like creatures, along with briar web spiders and gloombriar shrooms that use the thorny landscape to their advantage. The grove pulses with corrupted energy, creating a hostile environment. Key features: dense, twisting thorny bushes, dark energy pulses, and overgrown ruins. Monsters. Thornwalker, silver level 5 to 7. Briar web spiders, silver level 5 to 7. Gloombristol shrooms, silver level 5 to 7. The party entered the creepy forest full of thorns. Fortunately, not all thorns were poisonous, but the monsters here were most poisonous. The party entered with Chimera Viper Fiend clearing the way. With this tanky guy, no traps, thorns, or poison could block their path. Being resistant to poisons and even able to absorb them, Chimera Viper Fiend was a bane of monsters in this area. It wasn't long before they killed their first batch of monsters, numbering 6. You have devoured silver level 6 Thornwalker spirit. You have gained plus 0.5 health. Oh. Almond's eyes twinkled. So, it works on silver level 6 monster spirits. It's only half a stat point, so I suppose I won't get more. But there was no harm in trying since he didn't lack spirits. You have devoured silver level 7 Thornwalker spirit. You have gained plus 0.5 health. Alright. I guess that's how it works.
I am sure to gain more stats from level 8 since I know that for sure, but I guess any lower, and I'll only get half a stat point per type of monster at levels 6 and 7.
That's one stat point, so it's still worth it. Alright, I'm done. Let's continue.
The party continued as it went deeper into the forest, but instead of going roundabout like in the Shimmering Fun, they followed the map to take the shortest route to get out so they could reach the Frostbite Cliffs before the evening. After all, there was no need for excessive farming here since they had already reached the maximum level possible on the first floor thanks to farming in the hidden area, White Poland's lair. Almond started using some spirits of monsters from White Poland's lair to make space for monster spirits of Briarwood Grove. He increased his stat points, even if it was only one stat point per type of monster here. You have devoured a level 6 Gloomblister Shroom Spirit. You have gained plus 0.5 perception. You have devoured a level 7 Gloomblister Shroom Spirit. You have gained plus 0.5 mana. You have devoured a level 6 Briar Web Spider Spirit. You have gained plus 0.5 focus. You have devoured a level 7 Briar Web Spider Spirit. You have gained plus 0.5 health. An hour later, the group successfully left the Briarwood Grove. There was a distance of a bit over 1 kilometer until they reached the Frostbite Cliff area at the top of the mountain, but before that, they had to kill the Wandering Fairy. Wandering Fairy, Silver level 10 boss-type monster. A mage-like monster that used whatever area she was to her advantage using her nature magic. Evolving nearby plants and guiding wandering monsters to her command, along with using direct nature magic skills, was her specialty. She could very well be the toughest boss monster to defeat if one was unlucky, but that also meant that if a party used their brains and isolated her properly in a small area, she could be easy to defeat because she wasn't that tough. Unfortunately for Wandering Fairy of this period, Almond and the gang were her worst enemies due to having 2 talented attackers with high-ranked skills and 3 more with much versatility along with a bunch of items. After the party found Wandering Fairy, they didn't attack directly but waited for her to wander toward a relatively barren area with more stones and less greenery due to the rocky terrain. It took over 40 minutes of stalking the fairy, but they had time to waste, so they leisurely stalked the monster until it wandered to a disadvantageous area. The rest was easy. The battle started with Chimera Viperfiend's Nightmare Mist skill, causing the Wandering Fairy to flinch and cower. If she had seen anyone, then it would have taken time, and she could have used a skill before Nightmare Mist took effect, but by getting stuck with Nightmare Mist first out of nowhere, the effect was quick, and looking at Almond, Lily, Natalia, and Alfred caused her to cower slightly, prompting her to escape first instead of attacking. But how could she escape? Almond and Lily were swift in their attacks. Lily shot a Bog Slither arrow while Natalia used her debuff skill, Sparkling Dust. The arrow quickly caused vines to produce as it ensnared the Wandering Fairy, ensuring that Sparkling Dust took effect. Half a second later, Almond arrived with a super fast dash aided by Gravity Repel, the cold blade of his sword targeting Wandering Fairy's neck. But this wasn't a boss monster that died just by getting beheaded. It was a boss monster with some tricks. Her fallen head produced vine-like threads that rooted on the rocky ground, causing the ground to crack before a golem formed. Viperfang shot. Chimera Viperfiend blasted 4 orbs with snakehead designs with open mouths and gleaming fangs ready to bite from its snake-like arms hands. Alfred unleashed an icicle spear shot at the golem's lower body, making it freeze on the ground and immobilize it. Natalia and Lily attacked its original body since it was also capable of using skills, while Almond unleashed a devastating full-powered sword attack on the golem with the fairy's head. There was a striking weakness to both after this transformation, which was why Almond aimed to behead her. For the golem's body, it was a core right below the head, tucked inside a rock safely. For the headless original body that made a makeshift head with leaves and vines, it was the heart area. Lily threw a dagger and stabbed one into her heart while Natalia used light pebbles to destroy her wings, preventing her from flying. Meanwhile, Almond's sword squarely pierced through the rocky throat and destroyed the core. Congratulations! You have defeated the field boss Wandering Fairy. 10,000 gold coins to each party member. Let's see if it dropped a rare grade, Natalia grinned. Nope. I don't see it, Almond said as he looked at drops on both spots. There were a total of 5 materials, but no item drop of rare or uncommon grade. Lily was about to say something, but her pupils suddenly shrank, and she turned around, her daggers in a crisscross position before her. Almond also turned as he heard some sound and saw a group of 10 people.
Damn, you killed Wandering Fairy? Chapter 41, Camping, Creeps. 10 people, all in their late teens.
It was clear they were students of another city's academy, different from the group they had encountered in Glassblaze Cavern. Yeah, we killed it. Almond walked and stood beside Lily with Alfred and Chimera Viper Fiend at their sides. Behind them was just a rocky terrain wall, and to the sides, open. Natalia stayed at the back as she stayed on the lookout.
Damn, what's that monster? Must be a summon.
That looks a bit familiar. I mean, not exactly, but it looks like a mixture of monsters.
Now that you say it, doesn't that armor and those snake arms look a bit familiar? But it's as if they got some new design.
The group started talking in magic whisper. It was clear from their lips moving. The group's leader seemed to be a fair brown-skinned boy with a rather calm expression and silky short red hair. After Amon spoke, there wasn't any response for 3 seconds until the red-haired young man said with a nod, "Sorry for disturbing you.
We just heard some big sounds, so we came here to take a look." "No problem.
You can go now," Lily nodded, her face deadpan behind her mask.
"There's nothing here."
The red-haired young man nodded before turning around. "Let's go, y'all." "Bro, we could totally get those materials if we asked."
"Yeah, Kyler. Wandering Fairy's drops can be used to craft a mage-type weapon.
Either a wand or a staff with some good effects and affinity with nature magic.
Dolly here has nature-type skills."
"Shut up," Kyler snorted.
"Do you think they will give up on their items just because we are high on number? Learn to read the room."
Kyler is right. A blue-haired girl, Sophie, rimmed up her glasses with her finger and said, "None of them were even the slightest injured even while fighting the Wandering Fairy.
Their clothes were also fine.
The damage in the surroundings indicates that the fairy couldn't do much because they had a very strong attacking style.
They also had a lot more items on each of them. It was an unusual party."
"They are strong and higher leveled than us," Kyler narrowed his eyes. "Especially those two who were at the front. Their vibes were dangerous." "Geez, I don't know how you can sense those vibes and shit, but gotta trust you on that since we've come this far thanks to you, Kyler. But wait, we are all at silver level 7 after farming for hours in Briarwood Grove, and we didn't even see them there.
How are they higher leveled than us?"
"They must have farmed at a hidden location," Sophie answered.
"That's the only answer.
Also, they were the first to clear the Shimmering Fun.
I remember seeing them at the camping area there. To be honest, I didn't get a clear picture like Kyler, but yeah, those two looked bad news to me, too." "We'll meet them again soon," Kyler said.
"They should be planning to camp at Snow Rock Plateau as well.
It's evening, so people would gather there. Are we also going there already?"
"Yeah, we'll rest now. I am also hungry, so y'all better cook something good."
After storing Wandering Fairy's materials and its spirit, the group stayed there to recover for a bit before walking towards the Snow Rock Plateau for camping.
They were the fourth to arrive there and easily got a good spot for the camping.
Snow Rock Plateau was just half a kilometer away from the border of Frostbite Cliffs located in the east of the upper part of the mountain. Most people camping here would go to the Frostbite Cliffs after resting to kill monsters there.
The monsters there were the strongest in terms of troublesomeness and power, but their numbers were high, and it was a good spot to farm to reach silver level 10. Almond put away Chimera Viper Fiend in the spirit pocket to see how the storing worked since he obviously couldn't go around with spirit wraiths after he left the labyrinth. Fortunately, the slots to put spirit wraith were different, and from that, it appeared that he could keep 10 spirit wraiths stored. But since it didn't take up a slot after he summoned them outside, it was safe to assume that there was no particular limit on the number of spirit wraiths he could have.
Lily and Natalia took a bath first, and then Almond went inside to freshen up while those two started preparing for dinner. After he finished bathing, Almond lay on the bed inside and opened Spirit Kotaku. It was time to create a new spirit wraith. 3x White Poland Tiger Spirit. 3x White Dust Centipede. 3x Lethal Fawn Rabbit. 3x White Reaper Beetle. 3x Chilling Spark Panther. 3x Saber Snout Hog. 2x Thornwalker. That's 20.
Amand was about to activate it, but he looked at the list, and something clicked in him.
No, wait.
If possible, he wanted a slightly more humanoid spirit wraith than Chimera Viper Fiend next.
Among the types of spirits he had, the only humanoid-type monster was Thornwalker. Chilling Spark Panther is not needed since I already added White Poland Tiger.
Both are kinda similar, but just different skill sets. Rabbit for agility, beetle for toughness and wings, centipede for poison and toughness, Sabersnout had a sword at its snout. This could be interesting. He adjusted the spirits to add inside.
5x Thornwalker. 3x White Poland Tiger Spirit. 3x Lethal Fong Rabbit. 3x Sabersnout Hog. 2x White Dust Centipede. 2x White Reaper Beetle. 2x Briar Web Spider. Yep. This looks good, and hopefully, it will make for an interesting spirit wraith. Almond grinned and activated Spirit Kataku with these 20 spirits.
Almond got up and was about to go out when he suddenly heard some sounds along with a clear voice.
Hey, beautiful ladies. It looks like you'd love a company, haha. How about we have dinner together?
Almond raised his eyebrows, his hands slightly shaking. Noticing it, he stopped right before the exit.
The fuck, am I expecting a drama and getting excited about it?
Don't tell me, Almond gulped, his fist clenching.
I want to kill people? Am I hoping for a conflict that would result in us killing them to get human spirits? Chapter 42, Treacherous Bastards. It wasn't like the thought and desire to add human spirit in the Spirit Kataku didn't cross his mind. But he didn't want to kill people for it, unless they want to kill us. Almond's eyes glinted.
Almond stepped out and saw 4 young men in their late teens, along with a man in his mid-20s. There was also when Natalia was shooing them, waving the vegetable knife at them. Go away, we are busy. Leave, Lily said, looking at them with a deadpan expression.
Whoa, chill. We were just asking. And it seems you are not alone, eh? One of them spoke upon seeing Almond coming out. What luck you got, friend. Living with 2 beauties.
Almond looked at them, feeling something amiss in their smiling and friendly face. But he didn't want to sound sour, given their friendly tone.
Yeah, I guess I'm lucky, Almond smiled.
Anyway, if you'll excuse us now, we could focus on our things.
Yeah, haha. Enjoy.
We might run to each other again, friend.
See you, ladies.
The group left laughing and smiling but with a sinister air that Almond could strangely feel. Bunch of trash, Lily muttered and continued peeling the potatoes.
Did you feel it, too?
Almond asked as he sat beside her and started helping.
What did you feel?
Natalia glanced at Almond while cutting the potatoes. I just feel like they have some ulterior motive, Almond frowned. I did feel their bad intentions, Lily nodded, her eyes icy.
My phantom sixth sense could feel it.
Almond narrowed his eyes. The way that guy spoke at the end about seeing each other again, it seems they won't leave us alone.
What?
Fucking hell, Natalia muttered. So, are they horny dickheads like that Zoran bastard? Not different from him, for sure, Lily said as she coldly glanced in their direction. They won't make a move here with many groups, which means they will likely follow us or find us in the Frostbite Cliffs area, Almond said as he cracked his finger. We should prepare to bury them there if they have some plans for us. If they have any weird ideas, then we'll strike first if they run into us again, Lily sharply said as her hands blurred, cutting the potato she peeled into dices.
What are we making?
Almond asked as he looked at the veggies and meat.
Tortilla meat wrap and fried leaf meatballs, Natalia grinned. My original recipe.
Just make sure we don't get diarrhea, Almond chuckled.
Lily laughed while Natalia snorted and replied, Fine, you can make your own dish. Come on, I was just joking, you thought I would say that?
Almond grinned and rolled up his sleeves.
We'll make something according to my recipes today. Living alone for so long has its merits, you know?
After having a good meal, Almond kept Chimera, Viper Fiend and Alfred, who summoned wolves to be on the lookout while they leisurely fell asleep without worry.
If anyone approached them or something happened, the spirit wraiths could quickly wake up Almond.
Naturally, the spirit wraiths that stood guard around their tent attracted the attention of everyone. Many of them were the ones who had seen Alfred already at the camping area at the Shimmering Fawn, but seeing an eldritch monster in the addition this time, the people couldn't help but wonder about them. There were also groups who had entered the first floor for the second time. Some people wouldn't level up that high on their first try, and once the first 3 days passed, some of them wouldn't enter the first floor of the labyrinth during this month because the danger would have increased. The group that approached Lily and Natalia while they were preparing the meal was one such group. The 4 18-year-old young men had entered the labyrinth's first floor a month ago but only reached silver level 5 or 6 before leaving. And the reason they didn't progress all the way was nasty and criminal. During their first run, they had a taste of the debauchery they could do and had their first kill as well. It was none other than the 2 girls they brought with them to their party. These 4 assholes had fun with those girls for 2 days at the Valley of Shadowsong, a big area just like Fairy Mountain, since they were close to that area when they arrived on the first floor the previous time. They also didn't have a night at that time as they hadn't entered a guild yet. But after entering the guild, they waited a month before entering the labyrinth again. This time, they had a knight with them sent by the guild to observe their performance. As the moon shone in the sky, the knight went to sleep in the tent while the 4 youngsters sat around the fire camp, talking with each other using magic whisper. "What's the plan, guys? Do we tell that knight about it? That guy seems upright and all, what if he disagrees?" "Damn, I'm telling you guys, we are doing this." One of them licked his lips with a crazed expression as he remembered the experience a month ago. "Don't tell me you all didn't enjoy that? I mean, who the fuck can catch us here? We gon' get those 2 bitches for sure, but the topic, how do we go about at it? And what about the night? I have an idea." Everyone looked at the dark-skinned guy with a military cut in the group, their ears perking. "First, we'll leave once those girls leave. We have to follow them, and we have a good skill for it thanks to Jason's eagle eye skill. He can look at them from afar." Everyone nodded before a blonde-haired guy called Roderick asked, "Good. What about the night, Isaac?" "Once we arrive at a relatively isolated place in the Frostbite Cliff somewhere, I'll ask the knight about the main question." Isaac grinned. "You'll stay in his blind spot and look at my hand. I'll ask him what does he think about capturing those 2 bitches and having fun in our last day here. If he expresses displeasure and tries to lecture us, I'll show my first 2 fingers." Isaac's eyes glinted. "At that sign, you 3 will attack him at once. He needs to die, or he will kill us if we fight. Not all, but some of us might die in the fight even if he is lower level since he got better skills than us." Chapter 43, Frostbite Cliffs, Making a Move. "Damn, that's a good idea. Alright, let's go to fucking sleep now, but in turns. We gotta keep an eye on that tent. We'll take a turn of 1.5 hours each. I'll keep on the lookout first," a slim and tall guy with long brown hair said. "You wish, Loke. I worked hardest today, so I'll look out first and then have a long sweet sleep, motherfuckers." "Fuck no, Jason. We are doing rock paper scissors for this shit. First and last slot is best, heh." "Alright, no getting sour over the results, fellas," Roderick said, grinning. "Let's start." Almond, Lily, and Natalia fell asleep by the time the clock hit 8:30 p.m., while most of the parties were also sleeping by 9. There was no disturbance of any sort during the night, so when Almond's eyes opened, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. 7 hours of sleep, and he would automatically wake up. "Get up. I want to take a dump." Almond got up and lightly kicked their legs as they woke up. "Be quick," Natalia said as she went out, followed by Lily. By the time the clock hit 4:30, the group had packed up and began walking. A few others were also packing up, one of which was the group of 4 little assholes who were courting death. Frostbite Cliffs - Silver level 7 to 10 area. The Frostbite Cliffs rise high on Fairy Mountain, where the air is thin, biting cold, and perpetually dusted with swirling snow. This frigid expanse is covered in sheets of ice and jagged cliffs, providing the most challenging area for the adventurers to tread. The cliffs have an ethereal glow from the frost crystals that shimmer under any available light, and the sky above is often obscured by thick, rolling clouds, occasionally broken by flashes of lightning that illuminate the mountain peaks. Key features: ice-covered terrains, frigid winds, perilous ledges and caverns, frequent avalanches. Monsters: ice golems, silver level 7 to 10. Snowspine leopards, silver level 7 to 10. Stormwing butterflies, silver level 7 to 10. Frostfeather harpy, silver level 10 hidden boss. The party moved towards the northeast direction in the Frostbite Cliffs. Down the cliff, there was a wide yet slippery icy ledge with a cavern's entrance inside where the hidden boss lay. It was extremely dangerous to reach there because a slight mistake would result in a fall amidst biting cold.
and strong winds, straight to death.
But it was at the very end of the northeast, so there was still a considerable distance to cross. After an hour of roaming and hunting leisurely, Almond had devoured all three kinds of monsters of all levels, gaining more stat points. With his current capabilities, he could literally one-shot any monster with a single sword move, and while Lily could also do that, she would need more energy overall to do that, while Almond could do that with relative ease. All in all, Almond devoured many spirits and gained another surge in stats.
Ice Golems. 7, 0.5 health. Snowspine Leopard. Stormwing Butterfly. 7, plus 0.5 mana.
In total, he gained stat points equivalent to leveling up 6 times plus 1.5 stat points.
Almond. Adventurer rank, Silver. Level, 10, 42%. Class, Spirit Dealer, SS. Dash, Vitality, 100%. Dash, Mana, 750/750. Stats, 10 unassigned points. Physical. Mental. He couldn't wait to reach 50 in focus and perception since it was within his sight. The main advantage of reaching 50 in those two stats was a significantly deeper view into the skills, not to mention the ability to pinpoint chakra points in one's body that could open a new world of techniques. One could even find out what stats affected their skill and gain insight into their skills, allowing one to fiddle with skill executions and modifications upon comprehending the skill. While the party continued moving on the relatively flat snowy ground with a low amount of trees, 70 meters behind them was a group following them. "Guys, those three are quite powerful, not to mention their summons. If Big Brother John wasn't with us, we would have had to cancel our plan," Jason said with a grin. The knight with the name John heard that and lightly chuckled, nobody noticing a glint passing through his eyes. "Did you find out who was the master of those summons?" Isaac asked. "Yeah, it's that dude. We gotta take him out first, so his summons will probably vanish." "How are we going to do this?" "Brother John has more skills. We can make a plan based on that." "Good idea. It's better if we can ambush them, but they are moving fast. We have to go around them faster while skipping monster hunting to ambush them." "That's actually better, yeah. We should do that." "Hee, I can't wait, brothers. Let's go." "They are going in the same direction since the start, so that makes it easier for us, haha." Jason led the group in a detour after seeing the general direction in which Almond and others were going. 20 minutes later, they were just 60 meters away from Almond and others, to their left behind a boulder. "Let's start," John the Knight said as he narrowed his eyes. "Let me repeat the plan. Jason will stand here, ready to use his class skill, Meteor Arrow after Isaac and Roderick make a dash towards them with my buff and use their attack type skills. Their aim will be that dude. Loke, since you have a mage class with offense and defense skills, I want you to act according to the situation after Isaac and Roderick's attacks," John said with a serious expression. "Observe and make a decision." "Got it, Brother John." Alright, John was ready with his mason shield, a cold glint passing through his eyes. He used his class skill, Warrior's Blessing, to buff Isaac and Roderick's strength by 30%. Isaac had 2 daggers in his hands while Roderick had a long sword. Both of them were ready and immediately made a dash. "Let's fucking do this." Chapter 44, Unexpected Turn and Slip. The party was walking leisurely, unaffected by the biting wind and snowfall. To their left, the number of trees was high, making for a good obstacle to vision. Isaac and Roderick moved at full speed through the woods with their weapons and skills ready to unleash. When they were halfway, they saw an arrow streaking above them, going straight for Almond. "Wait, isn't this a bit soon?" Roderick thought, feeling that Jason shot that arrow early. They were looking at Almond as they continued. Something shocking happened in front of their eyes. They saw Almond turning towards the arrow while his hand moved in a way their eyes couldn't even follow. They only saw a clashing spark as his sword struck the arrow, deflecting it as it exploded a meter above him. Getting covered in smoke, Almond felt his ears ringing as he was injured, but not much, his vitality dropping by only 11% as he bled from his ears. But the effects of the arrow still affected him as the concussion from the blast made his vision shaky with a headache. "Those damn rats!" Almond stabilized himself. Meanwhile, Alfred and Lily reacted instantaneously as they spotted Isaac and Roderick before they could launch their attacks at Almond. "What the fuck?" He released that arrow fucking early, we ain't even in the attack range yet, dumbass Jason. Isaac cursed, but there was no going back. Meanwhile, Jason's lips trembled. Brother John, you told me to release the arrow, but wasn't that a bit too early? Arg.
Jason suddenly heard a scream from behind and saw John's mace stuck inside Luke's chest at his heart. Yeah, it was early, not that it would make a difference, John said, his eyes flickering with magic as he looked at the Isaac and Roderick.
Those two idiots are not a match against them anyway.
Jason felt his heart turning cold, his eyes trembling. He suddenly aimed his bow at John but only saw John's body covered in a bronze glow before crashing onto him, feeling his entire body in shambles before he puked blood. You pieces of trash, I only agreed to your plan because I knew what you planned to do if I disagreed, and I also wanted to make sure you assholes died here. John spat on Jason before crushing his head with his glowing foot as he used physical enchant. Asterisk splat asterisk. John looked at Isaac and Roderick but saw that they couldn't even hold a candle against their opponents. Roderick immediately lost his head a few seconds into the battle as Lily beheaded from behind while Alfred simply overpowered Isaac, unarming him by cutting his arm from his elbow and then cutting him into two with the flame-coated scimitar. Almond had already injected himself with a spirit syringe and walked towards Lily and Alfred. These fuckers really courted death, Natalia made a disgusted face as she looked at the dead bodies. Almond captured their spirits and looked ahead. There's more, Lily said. The one who shot the arrow. Let's go. Almond used physical enchant and made a dash towards them at full speed, but it wasn't long before he saw a man standing with both of his hands raised high. Lily raised her eyebrows in surprise as she saw two dead people nearby. Did you kill them? Yeah, John nodded, his hands still high. Natalia, Alfred, and Chimera also arrived there, staying behind Almond and Lily to be on the lookout. Almond captured the two more human spirits. Weren't you this group's knight? Almond asked, confused. I was here as an observer since they joined my guild, John nodded, but they turned out to be pieces of trash. They had assaulted two girls in their previous run here and sexually tortured them for 2 days. Little assholes wanted to do that again and even told me about it. Lily and Almond understood the gist. So you pretended to agree with them, Lily's eyes flashed. These bastards were going to kill me if I didn't agree, John coldly smiled. But these cocky little idiots forgot that I've been an adventurer for 5 years. Well, thanks, I guess? Almond said. You can put down your hands now. John Alacaster. I live in Desmod City and am vice president of the Death Angel Guild, John said as he put his hands down and smiled. Pleased to make your acquaintance, promising adventurers. I'll get going now. Come find me if you want some help in Desmod City. John left without waiting, dashing away with silent steps on the snow. Hee, serves these assholes right, Natalia sneered. They got what they deserved. And I got some human spirits, Almond's eyes glinted as he looked at the dead bodies. I'll make good use of them. The party continued moving towards their destination and encountered two more monster groups. Almond refilled his spirit syringe stock during the battle. 10 minutes later, they finally arrived at the edge, overlooking a vast and exotic territory ahead. Fallen Monastery Town is 10 kilometers away, below that patch of dark clouds, Almond said as he looked at dark clouds far away. I'll go there to hunt after finishing here. That aside, this is damn scary, Natalia said as she looked at the steep cliff, quickly moving back after taking a look. Fortunately, the ground here is solid since the snow isn't gathering here much, Lily said as she looked around the ground before turning to the edge. Which one of those 3 ledges are we looking to land on? The middle one to our right. This won't be hard with Viperfiend's help, Almond smiled. Let's go. Let me go first, Lily said as she crisscrossed her daggers. I can also stab the daggers into the ice and get hold. All right. Be careful, Natalia bit her lips. Don't fall to death, or I won't have a chance to drink Mama Lily's milk. Lily rolled her eyes. Get ready, Almond said before he commanded Viperfiend. Shortly, Lily's waist was wrapped by the Viperfiend's arm. Afterward, she jumped off the cliff without hesitation, nearly causing Natalia's heart to leap. Gosh, this girl is too much. Lily maneuvered in the air as she turned around and swung towards the wall with momentum, stabbing the daggers into the wall as she stopped and started moving towards the ledger. Almond chuckled and commanded Viperfiend to do the same to him before he also jumped off.
I think I'm good here, and anyway, you two and Alfred can kill the boss yourselves. Natalia shouted while standing at the edge.
But suddenly, her feet slipped and she fell forward as her horrified scream rang out. Fortunately, Viper Fiend had enough intelligence to react to save an ally as his third arm stretched and quickly wrapped around Natalia's waist. She crashed into the wall before as her tears and snot ran out.
Fuck my life.
Almond and Lily were already at the ledger as they successfully landed and saw Natalia dangling with tearful eyes and frozen snot as biting wind struck her, causing their lips to twitch as they held back laughter.
Well, you're already here, so you might as well join us, Almond said with a laugh before he commanded his summon.
Vipe Fiend, move her to our side a bit.
And don't stand at the edge, or you might slip too.
Come baby, Mama will lend you a hand, Lily chuckled as she stretched her hand.
Chapter 45, Frostfeather Harpy's Juicy Reward. After everyone arrived at the cave, they entered and walked through the passage for 50 meters before arriving at an icy cavern. At the center was a 10-meter-tall harpy with her frosty wings curled up around her. The moment they exited the passage and entered the cavern, Frostfeather Harpy woke up and screeched sharply as ice pillars produced around her, and she flew up. You know the plan.
This will be our quickest boss fight, Almond grinned.
Let's start. Viper Fiend, Alfred, and Almond went first, attracting her attention.
Viper Fiend and Alfred unleashed their long-range skill attacks while Almond waited as he took a potion at far left, his eyes on the monster. Natalia and Lily also took up a crossbow and bow, respectively, shooting arrows. Lily also used her newly acquired class skill during this Phantom Moon's Edge.
Phantom Moon's Edge, :
Effect 1, grants 100% penetration boost and 50% damage boost to any attack.
50 mana cost.
Effect 2, disintegrate a weapon-type item and convert its entire potential into a single highly penetrative projectile attack of any shape you desire.
100 mana cost.
The higher the mana consumption when using this, the higher the potential boost. Lily fired 2 arrows instead of 1, both being produced from the magic quiver. She used both effects of her new skills, enhancing one arrow with first effect and using second effect on the second arrow as it disintegrated and shaped into a vertical slash of hazy white light, slicing off Harpy's right
wing.
Before her wing was sliced off, Harpy had attacked Alfred and Viper Fiend with ice shards, but that was the only attack she could make before everyone's attack struck her, including Almond's ultimate attack.
Spirit Explosions x20. 10 in front of her. 10 behind her. Asterisk boom, asterisk.
The stacked explosions of 20 spirits were destructive, to say the least, not to mention that 7 of them burst out in special effects. The Harpy was immediately frozen and attacked with unique ice-type attacks and poison attacks as Almond had used 10 spirits of monsters from White Poland's lair and the other 10 from Frostbite Cliffs area.
This is crazy, Natalia muttered. Isn't that too OP, Lily? It is, Lily nodded.
It doesn't cost mana, so he can stack 100 spirits, imagine the damage from those.
Fuck. Congratulations on defeating the hidden boss, Frostfeather Harpy.
Everyone in the party is rewarded 10,000 gold coins and 1 random skill generation, which you can access in your status.
Good luck.
The battle was over, and everyone reached the peak of level 10. Their level of progress stopped at 99%. The only way to reach level 11 would be when they entered the second floor of the labyrinth and killed their first level 11 monster.
No rare drops.
But we got nice materials, Almond said as he looked at the drops.
Money, Natalia grinned. Thinking of something, she blinked and asked Almond, wait, you don't want to craft items with materials, right?
Nah, I don't need it because I have a factory, Almond laughed.
We'll sell them. Yay!
The materials sell for a good price while commissioning to craft an item will instead cost us. Natalia was happy with the decision.
And Lily doesn't want gold coins from them, so it's only for us to split. Really? Almond turned to Lily. Yep. You two keep the gold coins from selling things.
I'm getting a big salary on gold coins from the guild on top of 50% of whatever I'll earn myself from their dungeons. Since dungeon doors randomly appeared all over the world, their ownership became territorial. Big guilds had larger territories under their name, so they had access to more dungeons. GAA and Earth Union had the highest territory as they were a kind of new joint government of the world, so they had access to a lot of dungeons whose access they provided to smaller guilds and their own adventurers. That's a nice deal, but I guess you'll become an adventurer celebrity with that and all the stuff that comes with it, Riley smiled. Yeah, we'll have to participate in some events and competitions and other stuff you see in media, but Lily shrugged before she put her arms around his shoulder and grinned. I want you in my life from now on, so well, I am happy.
So you were waiting for someone to make your life interesting, eh?
Almond smiled as his hands went around her waist, but both of them suddenly remembered something and glanced at Natalia. Natalia clicked her tongue and rolled her eyes.
Fine, you can kiss this time.
The party sat down in the cavern, ready to unveil their most important reward.
Random skill generation.
At the end of their profile status was a new tab, Random Skill Generation, D to A. Time to use my good luck spell. Zula, Arsaka, Voodoo, Zing, Bing, Bong. Natalia spluttered gibberish with her eyes rolling upward, causing Almond and Lily to be speechless.
Come to me, a rank skill. Natalia pressed the tab as a notification rang.
What did you get?
Lily asked.
That was some advanced spell, for sure. It might have worked, Almond snickered.
Natalia appeared blank as she read the notification. Silence ensured as Lily and Almond looked at each other after not getting any response for 2 seconds.
WH-. Almond was interrupted by Natalia's shriek as she raised her arms with an excited expression.
Let's fucking go.
Call me Divine Witch Natalia from now on. It's just an A-rank skill, Riley smiled. Well, you're wrong. Natalia's smile had stretched from ear to ear as she shared the notification.
Congratulations.
You have triggered a lucky break, acquiring an S-rank skill, Arcane Bastion from the Random Skill Generation.
S-rank? Lily was taken aback.
Almond was dumbfounded. Holy shit, Divine Witch Natalia, alright.
What does it do? Lily curiously asked.
Natalia shared the skill status with a grin. It's awesome.
Arcane Bastion. Skill rank, S.
Effect, conjures a tower shield in front of you, capable of absorbing damage and generating Bastion Aura based on damage it absorbed.
Bastion Aura, you can use Bastion Aura to boost an attack or heal. Bastion Aura limit is based on the amount of mana consumed when using the skill.
That's truly a good skill, Almond raised his eyebrows. Suppose you consume 300 mana on this skill to defend against a powerful attack, storing a high amount of Bastion Aura and then use your remaining 100 mana to use Action Mirage skill, copying an attack and boosting it with Bastion Aura to
increase its power.
Ho ho, nice idea. This skill can come in clutch in that style, Natalia grinned.
Lucky, Riley smiled.
Let's see what do we get, Almond. I ain't using my spell for you too, Natalia snorted.
Yeah, Almond rolled his eyes. Pressing on the button with his thought, the tab, Random Skill Generation, disappeared and a notification rang. Congratulations.
You have acquired a B-rank skill, Lightning Lash.
Lightning Lash. Skill rank, B.
Effect. At an enemy within 10 meters of yourself with a lightning whip from either of your hands. Has a chance to shock the target if the target takes damage from the skill properly.
Shock ailment was different from paralyzing. Shock could weaken the enemy, slowing down their action and responses.
Lightning-attributed attacks could also cause paralyzing, but this skill couldn't do it given how it was structured according to the effect.
Well, not bad.
Once I hit 50 in focus and perception, I might be able to improve it. Almond truly couldn't wait to explore the world of magic and learn how the skills were created. Chapter 46, Second Quest of Specialized Class Series.
What did you get? Lily asked before adding with a downcast smile. I got a measly D-rank skill, Water Poem.
It wasn't that bad for me, but nothing impressive, Almond said as he shared his skill with the duo. Anyway, once we reach 50 points in focus and perception, we might be able to improvise these skills, so all skills are welcome. True, Lily nodded while looking at her status in the quest section. Well, it's time to start with our final ordeal here.
Yes.
Natalia said as she remembered it, her expression turning somber.
You two gotta help me, alright?
I heard discussing such stuff can give us ideas.
That's not wrong, Almond faintly smiled. Alright, let's settle your skill first. I already have an idea of mine, which I will expand my way. Same, Lily said before adding with a chuckle. Let's fill up Nat's empty brain first. Hey! After discussing for 10 minutes.
So, I have to imagine an orchestra of different instruments, all releasing different kinds of powers, giving buffs and debuffs.
Natalia muttered. Lily and Almond nodded. Natalia's class name was Chaosbound Serenader.
Imagining a mystical array of instruments with all-around effects in combat seems suitable to the name. To give it more substance, Almond said, Natalia, imagine these chaotic instruments facing a horde of monsters all around you. You are alone with your array of mystical instruments produced from your skills. Image all kinds of effects and attacks. Destructive sound waves of various shapes. Sound-based infiltrative effects like causing sleep, shock, confusion, charm, and everything you can think of. The goal is to just imagine without limitation about what your first class skill can do, based on your class's name. Natalia closed her eyes and began imagination, entering deep focus. Lily smiled, this should be more than enough. I can't think of anything else related to her class. Yeah, Almond cracked his neck and sat straight as he closed his eyes, we should also start now. Lily nodded and closed her eyes as well. Both of them had ideas of what they wanted to explore with their class's name. Almond's class name was the most peculiar, but he had the imagination to stretch it open. Rift Veil Grimblade. A Grimblade. An unpleasant blade. A Grimblade that can cut anything. Create a rift between anything. Not just physically, but ethereally, mentally. Yes. A Grimblade that can cut off connections between powers, between people. A Grimblade that can cut off emotions. A blade that cuts off anger, happiness, excitement, sadness, all emotions from someone. A Grimblade that cuts off a mana flow of someone. A Grimblade that brings the most unpleasant experience onto someone. I have to add veil in the equation too. A veil, a cover, a blade that can uncover anything, unveil anything. Almond was in trance as he started imagining everything possible. A Grimblade that sees through mysteries. A Grimblade that rifts through any veil. A Grimblade that creates a veil to preserve everything I have cut, for my benefit. A Grimblade that cuts off enemies' strength and veils it, for myself? It should be possible. No. This must be possible. My Grimblade must cut through the world, cut through the material plane and spiritual planes if they exist. My Grimblade must open the veil of mystery of myriad existences so I can explore them for myself. Almond's mind was in overdrive as he was fully absorbed in exploring the imagination he could make with his class. Time passed, and half an hour passed when he was done. Almond decided to encompass everything he had imagined into a single skill, naming it, Grimblade Art, the Paradox of Riftveil. Submit. You have submitted your imagined skill to portray the potential you see in your class. Evaluating. Almond opened his eyes and took a deep breath. It seems you are also done, Lily said with a smile upon seeing Almond opening his eyes. What did you name your skill? Almond grinned as he answered, Grimblade Art, the Paradox of Riftveil. Oh, that sounds like a super edgy overpowered name, eh? Natalia chuckled. Well, I named my skill Myriad Symphony of Sound. I have a better name, do you want it? Almond smirked. Sure. Natalia crossed her arms. Behold, harmonious crescendo of anarchy. Lily's eyes twinkled, that's way better. Nat, use it. Damn, boy. Alright, I'll use it, Natalia was amazed. What about your name, Lily? Almond curiously asked. Dreadspire Warlock can have way more options, more than Natalia's class and mine. Yeah, since it's a warlock, I could go in any direction in the realm of magic, Lily smiled. I decided to emphasize curse and death as this is also suitable with Dreadspire word. And my skill's name is, Lily grinned, pausing for a second before revealing, Omen of Abyssal Eldritch. I've made sure to imagine cool enchantments too, call it Dreadspire Darkened Flame, Withered Wind, Curseweaved Water, and Gloombound Earth. Almond blinked, amazed. Impressive. That's an awesome idea, considering the class has Warlock. That's going to be up for sure. My class evaluation just arrived. Natalia exclaimed as she quickly checked the notification. Congratulations. The starting rank of your specialized class is SS rank. The first skill of your class has been generated based on your skill imagination input. Let's fucking go.
It's an SS rank class, Natalia squealed excitedly. I can't believe it, won't I become as powerful as Almond now? Lily rolled her eyes, you wish. His first class is SS rank, and it's a complete one with a skill set and new skills that can be obtained by chance. Specialized classes are different. Almond added with a chuckle as soon as Lily finished. Natalia, SS rank is your specialized class's potential. It's up to you to reach that potential by creating and improving your class skills. Sigh, you two can't see me happy, right? Lily and Almond both rolled their eyes upon hearing that. Natalia laughed, I know. Specialized class needs to be nurtured. And it's thanks to you two that I was able to beat the low chance and acquire a higher ranked class than I was initially assigned. Truly, thanks a lot. You're welcome, Almond smiled. It's fine. You're my baby, after all, Lily lightly laughed as she patted Natalia's head. Now show us your first class skill. Let's see what you got. Chapter 47, Op Skills. Chaos-Bound Serenader. Class rank, SS. Class perk, plus 100% mana capacity, plus 100% mana recovery. Class skills. Chaos-Bound Requiem. Chaos-Bound Requiem. Rank, SS. Effect, S. Requiem to manifest Chaos-Bound instruments. 1. Chaos-Bound Drum, increases the strength of allies designated by you and decreases the strength of enemies based on mana consumed. 2. Chaos-Bound Cello, increase the potency of your skill or a target's skill, based on mana consumed. 3. Chaos-Bound Piano, unleashes sound-based attacks with shapes according to your desire. Damage based on mana consumed. 4. A Chaos-Bound Flute, charm the enemies to control their body movements forcefully while calming allies. Requires mastery in flute for increased chance of charm and more mana to increase intensity. Cost, 10% of your max mana locked per instrument summoned. Note, each 10% of your max mana locked increases your mana recovery by 10%. Holy shit. Almond was startled, and so was Lily as they read the skill with amazed expression. As expected of a specialized class, Lily muttered. They do be very powerful, especially of SS rank. Natalia was grinning from ear to ear. Right. It's so awesome. My mana pool doubled, and so its recovery. It's good indeed, Almond nodded. But it's SS rank, Natalia wryly smiled. I can't imagine what kind of power your SSS rank class will have. Lily grinned, we'll find out soon. Our evaluations aren't finished yet, so in the meantime, let's test your new class, Almond said and stood up. Let's see the Chaos-Bound Piano's power. Yay! I better get the hang of it. 5 minutes later, Natalia slumped on the ground, her expression blank. It's fine. You can start learning in the Firefly City, Lily patted her head as she chuckled. It turned out that although the instruments could play themselves with her command, there was a hidden effect that activated when she played piano herself. Increases the effectiveness of the Chaos-Bound instrument by up to 100% if the user plays the instrument. It was up to 100%, meaning that if she could play decently like a professional, the boost would be increased by 100%. You should learn instruments, start with piano, Almond said with a nod. I feel like the better you play the instrument, the more its power will increase, and even its effect executions too. It might also go above 100% boost, and this could be some kind of condition for your class to go to the next rank. Lily nodded in agreement, yep. And weren't you good with guitar? True, but there's no guitar here, Natalia sighed. Well, I guess I'll start with learning piano once we leave. Good girl, Lily patted her head while grinning. She suddenly got a notification and chuckled, nice, I got my evaluation done. Congratulations. The starting rank of your specialized class is SSS rank. The first skill of your specialized class has been generated based on your skill imagination input. Lily directly shared it with Almond and Natalia as they began reading the information. Dreadspire Warlock. Class rank, SSS. Class perk, plus 100% mana recovery, plus 100% blood recovery. Class skills. Warlock Enchant, Dreadspire Elements. Warlock Enchant, Dreadspire Elements. Skill rank, SSS. Effect, S.
Can use these 4 Dreadspire elements to enchant your weapons or skills with added effects. The higher the mana consumed, the more potent the effects. You can have multiple Dreadspire elements enchants in one attack. 1. Darken Flame, continuously burns, fueling from the target's blood, and bans the healing process, even from skills. 2. Withered Wind, corrode durabilities and defenses. 3. Curse-Weaved Water, drains target's mana and stamina. 4. Gloombound Earth, reduces target's movement speed and action speed. Cost, 50 mana and 1% of blood per enchant. Stays active for 10 seconds. Every 1% of blood sacrificed increases potency by 1% and duration by 1 second, and the lower your blood, the more powerful the enchants. That Darken Flame is crazily powerful. Natalia was dumbfounded. The others too, damn. As expected of SSS rank class. You can consume 1% of your blood to increase duration by a whole 1 second. Almond raised his eyebrows. Not to mention that the class perk gave you a 100% recovery boost in blood. This is alright. Lily took out her daggers as they were coated in black flame, her face grinning. This is nice. Alright, I want to check my blood recovery. Let's see. Almond nodded as it was important to check that. He looked at Lily's vitality, but it was still 100%, although she lost 1% of her blood. After 10 seconds passed by, she started losing 1% of her blood every second. Meanwhile, the black flames became darker and glowed more intensely. 3 seconds later, 1% of her vitality was reduced. It reduced by another 1% 2 seconds later. And after that, she started losing 1% vitality every 2 seconds. Suddenly, Lily changed the enchant as a dark blue watery aura coated around her daggers. The consumption doubled, so Lily removed the Darken Flame enchant. Hit me, Amon said, seeing the curse-weaved water. Let's see how long the effect stays on the target once you hit them. Lily slightly cut Amon's palm, and he immediately saw a debuff on him in his status window while stamina and mana started draining at a weird rate. It's a percentage-based reduction for this curse-weaved water. Almond was startled. That's crazy. 6 seconds. It stayed for 6 seconds. That's a lot. And I felt my stamina and blood recovery increase. Is it because I drained your stamina? Lily was surprised. You can drain stamina? That's freaking powerful. Natalia was tongue-tied. Lily's vitality was reduced to 83% when she made that slash, so... Almond thought of something as he said, do it again. Let's see if the duration of debuff increases, since it technically mentioned losing blood would increase the power of enchants. Moreover, Almond saw that the debuff in his status showed 6.3 seconds, so he figured the duration also increased. Lily made a small slash again, and indeed, the duration increased to 7.1 seconds, and the reduction rate of mana and stamina also increased slightly. When she made the second slash, her vitality had been reduced to 78%. Alright, your first skill is extremely powerful, Almond grinned. Well, it's an SSS rank, so that's obvious, but this is cool. Lily deactivated the skill and nodded, a thrilled smile on her face. All 4 elemental enchants are powerful. And they also have the original elemental attributes on top of these Dreadspire effects. She suddenly thought of something and said, her eyes widened, but this makes one thing clear. The guild leader of League of Firefly has an SSS rank specialized class. My mentor told me about one of his skills in rough detail, and if I compare it with mine, then it makes sense. This means that there are indeed people with SSS rank specialized class. Almond wryly smiled. Well, we expected that. So there should be relatively more numbers of SS rank specialized class adventurers, eh? Natalia murmured. Yeah, but this is still rare. We are just way better, Lily cheekily smiled. And you are lucky you got us to help you with your specialized class. TSK, I don't deny that. Having a high-ranked class is good and all, but in the end, what matters is how good our abilities and hard work are, Almond said as he felt something deep in his heart but couldn't figure it out. We don't become undefeatable with high-ranked classes. If we become careless, we die. Ugh, Almond clutched his head as he suddenly saw some images of pure destruction and shook his head while his breathing turned heavy and uneven. What happened, Almond? Are you okay? That, Natalia frowned. It's the same as before. I'm at fine. Almond shook his head a few times and rubbed his temples as everything disappeared. The headache was also gone instantly as if it never appeared. So weird, Almond sighed. Suddenly, a notification rang in his head. Congratulations! The starting rank of your specialized class. Chapter 48, Scary Power. What? Almond was dumbfounded as he looked at the notification. This can't be. Seeing Almond's expression, Lily and Natalia were confused. Why did he look shocked? Shouldn't he be excited if he got SSS rank class? Hey, don't tell me it's not SSS rank, Natalia said, frowning. It can't be, Lily was speechless. It shouldn't be lower than SSS rank. Almond reined his excitement hearing their words and weakly smiled at them. It's not SSS rank. Damn! Natalia clicked her tongue. That's really sad. I for sure thought you would get it. Wait, Lily narrowed her eyes. You don't look upset. Almond burst out laughing and directly shared his class details with them. Well, it's freaking one rank above SSS rank. Rift Veil Grimblade. Class rank, Legendary. Class perk, plus 100% perception, plus 100% focus, plus 100 will. Legendary quirk, Rift Veil Eyes. Class skills. Divine Divider's Harvest. Meanwhile, Lily's eyes were twinkling. This is incredible, so the legendary ranked class gains something called Legendary Quirk, how cool. Here, let's check it out first. Almond grinned and shared the quirk's power. Rift Veil Eyes. Type, Quirk. Effect. You to see the desired attributes of your targets. Using it will exhaust your mind, and overdoing it will make you unconscious. What's it talking about? What kind of attributes? Natalia tilted her head, confused. I can check right now. Almond blinked as he used the quirk, looking at Natalia and Lily. A few seconds passed by, but Almond's brows furrowed. Nothing's showing up. He looked at the skill again, and it clicked. Wait, so it's up to my desire on what I want to see, eh? Almond rubbed his chin. What if I want to see Natalia's emotional attributes? Just as Almond willed that, he saw the attributes. Empathy, ability to understand and feel the emotions of others, impacting social relationships and compassion-based abilities. 83/100. Compassion, capacity for kindness and care may affect healing abilities, trust building, and supportive interactions. 51/100. Mental resilience, emotional toughness, determining how well one can cope with trauma, stress, and adversity. 64/100. Hope, optimism or positivity that influences motivation, morale, and one's ability to inspire others in dire situations. 73/100. Fear tolerance, measures how well one can endure fear, useful in facing intimidating opponents or frightening environments. 52/100. Confidence, belief in one's own abilities, often impacting courage, assertiveness, and performance under pressure. 58/100. Determination, drive to achieve a goal regardless of challenges, affecting stamina, persistence, and willpower in difficult tasks. 67/100. Curiosity, desire to explore, discover, and learn, impacting intelligence, adaptability, and resourcefulness. 63/100. This is scary. Almond was shocked as he read the information. What? What did you read about me? Natalia rapidly blinked. Show me. Lily looked at Almond's eyes and wryly smiled. If what I am assuming is right, then it's indeed scary. Are you sure you want to see this? Almond asked as he looked at Natalia. Natalia's lips twitched, but she vehemently nodded. I want to see my mental and emotional attributes, yes. Just as Natalia said that, Almond actually saw 3 of her attributes increase by 1: fear tolerance, mental resilience, and curiosity. Wait, will her attributes be affected if I show this to her? Almond was curious now. Here, take a look, both of you. Soon, they finished reading, and both had different reactions. Wow, Lily was amazed. And Natalia, $% mother of fucking hell. But this ain't so bad. I am coping well in some areas, Natalia muttered as she nodded. This is kinda accurate now that I think about it. Almond soon saw her attributes increasing again. Her mental resilience, fear tolerance, and confidence went up. It seems that since these are all emotional attributes, they can affect each other and change. She is growing, basically, which we all do while living life. Seeing one's own attributes in numbers can be quite an experience. People usually have the wrong idea about their attributes unless they dictate it through their actions, which most people don't really do. Even myself, it's the first time I've been this talkative and open in front of others. I am changing, and I accept these changes.
Almond was genuinely excited.
For someone who prized knowledge and understood its significance, this newfound power was incredible.
Here, Nat.
Your attributes increased. Almond shared the updated attributes.
Oh, wow.
Natalia was amazed, and a fire lit in her eyes, her fist clenched.
I am going to overcome this shit. Especially my trauma and fear.
Check mine, Lily said as she stared at Almond. Check, let's say psychological attributes.
Yeah, but let's narrow down more, Almond said as his expression turned thoughtful.
I could feel that getting information about 8 attributes drained my mental stamina a bit.
How about we check your intuition and charisma?
Both are in different fields in a way.
Lily contemplatively nodded.
True. Intuition is psychological, but charisma can be described as a social and relational attribute.
Almond looked at Lily and willed it, soon getting information about her intuition and charisma. Intuition, the ability to sense things beyond logical understanding, useful for decision-making and detecting hidden motives or traps. 98 out of 100.
Charisma, natural charm and influence over others, impacting leadership, persuasion, and social interactions.
92 out of 100.
Bingo, Almond grinned and shared it with Natalia and Lily. I knew these 2 attributes of yours were crazy high.
Wow, way to go, my oddball mama Lily.
Lily was very flexible in a way, as Almond had seen different faces of her, not to mention her natural beauty that enhanced her charisma further. As for intuition, he had experienced that firsthand. Lily smiled, satisfied with the result. Well, I'm going to reach 100 in both sooner or later.
You will, Almond chuckled. Anyway, let's check out the skill now.
He glinted as he added, I'm sure there's a reason why I have Riftveil eyes. I may be able to affect these exotic attributes of others.
That's seriously scary if you can do that, Natalia cringed, getting goosebumps.
True, Lily wryly smiled. Let's see, Almond checked the skill and shared it with them.
Chapter 49, Power of the Legendary Rank Class.
Divine Divider's Harvest.
Skill rank, Legendary. Effect. A grim blade only you can see.
This blade is able to cut through anything up to a divide, physically and ethereally, including the attributes you see via your Riftveil eyes and ethereal aspects of mystical things, and harvest the cut-off parts. You can use the harvested attributes or aspects for yourself if you wish.
Cost.
Any attributes or aspects above 80 will cost 100 plus 10% mana and 20% of your mental stamina.
Holy moly! Natalia screeched. This is way too scary.
It could indeed slash everything by half with every use of the skill. Almond immediately used the skill as an ethereal black grim blade with pale white aesthetic patterns on its blade manifested and slashed Lily. Lily immediately felt something and saw that her mana capacity was divided by half.
Crazy, Lily muttered.
So this is the power of a legendary skill.
It's broken. It's awesome, Almond nodded, extremely thrilled, as one could see in his eyes.
He suddenly thought of something and wondered, I can also cut things physically, more specifically, divide them.
What does that mean?
Don't tell me, Almond muttered as he looked at the girls.
Can I try it on you too? What? Natalia demanded, uncertain and confused, feeling a cold chill. What are you trying to do?
Lily blinked as she thought of something that would be interesting.
Do it.
Almond grinned as his eyes glinted, reflecting the ethereal grimblade as it cut both of them. In the next second, Natalia's height shrank by half, including her clothes and everything she had worn, because Almond thought of dividing her height by half and everything else to be proportional to her height. On the other hand, Lily's C-cup melons, well, it could bet between C and D, shrank by half. He decided to use the harvested aspects of the girls on him as his bust grew, but not in the woman's way, and his height also became taller. Fuck, this is insane, Almond muttered, and he quickly removed the harvested attributes from him while Natalia and Lily returned to normal.
That was so fucking weird, Natalia was dumbfounded. Everything looked so big to me.
Indeed, it was a bit weird, Lily dryly chuckled. Well, I am going to mainly use this to divide the target's stats and boost myself, Almond grinned.
That alone is crazy powerful. Yeah, Lily nodded.
Almond is getting crazy powerful, Natalia was dazed.
Feels like the protagonist of some movie.
Nah, Almond wryly shook his head. Though I can't deny I am getting a windfall here, I still have some desolate feeling I can't explain. Anyway, all I know is getting powerful is my priority, and there's no stopping it no matter how strong I get. With that said, let's get moving, Almond said, smiling as he stood up and stretched his arms.
It's time to finish our first floor's journey.
Sounds good, Lily grinned. So, what are we going to do? Trigger the floor boss or go through the trial? Floor boss with just 3 of us? No way, Natalia sprung up on her feet and firmly shook her head. I did consider triggering floor boss, but yeah, it's not worth it right now, Almond said, rubbing his chin. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can use my Divine Divider's harvest on it, weakening it while empowering myself. But that would still be dangerous. I don't mind taking the risk, but you are right, Lily nodded. We also need around 3 hours just to get to the center of the labyrinth and then collect the materials required to trigger the floor boss. Yep. If we fail to defeat it by the time the exit gate appears, it will vanish, wasting our efforts. As such, let's go through the floor clearing trial.
That's best for now. There were 2 ways one could go to the next floor.
Either by defeating the floor boss of each floor, which is massive in size with tons of health and various attack patterns with multiple phases. The ideal party to defeat the first floor boss was 50 silver level 10 adventurers. Moreover, defeating floor bosses gave rewards according to contributions on the leaderboard that the labyrinth generated each time a floor boss triggered. Any action done by an individual that contributed to the damage on the floor boss would count, including healing other adventurers who were focused on attacking, defending, and everything else. The 3 of them could try, but frankly, there wasn't enough time. Up to the 5th floor, the floor boss would vanish every 3rd day's end, and it would spawn stronger every 3-day cycle, but from the 6th floor onward, new types of rules applied where the entire floor would change once the floor boss appeared. All other monsters would vanish, and the floor boss would remain perpetually active until it was defeated. It would also get stronger every 3 days as long as it wasn't defeated, making it a tough ordeal since as long as the floor boss remained on the floor, nobody would be able to level up by defeating monsters as there would be no monsters to kill. This incident happened on the 6th floor, and it caused a high death toll where even some talented and promising rising adventurers and frontline adventurers of that time died since the floor would shrink and it would be hard to escape from the floor boss. Exit would appear every 3 days for 5 hours, but it would be random while the floor boss would roam the floor, so only lucky ones could escape. From then onward, a rule was applied where GAA and top guilds would first discover the floor boss triggering condition and keep an eye on it so that no one would trigger the floor boss of the new floor without preparation. Unless top guild's core members reached the maximum possible level to be reached on the new floor, nobody was allowed to trigger the floor boss. Let's check our new class specialized quest before moving up, Natalia said as she looked at the new quest.
Chapter 50, Chakra Points, Parting. Third quest of specialized class, second skill creation. You may use 1 skill insight given to you to get insight into your next skill.
You will be given hints during the insight and, at the end, will get multiple skill options.
You may select one of the skills as your second skill.
Well, we should start this quest once we are outside, Amon suggested. The skill insight will put us in a deep, focused state for hours, maybe even 10 hours or more, from what I've heard and read.
Yep, Lily nodded.
We should start that quest after leaving. Almond climbed up first after storing Alfred and Viper Fiend in his spirit pocket, after which Viper Fiend used his arms to pull up Lily and Natalia. There was also an option to stay in the cavern until the exit portal appeared, but they would have to stay for over 10 hours there. As such, the party started descending the mountain at a faster pace. Most of the adventurers were still hunting in frostbite cliffs, so there was no one to court death as they descended. After all, it wasn't that uncommon for adventurers to loot others on the 3rd day.
A risky move, so only big groups would do that. The target could either fight for their items or give up on life. Threats from a big group often worked towards smaller groups. Over the years, the GAA received many complaints and worked to resolve the issue, capturing looters outside and imprisoning them. There were also some groups who killed others, and someone witnessed it coincidentally, leading to their punishment. With the changing world, rules and means to get information were easy with the usage of skills. So, although the number of looters decreased, they weren't completely gone. The party successfully descended the mountain without anyone looking to court their deaths. Almond originally planned to go to the fallen monastery town, but his specialized classes perk changed his mind. His perception and focus stats surpassed the 50-point mark with the class perk, so Lily and he decided to open chakra points. Lily had first-hand experience on how someone could do that properly, and Almond had a self-experimented experience. They decided to return to the starting area and open chakra points on Almond. On the way back to the starting area, Almond started feeling something weird. He felt as if he was being observed. He ignored it at first, thinking that a monster might have seen him, and his high mental stats captured that gaze, leaving his instincts to push this notion that he was being observed. But this happened again when he passed by the goblin settlement. And again, when he passed by the goblin camp, where he had killed Jacob, Seung, and Lamp. What's going on? I checked thoroughly, but I saw no monsters. So why do I feel like I am being observed? Almond shared his findings with Lily after they got through the dire wolf woods. Was that why you stopped to look around at those two places? Natalia raised her eyebrows. Yeah, but I saw no monsters, Almond said, his brows furrowed. I really don't think I am feeling this for nothing. I believe you, Lily nodded. With your current level of perception and focus added to your natural cautiousness and mental attributes, your instincts and intuition should be high. You can't be wrong about the feeling of getting observed. She thought of something and added, I might have a clue, but I can't confirm it here. I have to go outside. All right. Since there's no use thinking about this, let's get started. They arrived at the starting area, one of the 8 stone chambers where people would spawn once they entered any labyrinth gate outside. Lily and Almond sat across each other as Lily guided Almond. Since she knew the method of properly detecting chakra points from her father, who did this procedure on her, she taught it to Almond, who slowly began to proceed and find chakra points one by one and carefully opened using mana without the hellish pain he had gone through in his reckless method. On the other hand, Natalia began practicing her specialized class's skill, Chaosbound Requiem. She played different instruments, seeing how well she was with each, and practicing them since there was nothing else to do. Almond and Lily were absorbed in opening chakra points all over Almond's body. Rumor had it that there were hundreds of chakra points within the body, some so hidden that they required extremely high perception and focus to find. There were a few frontline adventurers who had some kind of unique power unrelated to skills or classes but purely via some mysterious hidden chakra points. This was a mix of speculation and truth formed by people by watching videos and streams from frontline adventurers, with one of them even revealing a hidden chakra points experience. Since there were also mentions of chakra points in texts from ancient countries that existed thousands of years ago, many believed there were some special chakra points that could grant unique powers. The top adventurers also periodically scanned their bodies in deeper layers with growing power, trying to find them. Those who had apparently succeeded haven't revealed much about them, as well as nobody who supposedly opened one had actually come forward with solid information. But it was clear there was truth to this, and it was only a matter of time before it revealed itself to some people, and some more, and then everyone. Time passed by in the blink of an eye, and while Almond and Lily had taken a few breaks and continued with their chakra points opening session for hours, they didn't realize the time was over until the exit portal opened nearby them. We opened over 300 chakra points in your body, Lily said as a mischievous glint flashed across her eyes, and her hand went towards Almond's crotch. The only place that's left is this, and your bum at the back. Cough, I can do that on my own, Almond said before he came true to his desire and added, or we can continue after I return, what do you say? That's better, Lily grinned and leaned on him as her arms went around his shoulder, see you later, darling. Smooch asterisk. Yes, that's enough. We are getting late, Mama Lily. Natalia glanced back at Almond and stuck out her tongue as she magic whispered to him, Lily will be mine until you return. Have fun, you two, Almond chuckled. He knew Lily wasn't into girls. She was a true woman down to her wild instincts, seeking an ideal male mate and power. As they two left,
Almond turned around and stretched his arms and legs. Now then. Coming out of the stone chambers, it was already evening as the portal opened at 7 in the evening and remained until 12 midnight.
Let's see how it feels to hunt at night.
Almond left at full speed, and his senses wide opened. Over the past 3 days, his natural hunting and survival instincts had sharpened, and combined with his powerful physical and mental attributes, he felt practically invincible on the labyrinth's first floor unless he did something reckless, which he wouldn't do. As such, with his 2 powerful classes and his innate talent that increased his recovery drastically, he was about to speed hunt every single different kind of monster at silver level 6 and above on this floor to raise his stat points at the maximum possible.
Chapter 51, Lily's Parents, GAA's Secret Project.
Lily and Natalia emerged from the city's labyrinth gate, where families had gathered, some waiting hours to see their loved ones. Parents wept with relief and pride as their sons and daughters returned from their first venture into the labyrinth. Although not many were professional adventurers, every single person who was above 18 10 years ago and has survived until today was technically an adventurer since it was mandatory to enter the labyrinth. Everyone above 18 was at least silver level 10 or higher. Paying the monthly tax of the labyrinth system required gold coins, so many just cleared the first floor again and again instead of risking their lives on higher floors. These people had jobs outside and didn't live their lives as adventurers but as civilians. Naturally, GAA was still encouraging them to participate in higher floors, at least until becoming gold rank level 1 adventurer to attain the subclass, which would grant one of those development classes like blacksmith, tailor, and such to boost their world.
There were already many people like this.
They didn't have experience in combat as much but focused on developing their subclasses. Mom, Dad, Lily smiled as she saw her parents standing a bit far from the initial crowd. She also saw Jacob's father standing with 2 people from his guild.
Hello, Uncle and Auntie, Natalia grinned as she waved at them.
I can see you 2 progressed a lot, from your demeanor to gait to the light of your eyes, ha.
Good work, girls, Lily's father, Dagon Darkwood, said with jolly laughter.
Lily's mother, Sabrina, gently smiled, welcome back.
Come on, I have prepared a feast in celebration.
But before that, I want to talk about something, Lily said as she stared into her parents' eyes.
Dagon and Sabrina blinked.
They knew what that look of their daughter meant. It was something serious and a priority.
Well then, let's head back to the home.
While the group left, Jacob's father was walking to and fro as even after 5 minutes, Jacob hadn't arrived yet.
Something's wrong, Jacob's father, Draven, looked convinced as he spoke.
I told him to exit within 5 minutes.
He wouldn't disobey me. Something's wrong.
Taking out a cig, he started smoking while walking to and fro.
Something's wrong.
He immediately started walking towards the gate, but the muscular man beside him suddenly stopped him. Guild Master, you don't need to go.
I've called people, and I am also going in. You have a meeting coming up for the deal you finalized yesterday.
Hurry up, Draven said, his face ugly. Within 5 hours, all traces will vanish, and the floor will reset. His heart was telling him that something was wrong.
Damn it!
Draven crushed the cigarette under his foot and vanished like a gust of wind, entering the labyrinth gate. The Vice Guild Master, Rufus, turned to a man in his late 20s and said, Mark, stay outside and handle the guild's matter. And tell those guys to hurry up.
Got it.
Rufus also dashed nimbly and silently, entering the labyrinth gate and choosing the first floor to enter. After entering, he took out a Magitech device and contacted Draven.
Rufus, Draven, searching like this is a waste of time.
We don't know where Jacob was spawned in the first place to begin looking around for his traces.
Draven, where are you? Rufus, I am at the eastern spawning point. Draven, go out and use your focus field.
Tell me if you get the feeling of getting observed at starting areas where monsters spawn and see if you can find something.
Rufus was confused, but he did as told since Draven sounded as if he was onto something.
But as he speedily went out and looked around using focus field, he indeed got the feeling of being observed.
The focus field heightened one's senses via eyes and allowed them to see things normal eyes couldn't observe.
Almond had abnormally high perception and focus for someone at silver level 10, so he got this feeling even without using the focus field. And he was right. Draven and Rufus both felt the same thing.
Darkwood Mansion in the Frostar City.
So, what's the serious talk, daughter?
Dagon asked.
A maid arrived from the kitchen, putting juice glasses on the table.
You too, drink this first, Sabrina said.
Natalia grabbed the juice and chugged it down while Lily took a sip before saying, "Did the GAA already start testing the prototype you were talking about?" Dagon and Sabrina looked at each other, their expressions shifting. "Lily, please tell me you didn't do anything stupid," Sabrina asked, her face somber. "And to your question," Dagon said before nodding, "yes, they've planted arcane eyes on the first floor for testing.
This is not to go public, you understand?
This project is directly approved by the top brass of the GAA.
It's not the same as the personalized camera project."
Natalia almost spat out her drink and gulped before looking at Lily, who started rubbing her temples.
"Shit," Natalia muttered. "What did you two do?" Dagon frowned.
"Cough, we didn't do anything," Natalia quickly said with a wry smile.
"But someone else did."
Sabrina and Dagon clearly heaved a sigh of relief before becoming curious.
Almond was right about getting the feeling of being observed.
Huh? It's impossible for newbies to discover arcane eyes, not without a properly honed focus field. Dagon raised his eyebrows.
"What happened?" Sabrina asked. "Who is Almond?"
Lily's expression turned deadly serious as she looked at her parents. "Can we somehow access the arcane eyes data and delete something?"
"Not possible," Sabrina shook her head. "This is handled by the top brass of the GAA headquarters.
Branches like us have no access to anything related to arcane eyes." "That means Jacob's father won't be able to access them either," Lily muttered.
Dagon's brows furrowed upon hearing that. "Are you talking about Draven? Don't tell me, his son?"
Sabrina looked at Natalia, who quickly nodded. Dead."
"And I assume this Almond person killed him?" Dagon asked with a wry smile. "Who is he to you? We've never heard of him from your mouth."
"This is strange." Sabrina looked at her daughter, feeling something amiss.
"It's the first time we've seen you concerned about someone else aside from Natalia." Lily smiled and said, "He is my boyfriend."
"What?"
Chapter 52, Circumstances. "Your boyfriend?" Dagon was taken back.
"That's an unexpected news." Sabrina digested it before adding, "So, who is that unfortunate fellow?"
"Mom." Lily pouted.
Natalia snickered and said, "Don't worry, he is also crazy like our Lily." "Well, that sounds like a worry on its own," Dagon wryly smiled.
Lily rolled her eyes. Don't worry about that.
He is not a bad kind of crazy," Natalia laughed. "Well, this unknown young man is piquing our curiosity more if even Natalia says that," Sabrina chuckled.
"Right, honey?"
"Indeed," Dagon said, laughing.
But he stopped seeing Lily's expression. All right. Let's see what's the matter. We are all ears now." Sabrina nodded.
"Okay, so Almond killed Jacob and 2 others. But they almost killed him first.
Wait, Lily," Natalia interrupted her.
"Let's start from the very start, like who was Almond in our academy and then him in the labyrinth."
"Right." Dagon and Sabrina patiently listened to Natalia and Lily as they jointly began telling their story. "Draven, let's get out. I need to attend the meeting."
"Rufus, if what we are perceiving is indeed that rumored project, then we can talk about it in the meeting and ask Mr. Han if he can talk to the GAA's top brass and let us have a look." Both of them had discovered the existence of arcane eyes, a type of monitor device that could directly relay everything it captured on the labyrinth's floor to the outside.
Arcane eyes were deployed hurriedly on the last 3 days of the previous month's labyrinth cycle. For one, the GAA's top brass wanted to see what was happening inside while the labyrinth remained close. And second, they wanted to start observing adventurers inside.
This way, they would be able to observe newbie adventurers and pick out some talents while also discovering nasty individuals to punish them. Draven and Rufus arrived at their Wild Hunt Guild's base, a magnificent wooden metal castle reflective of modern and magic tech in the mix. Entering the hall, he sat down on the couch and lit up the cigarette, his heart unsettled. "Rufus, send someone to the academy with party invitations for all the students and their parents from the same batch as my son," Draven ordered, a cold glint passing through his eyes.
"And get me the status of every student who entered, who's returned and who hasn't. I want to know about each one."
"All right," Rufus nodded and took out the phone, but before he could call, he received a call.
"Hello, Mr. Han. Yes, we are at the guild base, yes, understood.
Draven looked at Rufus, who promptly said after cutting the call, "They are coming here in 10 minutes.
Got it.
Afterward, Rufus contacted a guild member to work on the part invitation plan while he and Draven waited in the hall. Several minutes later, 3 people arrived at the guild base. A middle-aged man, a black brownish-haired woman in her 30s, and an old man in his 60s, all wearing different colored professional office suits.
To grow the guild further, Draven had made a deal with GAA to get some dungeon doors owned by GAA in the forest 50 kilometers away from the city.
As the biggest guild in Frostar City, the Wild Hunt Guild had many members. Entry into the labyrinth was limited, but the same was not true for the dungeons. There were riches and power to be earned by exploring the dungeons, making them important resources for overall growth in the world. The deal was already done, so these 3 from GAA were here to give the locations of dungeon doors and finalize the deal's terms. After an hour of peaceful meeting, the old man in his 60s, Mr. Han, spoke as his eyes slightly narrowed. "You seem to be in distress, Mr. Draven." Draven leaned back and lit up a cigarette as the meeting was finally over.
After puffing once, he took a deep breath and said, "My son didn't return from the labyrinth.
And I'm certain something bad happened to him because he was supposed to come out." Draven closed his eyes for a few seconds before opening again.
"I'm worried. Did you send people inside?" "I did. I've sent over 100 people inside.
All of my silver-ranked and 5 gold-ranked adventurers are looking for him." Draven stubbed the cigarette on the ashtray to his left after taking a long puff and looked at Mr. Han in his eyes. Everyone could see his bloodshot eyes.
"Mr. Han, I need a favor."
"It seems you went inside and discovered it," spoke the middle-aged man, a known platinum-ranked adventurer ranked 78th in the global leaderboard, Austin Warren, Ironheart Crusader.
The woman adjusted her rims and said, "I'm afraid access to arcane eyes is not possible."
"I want to know what happened to my son," Draven said, his fist clenched tightly.
"If the arcane eyes are deployed, I'm sure someone at the top is watching everything."
"It's fine if you can't show me the video screens, but at least tell me what happened to my son." "Mr. Han," Draven looked at the old man, his eyes almost pleading, "I will forever remember this favor."
Mr. Han stood up and sighed, "I will try to see what I can do.
But please know that only 3 people are allowed to watch the video screens right now.
Not even I have access to it, so don't keep your hope on me and try investigating your way.
I'll pass down the order to this city's GAA branch to cooperate with you as well," he added. Thank you very much." Draven stretched his hand for the handshake. After leaving the Wild Hunt Guild's base, Mr. Han said, "Let's go to the GAA branch here and have a talk with Dagon and Sabrina.
It's been a while since we last talked."
On the other hand, Lily and Natalia also had been speaking for the past hour and finally relayed everything. "So he is that impressive." Sabrina was slightly dazed, especially at the last part. "I can see why your heart settled on him. He must have rocked your so-called chemistry meter." Dagon dryly chuckled and rubbed his temples, "but this trouble is serious."
Chapter 53, I got his back.
"Indeed, the matter is a bit tricky," Sabrina sighed and said, "Arcane Eye's video screens are fully restricted. Only 3 people can watch the video screens, and those 3 are the GAA president, GAA's most powerful adventurer, and GAA's Grand Admiral."
Hearing the end, Lily's eyes lit up. "Dad, you know the Grand Admiral, right?"
"You said you were friends with him." "That old man had broken many of my bones when I was in the military," Dagon wryly smiled.
"And even more when we worked together in the labyrinth exploration in the beginning."
"He is a stickler for the rules, but..." Dagon looked at Sabrina, who nodded at him and turned to Lily. "Dear, your friend Dash." "Boyfriend," Lily corrected her.
Sabrina rolled her eyes. "Yeah, your boyfriend. He didn't do anything but kill those 3, right?"
"Yes.
However, Jacob and the other 2 killed him first at the starting area, correct?"
"Yep." "Then don't worry about this," Sabrina smiled. "Although they do plan to punish nasty people who go out of their way to harm and sabotage other adventurers using arcane eyes, Almond won't be on that list."
Dagon nodded and said, "Naturally, that doesn't mean he will be off the hook.
If that old man Rudra is one of the people overlooking the arcane eyes, Almond will be called to the headquarters."
Lily frowned. "What will they do to him?"
"Dad, Mom, I am telling you, I am going to live with him in Firefly City once he finishes his speed hunting in the labyrinth.
That's final.
You have to make sure nothing bad happens to him." She stood up and said with flames in her eyes, I want him in my life just like how you two are in each other's lives. If something happened to him when he is not at fault, then...
Then what?
Natalia slowly asked as she gulped.
Then I am going to get strong enough to topple down whoever that harmed him. I know I'll be strong enough and catch up to frontliners. It's only a matter of time, humph. Dagon and Sabrina weakly smiled.
It was shocking to them to see Lily like this, and they could feel that if something bad happened to Amon, Lily would indeed follow up with what she said.
This daughter of theirs could become very stubborn.
Relax, Lily, Sabrina said as she gently smiled. Since you like him so much, then we won't just ignore his plight. Dagon nodded with a smile, don't worry, his calling to the GAA headquarters won't put him in danger. I will personally accompany him if he gets called. I'm sure I'll get the order to escort him if he ever gets one.
Natalia thought of something and said, if they can watch various spots in the labyrinth using arcane eyes, then won't they know about Amon's skills?
Is that why you said he will be called not for the punishment, but for recruitment? Since he killed those three, I believe he will have to go through some questioning and tests, Sabrina said. Grand Admiral is someone who nurtures talents, but he is a righteous man. He needs to see if Amon won't stray to the wrong path. So that's why, Lily sat down and slumped back on the couch with relief before she grinned. That's good to hear.
Amon is more level-headed than me, that's for sure.
True, he even spared that piece of trash because killing him would indirectly harm the innocents, Natalia said as her expression turned foul. I still feel hate towards that bastard. I wish he'd drop dead as soon as possible. Consider him dead, Sabrina said, her demeanor turning cold. Based on what you said about that incident, I'm pretty sure arcane eyes were also deployed in that area, at least, I hope so. True, Dagon nodded, if an arcane eye captured that incident, and they see how Amon handled it, he will get plus points in old man Rudra's eyes. That's a decision that I might not have been able to make if I was in his shoes. During our time on the middle floors, after people were used to the labyrinth and new changes, many killings happened, Sabrina sighed and shook her head.
Anyway, don't worry about Amon. You focus on your departure after 2 days.
Okay, but I got his back, and you got mine, so we have to work this out.
I am really looking forward to life now.
We got it, Sabrina gently smiled.
Suddenly, Dagon's phone rang. Seeing who it was, Dagon was surprised and walked away. Mr. Han? You two want to eat first or get freshen up before eating?
I want to take a bath, Natalia said as she sniffed hard and her nose scrumped up.
We are a bit smelly right now.
Sabrina chuckled, all right then, go and take a shower.
I'll lay out the food on the table. Thanksies, Aunt Sabrina.
Lily also got up and yawned as she stretched her arms and left, going upstairs after Natalia. Lily, Sabrina called out. Lily stopped in the middle of the stairs and turned to her mother. What?
I'm proud of you.
Lily grinned and nodded.
Me too, of you both.
After Lily left, Dagon returned and said, we need to go to the GAA branch.
Who's coming?
Sabrina asked, already guessing the matter.
Mr. Han and 2 others.
It's just a normal visit, but I am curious as to why they were here.
Were you informed?
Nope. It must be a guild-related matter, but since he contacted us, then we'll find out soon.
Let's go.
If it's a guild matter in this city, then it should be only one. Dagon raised his eyebrows. Wild Hunt Guild. Yep, that's why we have to get some information from him. Draven must be going insane with his son missing, and I'm positive he talked to Mr. Han about this if they went to visit his guild. The two of them left and met up with the GAA members. Draven's party invitation was also sent to the Darkwood family, who received it shortly after they finished talking with Mr. Han and his small entourage. Draven invited us for lunch in the morning, Dagon's one eyebrow raised, feeling weird.
What's going on?
He must want to investigate on his own, Sabrina read the invitation.
It seems this is sent to families of all students who went to the labyrinth.
Looking at Dagon, she said, Draven is a frontline adventurer, but not a good one. He will try to do anything to get information, even if he has to kill innocents for it.
That won't happen anymore, Dagon grunted coldly. I won't allow him to be rampant anymore. Times have changed.
The sky turned fully dark after a few hours, and before midnight arrived, Wild Hunt Guild members started leaving the labyrinth as the exit portal was about to close. Draven was waiting with antsy feeling as he couldn't wait to hear from the guild members who went to investigate about his son. He personally heard reports from every single person for 3 hours straight, but he couldn't get much information. Over 100 adventurers had gone and spawned in all 8 starting areas randomly as they only focused on searching, essentially exploring the entire floor during those 5 hours. But nobody found Jacob or anything related to him, making Draven mad as he drank himself to sleep drinking a wine made from rare-grade resources.
Tomorrow, Rufus, I want all the information.
I'll prepare everything.
You go sleep now, you need it. Chapter 54, Top Brass of GAA. Skytree City, Global Adventurer Association Headquarters. The main building was a huge cone-shaped structure, and other buildings connected to it all around. It was the biggest and most advanced structure on the Earth, located in the largest city, Skytree City. At the top of the headquarters building, in the restricted area, a person emerged from the secret elevator. He was 6 feet 5 inches tall with a black beard and mustache, paired with short black hair and a muscled figure. Although he was 70 years old, his build, aura, and look gave off a youthful, vigorous, and powerful vibe. Grand Admiral Rudra, a frontline adventurer. He wasn't listed on the Global Adventurers leaderboard as he never participated in competitions, but there was no denying that he was one of the most powerful adventurers with unknown depths. What most people didn't know was that he was also one of the few who had attained supernatural disposition even before the Grimworld's tutorial descended on Earth. He already had all of his chakra points opened, and he even had opened one of his hidden chakra points unknowingly because of his daily meditation and training. He was always at the front line and the highest contributor to clearing the labyrinths. He became GAA's Grand Admiral to oversee the new military might of GAA and nurture upcoming adventurers. Grand Admiral Rudra arrived in front of a door that projected a robotic face, the leading AI of GAA. Welcome, Grand Admiral. Please give me a sample of your mana to confirm your identity. Grand Admiral Rudra infused a bit of mana on a tablet stuck on the door, which lit up slightly, and a second later, the AI spoke, confirmed. Welcome back, Grand Admiral Rudra. He entered the hall with multiple screens lit up all around, and a man looking in his 40s with mixed black and red hair was already sitting there, eating a pizza and drinking while watching the screens. Hey, Pops, you're back? Come here, I found someone interesting. Grand Admiral Rudra vanished from his spot and appeared right behind the man, his palm in a slapping motion as it squarely landed on the man's head. Damn, that hurts, old man. But I took it, so let's rest the case. I'm sorry for not going to clear that dungeon. The man turned to look at the old man while rubbing his head. He had purple-blue eyes with intensity of lightning and a lean-muscled build with a height of 6 feet 1 inch. Aryan Deva, the son of Grand Admiral Rudra Deva, the third rank holder in the global leaderboard and the strongest adventurer of GAA, at least based on the global leaderboard rank. Aryan, this is the last time. If you fucking ignore my orders again, we are going to have a serious duel. Aryan felt a chill as he got up and fawningly smiled. Come on, Dad. Wasn't that dungeon cleared just fine? There was no need for me to go there. Anyway, sit here. I want you to look at someone. Rudra snorted and sat down on the main chair before leaning back and looking at the front screen. However, in just a few seconds, his pupils shrank. Aryan saw his father becoming still and grinned. Told ya, Pops. I found someone interesting. Those top guilds have top-notch young blood talents, the so-called super rookies. It's time we also have someone like that, you know? On the screen was none other than Almond, going past groups of monsters while leaving behind cut-off bodies of humanoid monsters, corrupted priests and priestesses who were over 2 meters tall with darkness and death attribute skills. Almond soon stopped and absorbed some monster spirits, increasing his stats before he continued moving. By the way, this is his footage of 3 hours ago. I just arrived an hour ago and asked Astra about the killings of adventurers by other adventurers and saw him. He is in the inner circle of the labyrinth right now, where we don't have any arcane eyes, so we can't observe him. Hearing that, Rudra frowned. He killed others? Yes, but it's better for you to see it. Astra, show the target's earliest footage. Aryan commanded the A.I Astra. Upon getting Aryan's command, the front screen changed as it showed Almond cornered at the pillar in the starting area's stone chambers by 3 young men. Rudra's brows furrowed more.
We have to improve the arcane eyes further.
We need to hear the sounds, too. How's it going in that regard?
We already got the arcane eyes with sound capture enchantment in development.
We'll deploy some tomorrow. Rudra nodded.
Although he couldn't hear anything, the clarity of the video was ultra high definition and from all angles due to the nature of how arcane eyes worked. He could see their lips and could interpret what they were talking about.
Who is that brat's father?
Rudra asked when he heard what Jacob said about learning from his father not to leave any trouble and ordered Seong to kill Almond.
When he saw Seong slitting Almond's throat, Rudra coldly snorted. His father is Draven.
You know him, Aryan grinned. That fellow is hanging at the top 90s in the global leaderboard and seeking to grow his guild.
Frostar City? Rudra raised his eyebrows. That's where Dagon is, right?
Yeah, Aryan said, his smile widening. Well, this young guy and Dagon have quite the connection as well.
Astra, fast forward a bit. Dagon's daughter is going to Firefly.
I wish we could get her here, Rudra sighed and continued to watch. We need some more young, talented blood. Rudra saw Almond suddenly floating with mysterious energy oozing out of him, surprised. He triggered a special condition. That makes him the sixth one to do this that entered our radar.
True.
I'm pretty sure there are more people who triggered special conditions and acquired better classes, Aryan nodded.
The ones we know have gotten A rank class, S rank class, and even one SS rank class. This young lad's new class is no less than S rank, I'm sure of it. As Aryan finished speaking, he commanded the AI, Astra, fast forward and show us some fights in the instances where he takes out the unique items, Aryan commanded after. Unique items? Rudra raised an eyebrow, is it related to his class? Indeed.
If I have to guess, his class is pretty powerful.
Maybe S or SS rank. It could even be SSS rank.
From what I've gathered, he can create explosions anywhere at any point of space within 10 meters of himself, which increased later to 20 meters. The explosions can be quite unique too, and I've inferred it's related to monsters he had killed. He can also create some unique items, which are frankly quite powerful from what I observed.
And lastly, he can summon. Rudra soon saw Alfred and was surprised, a humanoid summon. Interesting.
Aryan told Astra to fast forward more, but Rudra interrupted him with a snort, stop it, Aryan.
Astra, listen to me.
Set the motion speed to 3 times and show me everything you've captured about this person.
Understood. Well then, I am going out, Pops. You enjoy the show.
If you even think about stepping onto the first floor of the labyrinth to see him, I'll skin you alive. Aryan stopped at the exit door and released a hollow laugh, come on, Dad.
I'm not going to do that.
I'm quite scared of him to meet him there.
He is practically invincible on the first floor right now.
Anyway, the second cycle of Labyrinth started 2 hours ago, so I am going to the 10th floor.
Good. Aryan left.
Meanwhile, Grand Admiral Rudra ordered Astra while watching Almond's adventure, Astra, get some rice and deltatka for me. Also, call President Lincoln and put him on my call, he added.
Understood. Chapter 55, Grand Admiral Rudra's Analysis, Draven's Investigation. 2 hours passed by as Grand Admiral Rudra finished watching everything.
The arcane eyes they'd deployed were in the outer areas of all 8 corners of the labyrinth and some in the 8 major areas. Since there was a shortage of arcane eyes to deploy it at all spots, the ones in the 8 major areas moved around. A few had moved a bit further, which luckily captured Almond's adventure in the fallen monastery town that Aryan was watching when Grand Admiral Rudra arrived here. Looking at the footage of Almond's combat in fallen monastery town, Rudra's eyes glinted. Why is he killing monsters when he is already at maximum level? And he is not particularly training. There were people who fought just to hone their combat and learn more about their skills. But from what he observed, Almond was in a very efficient and quick hunting mode. That's not a sign of learning or training. It's as if he has a goal related to killing monsters. Rudra got off the chair and locked his hands behind his back as he started walking to and fro. He could be farming for drops, but that doesn't make sense given his class that produces items. He could also be gathering gold coins. His profile showed he is not well off, but he already got a girlfriend who is Dagon's daughter.
Looking at the clock, he muttered, "It must be over 6 in the morning there." Good. Astra, call Dagon from my contact list. In Frostar City, Dagon woke up hearing the ringtone and saw that it was Grand Admiral Rudra. He couldn't help but dryly chuckle. "I have a feeling this is about Almond." Dagon, good morning, Admiral. Rudra, morning. What do you know about Almond Crocheted? Dagon, it seems that you've already seen him in action. I'm afraid I only know as much as you do, Admiral. Rudra, bring him here once he comes out. Dagon, Roger. Also, I have a favor to ask, if you don't mind. Rudra, I got it. I'll make sure Draven won't get what he wants. Dagon, thank you, Senior. Rudra, it sounds like you've already accepted him as your son-in-law. Dagon, cough, my daughter can be quite stubborn, so I have to do all I can. But since you've seen him in action, can I ask you about your analysis of him, please? Rudra, he is focused. No unnecessary thoughts. His expression while fighting and killing monsters has a purpose. There's no distraction in his life. He has a strong thirst to become powerful and... Dagon, and? Rudra, he is goddamn talented, a monster-level breed of human. The way he improved in his sword mastery can only be summed up as a true blue genius. Like how Mozart knew what to do when he saw the piano and composed a myriad of works in his short life that made a whole case of genres, this young man picked up his sword and did exactly that. Once he learns Orion Fold, I feel he will compose monstrous sword techniques. Dagon, I see, I didn't think I would hear this level of praise for someone from your mouth. Rudra, but I will have to test his mind, his heart. We already have some big headaches hiding in the darkness. I don't want someone like him to go on a dark path. Dagon, I understand, Admiral. I will bring him to you once he comes out of the labyrinth. Rudra, did your daughter tell you why he extended his stay in the labyrinth? Dagon, not in details. She just told me it's related to his class. Rudra, got it. You can go back to sleep now. Dagon, cough, I usually wake up at 6, but dash. Rudra cut off the call before Dagon could finish, a smile hanging on his lips. Lucky bastard. Explore new worlds at mvlnovelfull.net. He caught you, Sabrina chuckled. Dagon helplessly smiled and lay back on the bed. He was just pulling my leg. Anyway, we'll give the good news to Lily later. Since she believes Almond is good, then I believe he will pass Senior Rudra's tests. Adventurers at such a high rank and level could indeed remain perfectly fine even without sleeping for multiple days unless they exhausted their mind and body doing strong work and needed sleep. On the other hand, Rudra sighed as he put away his phone. Even Dagon's daughter has found her life partner, and then there's my son, who isn't married yet. Rudra rubbed his temples as he muttered, does that rascal want to pass down our bloodline or not? Astra's hologram appeared as she said, I'm positive he has an offspring or two in the process, given his activities. For a fact, a female named Amelia is keeping his baby, though she thinks she is keeping it a secret. Rudra was stunned. Since when did you collect such information? I was ordered by Arian to do that, as he wanted to know about his possible offspring. That darn rascal. While Almond was speed hunting the labyrinth, even as a new day descended inside and outside, Draven was in his afternoon party with newbie adventurers and their parents. Given that Draven organized a party, everyone thought that his son had also returned, which wasn't the case in reality. Looking at everyone enjoying and being happy, Draven felt like pulling his hair. He only showed his face one time and then left, letting Rufus and other members of the guild do the work of meeting and talking. Some parents also had a desire to let their kids join Wild Hunt Guild, so they were happy to be here. Draven, what we know so far is that there are 3 more students who haven't returned yet. Who? Draven asked, his expression intense. Seung and Lamp. These were Jacob's friends. The third is someone called Almond. I know the first 2, but who the hell is Almond? His parents? No parents. Lives in the academy dorms. He has some internal physical defects, making him weaker physically with low stamina. He has been bullied by Jacob and those 2 a few times, but nothing serious. Also, 3 students who returned didn't attend the party. They are Jace, Natalia, and Lily. Draven frowned. Lily and Natalia are kids of the Darkwood Mansion. Forget about them.
What's the deal with Jace? He lives with his older sister. I've sent someone to check, but he is at his home training while his sister is at GAA's branch, working. I guess they just weren't interested in the party, considering Jace would join GAA because of his sister. Draven sighed, his expression weary.
Did you ask students if they had seen Jacob? Where did he spawn?
Apparently, nobody saw him at the starting area spawning with them. But everyone had spawned to all starting areas except for one, the starting area leading to Fairy Mountain.
Draven's eyes glinted.
So nobody here saw Jacob spawned at their starting areas. Not just Jacob, but they also didn't see Seong or Lamp, nor Lily, Natalia, Almond, or Jace, Rufus slowly said as a sheen flashed in his eyes. It's safe to assume that these 6 spawned in the same area.
That's it.
Draven smashed his hand on the couch's armrest and stood up. Send someone to ask Jace if he saw them.
Now. Chapter 56, Sabrina's Plan, Almond's Solo Speedrun Adventure, 1/2. Rufus soon got the confirmation and relayed it to Draven with a nod.
Jace said that he saw them, but he left earliest and speedily since he wanted to go to another area, so he doesn't know what happened.
What if that bastard is lying? Draven frowned.
According to Mark, he isn't lying. He used focus field to check his pulse and behavior when he answered.
I can go and check again if you want to do that. Draven shook his head and gulped an entire wine glass. No need. Just kill him. Rufus's eyes squinted, that.
Draven looked at Rufus, his eyes already turning red.
My son is dead. It's confirmed by now.
With the items he had, he shouldn't have died at the monster's hand. Someone fucking killed him for sure.
Fuck, I should have sent a knight instead of listening to Jacob. Calm down, Draven. Jacob was a fine warrior. He knew how to fight and survive. You trained him.
I also feel there's a high chance that he was killed, but killing Jace will only bring you troubles, Rufus frowned.
Wait for Mr. Han's reply.
Draven threw the glass on the ground and roared before slumping back, his head down.
I failed you, Marilyn. I failed to protect our son. Rufus sighed.
Draven's wife got herself killed to save Draven in the labyrinth 9 years ago, on the 2nd floor. Jacob was 9 years old at that time, and it was tough. It was also that time Draven became more ruthless. He spoiled Jacob to get over his mother's death and also trained him, and taught him to be strong in this world. But now that Jacob died, Draven had no one to call his own.
He will snap, Rufus thought as he looked at Draven. This is only a matter of time. If he snaps and kills students, it'll be over for Wild Hunt Guild. Read latest stories on MVL.
Rufus, go to the GAA branch and ask for their help. Ask Lily and Natalia about him.
I want to know everything.
Draven said before he started chugging the bottle of wine.
Got it. And Draven, we'll find the culprit.
I'll make sure of it, Rufus said in a firm tone before leaving Draven alone in his room to grieve.
Rufus visited the GAA branch in the city and soon met with the branch president, Sabrina Darkwood.
After telling her about the ongoing situation, Rufus somberly said, Draven is going to snap sooner rather than later. He will try to hold on until the reply from Mr. Han, but if nothing comes up, I don't know what he will do.
We need your help. Sabrina sighed and nodded. I understand. Let me see what I can do. Thank you.
After Rufus left, Sabrina leaned back on the chair, her expression thoughtful. Making him snap is not good, Sabrina muttered.
Considering Draven, Rufus' worries are true.
After thinking for several minutes, Sabrina formed a plan. This can work if Grand Admiral cooperates with us, but he will only do that after testing Almond, and he can only test Almond once he comes out.
How long will he take?
4 days, 5 days, 6 days?
Will Draven wait that long?
Sabrina narrowed her eyes.
He will if he gets the guarantee. Sabrina called Dagon and told him about Rufus' visit and her plan. Dagon, we might have a chance with this.
Senior Rudray is very impressed with Almond, that's for sure.
Once Almond passes his test, he will cooperate with us.
I'll send him a message to call me when he's free and tell him about the plan. On the other hand, Lily and Natalia had woken up at 7 in the morning. They showered and ate to fill before triggering the skill insight from their third specialized class quest in the training hall of the mansion. Both were sitting cross-legged in absolute focus, experiencing a mindscape of wonder related to their class, where they were acquiring information and using it to design their second-class skill.
Time passed by as seconds turned into minutes and minutes into hours. Sun went down, and night descended, but those two were still in the same position. Meanwhile, Almond finally decided to sleep.
He hadn't slept at all since Lily and Natalia left. All he did was kill monsters. During these 30 hours, he cleared
Fallen Monastery Town, Inner Area. Valley of Shadowsong, Major Area. Doomed Citadel, Inner Area. Wonder Treetopia, Major Area. Plagued Necropolis, Inner Area. 5 hours in total were spent just to travel around in slow-moving to recover.
After cleaning up Fallen Monastery Town, he went to the second big area, Valley of Shadowsong, like the Fairy Mountain. He reached the valley right as the fourth day of the labyrinth started. Elite monsters spawned in the second cycle, which was beneficial to Almond, considering they would be considered different species, so more stat points for him from each group of different monsters. He didn't bother killing monsters at silver level 5 or below, directly skipping them and going straight for silver level 6 and above. It took him 5 hours to speedrun the Valley of Shadowsong, and by the time he was finished, his third spirit wraith was also finished. Its component consisted of 5 boss-type monster spirits: Blade Mantis, Maddening Beaver, White King Manticore, Wandering Fairy, and Frostfeather Harpy. Among the other 15 spirits, Almond had added 1 human spirit, one of 4 nameless trashes the party had killed in the Frostbite Cliffs area. He hoped 1 human spirit was enough, considering that Wandering Fairy and Frostfeather Harpy were a bit on the humanoid side as well. Naturally, the human spirit was eaten and devoured, but the memories and knowledge contained in the spirit were passed down and would influence the final creation according to what Almond thought. But the final result wasn't like Alfred as he had assumed.
It was more like Frankenstein.
The new spirit wraith had a human-like physique, 7 feet tall and bulky muscled, wearing ripped pants, a white t-shirt, and a jacket on top.
But unlike Alfred, this guy could transform in crazy ways. Chapter 57, Almond's Solo Speedrun Adventure, 2 halves. This new humanoid spirit wraith had flexible transformations. He could sprout monstrous wings that seemed mixed wings of Wandering Fairy and Frostfeather Harpy. He could transform his arms into blades.